Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. Make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. Let's get started. April 2025. In a peaceful suburb of Cuiabá, Brazil, everything appeared to be as usual. With a few people, the hum of passing cars and distant voices, the streets continued to move in their typical rhythm. Behind the facades of modest homes, life went on in a predictable and usual manner. However, something was unusual in one of those houses. It seemed to fit right in at first. It wouldn't be the main focus of a criminal inquiry until later. People came inside the residence during the day. By dusk, they were gone, leaving just silence behind a firmly closed door. No shouting, no loud noises, no outward evidence of concern. Observers saw nothing out of the ordinary. The automobile was parked neatly in front, and the windows were curtained. It wouldn't be evident until much later that something unimaginable was taking place behind that door during those exact hours. 2008 saw the birth of Heloísa Maria de Alencastro Sosa in Cuiabá, Mato Grosso. She shared a home with her grandmother and mother. The family blended in with their surroundings and lived a quiet, unassuming existence. Sulan, her mother, cared for her daughter while working to support the family. Heloísa attended the Adventist College, a private school located in the Centro Político Administrativo neighborhood. She was a focused learner who remained quiet during classes and never caused any problems in the classroom or with teachers. She avoided confrontations and consistently finished her chores. Heloísa didn't have many close connections. Her only close friend, someone she trusted enough to share personal thoughts, would later mention that Heloísa might have exhibited signs consistent with level 1 autism spectrum traits. While this was never officially diagnosed, her behavior matched many descriptions: reserved demeanor, avoidance of eye contact, and anxiety in social settings. Yet she remained warm and approachable with those she trusted. Her biggest passion was animals. Heloísa dreamed of becoming a veterinarian. She was serious about it, already looking into veterinary programs and exploring the field from an early age. According to her grandmother, she was helpful around the house and didn't need constant supervision. She could cook, clean, and take care of the family pet on her own. It was the ordinary life of a focused teenager moving steadily toward her goals without drawing attention. Benedito Anunciação de Santana was born in 1984, also in Mato Grosso, to a modest family. He was the younger of two brothers. The older, Alcino, would later become involved in a legal case linked to a violent crime against his former partner. Their father worked as a laborer, and their mother stayed home. The family lived in a suburb of Cuiabá. According to neighbors, both boys were reserved from a young age and didn't share a close relationship with their parents. As a teenager, Benedito began attending a local Catholic church, eventually helping out during services. This connection to the religious community later became a part of his public persona. After finishing school, Benedito landed an entry-level job at a local government agency. Over time, through personal connections and a reputation for being diligent, he moved up the ranks. At the time these events unfolded, Benedito held the position of head of the Transportation Division at the Secretariat of Science, Technology, and Innovation in the state of Mato Grosso. He earned a steady paycheck, had access to a work-issued vehicle, and was viewed as someone with a reliable social standing in everyday life. He lived in the Ribe Rome do Lipa neighborhood, where he was a familiar face at community meetings. He frequently attended local gatherings, voiced concerns about neighborhood issues, and proposed initiatives. He remained active in church, continuing to serve in the role of acolyte during services. On social media, he regularly posted religious content, quotes, snapshots from events, and images featuring places of worship. Most of his photos included his son, Gustavo, or were taken in front of churches and community celebrations. His online presence painted the picture of a stable, respectable man with deep faith. Little is known about Benedito's personal life prior to meeting Sulan. At the time their relationship began, he wasn't married and wasn't living with the mother of his son. No formal records exist regarding past relationships because, judging by his behavior, he carefully kept his personal history at a distance, maintaining only the aspects that supported his public image. Sulan worked at a government agency in Cuiabá, and it was through her professional environment that she met Benedito Anunciação de Santana. At first glance, he came across as confident, friendly, and composed. He was consistently polite, calm, and quick to offer help to colleagues within the workplace. He had a reputation for being a reliable and committed employee. This outward impression played a major role in Sulan's decision to allow him into her life. According to publicly available information, their relationship began about 4 months prior to the events in question. Some reports claimed they were only together for around 2 months, but investigators obtained evidence showing that Benedito had unrestricted access to her home and regularly used her keys. This supports the idea that their relationship may have been more serious and long-term than it initially appeared. Benedito quickly became a fixture in Sulan's home life. He started coming over unannounced, moved about the home comfortably, and didn't treat his presence as temporary or informal. His involvement in daily family routines was seen as something natural to outsiders. It looked like he cared, wanted to help, and was making an effort to be part of the household. He wasn't aggressive, didn't raise his voice, and had a way of putting people at ease, especially during the early weeks. It seems Sulan didn't notice anything concerning. She viewed him as someone who could offer stability and support. He was older, held a steady job, and gave the impression of being responsible and mature inside the house. However, the dynamics were far from harmonious. Heloisa's grandmother, who lived with them, often felt uneasy about Benedito's frequent presence. It wasn't hostility that concerned her, it was the opposite. His over-the-top politeness and exaggerated gentleness felt forced. He was always trying to please, but in a way that seemed staged. Heloisa herself felt an immediate sense of discomfort from their earliest interaction. She didn't argue with him or cause any tension, but she clearly avoided engaging with him. She only confided her feelings to a close friend, explaining that she found Benedito unsettling, but couldn't fully articulate why. She was bothered by the way he looked at her, the way he spoke, and especially the way he posed in photos. What stood out most to her were his social media posts, where he made hand gestures that reminded her of criminal group symbols. She told her friend bluntly that he looked like someone connected to a shady background. Still, she kept this opinion to herself when it came to her mother, possibly out of fear of being misunderstood. According to her friend, Sulan either didn't notice her daughter's change in behavior or didn't think it was significant. No one in the household asked questions about Benedito's past, his social circle, or his former relationships. His behavior never raised red flags, which made him even more dangerous. A person perceived as just decent had already secured a trusted place in their lives without attracting suspicion. Only Heloisa, without needing concrete reasons, sensed that something was off. Tuesday, April 26, 2025, a typical weekday in Cuiabá. Around 3 p.m., Sulan and her mother were both at work. Heloisa was home alone. She wasn't expecting any visitors, and no unfamiliar vehicles were reported in the driveway. Everything appeared calm around that time. Benedito Anunciacio de Santana arrived at Sulan's house, driving a government-issued Fiat Toro. Assigned to his position at the Secretariat of Science and Technology. In the vehicle with him were 3 teenagers, his son Gustavo, and 2 others, ages 16 and 17. All 3 had been briefed ahead of time. They remained hidden inside the vehicle to avoid drawing attention from neighbors or security cameras. The plan was to wait until the house was empty of adults. Benedito parked the vehicle inside the garage. He entered the house alone. Surveillance footage shows he stayed inside for about 15 minutes. Then he returned to the car and drove away. The cameras didn't capture anything suspicious. He appeared calm. No neighbors reported hearing any noise or witnessing signs of aggression. But in that short window, Benedito had let the 3 teens into the house, leaving them inside with 16-year-old Heloisa, who had no idea what was coming. According to one of the confessions, they waited until Benedito had left the property. That's when they began to carry out the plan. Heloisa was inside by herself when she saw the unfamiliar faces. She panicked. She tried to run into another room, but one of them caught up to her. She was disoriented, too shocked to scream or resist. They tied her legs. What followed took place in a room where, tragically, her life was ended using a USB cable. The investigative team worked to determine who played what role in the act, based on testimony and forensic evidence. One of the teams later admitted that he was the one who pulled the cable, saying he did so under instructions from the older individual at the time of the crime. Benedito was not physically inside the house. He had left, allegedly for a work call. However, according to testimony, he was fully aware of what was taking place. Instructions had been given in advance. It was all part of the plan to remove himself from the immediate scene so as not to be directly implicated. Participants stated that he emphasized everything had to be done right and that the incident should look like a break-in with the intent to steal. After the act, the teens remained inside, waiting for the next phase, their target's return. According to their accounts, things moved quickly. Heloisa lost consciousness due to restricted breathing while lying on the floor. One of the assailants checked for a pulse and signs of breath, but claimed she was unresponsive. Her shifts, her blood pooled all the way down to the same size of the back of her arm. They used ropes and bedsheets to move her. The body was wrapped, dragged into another room, temporarily hidden, and the house was then ransacked to make it appear as though a burglary had taken place. Roughly 30 minutes passed between the time of the crime and Benedito's return. This time, he didn't pull into the garage. Instead, he parked further away and walked to the house. Inside, the others had already staged the scene. The next phase of their plan was to simulate an attack on Sulan. By 6 p.m., Sulan returned home with a relative, a woman holding an infant. Security cameras captured them approaching the property. Everything appeared normal from the outside, but inside, the perpetrators were preparing to act. The lights were off, but the air conditioning was running, which immediately raised Sulan's suspicions. She called out loudly for Heloisa, but there was no response. As they entered the home, the three teens sprang into action. They assaulted Sulan, used force to bring her to the ground, delivered several blows, tied her up, and dragged her deeper into the house. The woman carrying the infant was not harmed. She was told to sit quietly against the wall and not interfere. The attackers did not show aggression toward them. Sulan didn't immediately understand what was happening. She had been tied up, physically assaulted, and isolated in one of the rooms. She believed a robbery was in progress and that her daughter was possibly tied up elsewhere in the house. No explanations were given. The intruders did not reveal names or faces. However, at one point, Sulan recognized the voice of one of them. It was Gustavo, Benedito's son. That's when she began to realize this was not a random attack. After isolating Sulan, the group began removing valuables from the house. They loaded a TV, electronics, documents, and the sheet containing Heloisa's body into a vehicle. Everything was done swiftly and efficiently. The vehicle used belonged to Sulan. They used her own car to transport the stolen items. Neither neighbors nor people nearby noticed anything suspicious. Once everything was loaded, the group left the house. Sulan remained inside, tied up and injured, with no idea what had really happened. She believed that Heloisa had been taken. No one told her the truth. The crime had been disguised as a robbery with an abduction. The scene was left in disarray. Cabinets forced open, lights cut, a mess left behind. It looked like a chaotic break-in, but in reality, it had been carefully planned step by step. The individuals involved had hoped their actions would be interpreted as a standard home invasion. Sulan had no idea that the worst had already happened. Shortly after the others left, Benedito appeared near the house again. He didn't go in right away. Instead, he waited outside until he was sure everything was done. When he entered, Sulan, still bound and shaken, told him that a group of young males had broken in, attacked her, taken items from the house, and left with Heloisa. Benedito's reaction was performative. He acted surprised, worried, and rushed. But by that point, he already knew exactly what had occurred. He just played the part of someone hearing it for the first time. Benedito was the one who suggested taking Sulan straight to the nearest urgent care clinic located in the LeBlanc area. On the way, he began calling contacts, sending voice messages, and preparing social media posts. His behavior was carefully crafted to present himself as a distressed and concerned stepfather in desperate need of help. He contacted friends, claimed his stepdaughter had been abducted, and urged them to spread the word. He published a social media post featuring Heloisa's photo along with an emotional plea for assistance, stating she was missing and that he needed everyone's support. When they arrived at the hospital, Sulan was brought in a wheelchair. Surveillance footage showed Benedito helping her into the building, speaking to medical staff and remaining close by. He made no effort to avoid cameras. In fact, it appeared he wanted to be seen. Authorities launched an investigation immediately after receiving the report of an assault and possible abduction. While Sulan was being treated, police took her statement and began gathering evidence. The first step was tracking the vehicle, a silver Hyundai registered to Sulan. Surveillance systems traced the car's route. Cameras captured it traveling along Dubai Avenue, then heading toward the area between Riberand Ulipa and the highway leading out to Gia. In that vicinity, investigators discovered a white bundle made from bed sheets, license plates, and signs that the vehicle had stopped there. Nearby, they found an old concrete well. That's where the body had been disposed of. Fire department personnel were called in to safely recover the remains. Forensic experts determined that the lower legs had been bound and that there were markings around the neck consistent with restricted breathing. There were no clear signs of physical struggle. A foot fracture appeared to have occurred after passing, likely during the fall into the shaft. By this point, investigators had already begun focusing on individuals close to the family, reviewing surveillance footage. They noticed Benedetto's behavior, his conspicuous effort to present himself as a victim. But Sulan's testimony, the vehicle's path, and forensic findings began to paint a conflicting picture. Meanwhile, investigators started compiling information about Benedetto's son, Gustavo. The first arrest came quickly. A 17-year-old teen involved in the crime was found hiding in an apartment in a housing complex in Ribe, Round Olipa. He did not resist and surrendered immediately. During questioning, he gave a detailed statement. He named all participants, including Gustavo, the second teen, and Benedetto as the orchestrator. The teen explained how the group operated, where they hid, how tasks were assigned, who came up with the plan, and how the act was carried out. Using that information, investigators tracked down Gustavo's location. He was staying at his grandmother's house. Law enforcement arrived and arrested him without incident. Gustavo confirmed the previous testimony, didn't deny his involvement, and explained how his father had instructed him to gather people, outlined the plan, and personally involved him in the attack. His statement made it clear that Benedetto had initiated the entire plot, and Gustavo participated in hopes of earning his father's approval. The final arrest was of the 16-year-old who was hiding in an overgrown lot in the Tropicalville area. He was found in possession of some of the stolen property, documents, and small electronics. He admitted to participating but offered fewer details. Nonetheless, by the time of his arrest, the investigation already had a full picture. Recovered items were found at the locations identified by the suspects, but the most significant evidence was their consistent testimonies. These accounts revealed how the crime had been planned, who was responsible for what, how they moved through each stage, and in what sequence. Technical evidence had already placed Benedetto at the center, but now it was supported by direct confessions. After all individuals involved in the case had been taken into custody, Benedetto was brought in for questioning. At first, he denied any involvement, claiming he had no knowledge of the crime, and that he too was shocked by what had happened. His statements directly contradicted the confessions provided by the others. Investigators decided to arrange a confrontation. The first face-to-face was between the 17-year-old teen and Benedetto. When asked to speak, the teen didn't hesitate. He stated clearly that Benedetto had given the order, brought them to the house, and left them there to carry out the plan. He identified Benedetto as the mastermind and explained how he had received specific instructions. Benedetto tried to defend himself, calling the teen a liar and emotionally unstable. He insisted he would never allow harm to come to Heloisa, and claimed he barely knew the teens his son spent time with. But things shifted when Gustavo entered the room. His response was unexpected. He looked his father in the eyes and said, "You're trying to run again, like before. You left my life once, now you're leaving me here to face this alone. Just admit this was your plan." A long silence followed. Gustavo's words were a turning point. He wasn't trying to excuse himself, he openly stated that he had followed his father's orders. The emotion in his voice was a mix of anger and heartbreak. Investigators noted that this was the moment Benedetto's story began to change. He grew vague, deflected blame, and avoided specifics. Later, Benedetto offered a new version of events. He claimed that Sulan had allegedly told him her daughter was exploring non-traditional personal identity and that she had supposedly asked him to remove the influence. According to his story, he interpreted this as a call to action. However, no evidence supported this claim. In fact, Heloisa's close friend informed investigators that she had never expressed romantic interest in anyone, avoided personal topics, and had never pursued any relationships. Her family confirmed that she lived in a private, inward world, showing no interest in intimacy or forming social bonds. This attempt to shift blame onto Sulan was seen as a clear strategy to avoid responsibility. Investigators found no indication that Sulan had any role in planning the crime. Benedito began to construct a narrative where he was a victim of circumstances, misunderstood someone's words, and never gave direct instructions. During psychological profiling, investigators noted signs of manipulative behavior. Benedito had a consistent pattern of influencing others while staying in the background, leaving no direct traces and maintaining control from a distance. Testimonies from the teens emphasized one point. Clearly, Benedito was the driving force, but took great care to avoid direct participation. He assigned roles, gave instructions, timed the events, and maintained an external alibi. It also emerged that in 2020, Benedito's biological brother, Anus Cau de Santana, Sound of Santana, had been convicted of a violent crime against his former spouse. The incident took place in broad daylight, with fatal injuries inflicted during the attack. At the time, Alcino was already under restraining orders, but that hadn't stopped him from following through with his actions. While legally unrelated to Benedito's case, investigators couldn't ignore the disturbing pattern of aggressive behavior in the Anunciacao family. Against the backdrop of the investigation, Benedito's true character emerged more clearly, as someone deeply manipulative and calculated. Not only had he involved teenagers in a serious crime, but he deliberately used his own son, assuming he would remain silent. His actions were cold, deliberate, and showed no hesitation. All attempts to spin a different version of events soon collapsed. His co-conspirators' testimonies, combined with hard evidence, formed a consistent narrative against him. Faced with undeniable facts during questioning, Benedito began to confess. In a conversation with investigators, he admitted that shortly before the crime, he had seen messages between Sulan and her former partner. He interpreted this as betrayal. According to him, he felt used and discarded, and that something snapped inside him. Benedito stated, "I didn't plan to take her life. I just wanted her to understand what it feels like to lose something. If she lost her daughter, she'd never recover. That was the punishment." He also acknowledged that Heloisa irritated him. He knew she didn't accept him and said she always looked at him with suspicion. However, he denied any personal hatred toward her, claiming he was only trying to restore fairness in his relationship with her mother. This confession was the final confirmation that the crime was not impulsive. It wasn't driven by greed or fear of exposure. It was rooted in a deeply personal desire for revenge, to break someone emotionally and establish dominance, all masked by the appearance of being a respectable man. During the interrogation, it also became clear that the physical aggression toward Sulan was not a spontaneous act. It had been part of the premeditated plan to immobilize her, break her will, and create a convincing illusion of a robbery. Benedito intended to use her physical state and emotional shock to portray himself as a concerned bystander and deflect suspicion. That's exactly what happened. At the time, Sulan had no idea her daughter was already gone. The assault and restraint were part of an elaborate lie. After the initial investigative steps, prosecutors officially confirmed that the case would be classified as a crime committed with premeditation and aggravating circumstances. The involvement of minors, the use of deception, the planning phase, a government-issued vehicle, and the staging of a fake abduction strengthened the prosecution's position. Benedito Anunciacao de Santana remained the central figure. He was arrested, suspended from his public office, and soon formally terminated, given his appointed role within a government institution. The dismissal was expedited. Termination documents were signed on the day of his arrest. By the time the investigation was underway, all individuals involved were in custody. The teens were transferred to appropriate facilities. Gustavo, having turned 18, awaited legal proceedings in adult criminal court. Public reaction was swift and intense. The crime committed against a young girl and involving her stepfather sparked outrage. Local media gave the case widespread attention, discussing not only the brutality of the act but the motives of control, dominance, and personal vengeance. At the heart of the public's concern was the issue of trust, how someone who appeared decent could plan such an act against the daughter of his partner. Sulin learned of her daughter's passing while in the care of medical staff after the assault. She had been taken to the nearest urgent care facility for treatment. Initially, she believed Hiloiso had been abducted and hoped she could still be found alive. But as the investigation progressed and the body was discovered in the well, law enforcement informed her of the truth. Her reaction was immediate and devastating. Witnesses described her as entering a state of hysteria. She had to be sedated. According to hospital staff, she screamed that she didn't feel alive, that everything was over, and that it was somehow her fault. Later, during her testimony, Sulin admitted that she blamed herself for what had happened. She said she failed to see the true nature of the man she had allowed into her life. To her, Benedito seemed reliable, kind, attentive. He helped around the house, showed care, acted like a man of faith, smiled often, and treated her mother with respect. No one in the home ever saw him as a threat. Only Hiosa had distrusted him from the very beginning, but Sulin dismissed it as typical teenage resistance. She never imagined that someone she welcomed into her family would be capable of something so horrific. Sulin survived, but what she went through left her with a profound loss that could never be undone. After the investigation concluded, in May 2025, prosecutors formally charged Benedito Anunciacao de Santana and his accomplices. The trial was held publicly and drew considerable attention from both the media and the community. Evidence presented during the proceedings included surveillance footage, witness testimonies, and confessions from those involved. Benedito was found guilty of orchestrating and executing the crime. The court weighed the deliberate nature of his actions, the involvement of minors, and the level of cruelty. He was sentenced to 40 years in a high-security prison. His son, Gustavo Benedito, who had reached legal age at the time of the crime, received a 20-year sentence. The court noted that his participation was intentional and that his age did not mitigate his responsibility. The two underage accomplices were placed in juvenile detention facilities for up to 3 years, pending behavioral evaluation and rehabilitation. Eloisa's memory lived on, not only within her family. The school she attended issued an official statement expressing condolences and recalling her dream of becoming a veterinarian. Teachers and classmates described her as kind, quiet, and sincere. Her relatives urged the public to be more cautious about who we allow into our homes, especially when it involves those we care for most. The story of this family ended in tragedy, but it also became a powerful reminder. It proved that danger can come disguised as kindness, and that the role of the justice system is not just to punish, but to prevent surveillance. Technology, law enforcement, and digital evidence analysis all played critical roles in solving the case, but the most important defense remains our attention to the small details, those early signs that something just isn't right. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys. Today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. Make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. Let's get started. One thing we frequently observe in real crime stories is that murders typically occur in families who appear to be flawless on the outside. We've seen incidents like this time and time again, and today's news is no exception. The world was startled since no one could accept that it could occur at all, let alone the reason. When her 39-year-old daughter Clodagh failed to drop off her two youngest sons, Neil, 11, and Ryan, 6, as scheduled on the morning of August 29, 2016, Mary became concerned. She attempted to phone Clodagh and her husband, Alan, but received no response, and her SMS went unanswered. Mary drove to their residence in Oakdean Downs, Barani, as her worries grew. Family cars were in the driveway when she got there, and the living room and bedrooms had their curtains closed, which was out of the ordinary for Clodagh. She wouldn't simply vanish without informing her mother. Mary initially thought her daughter and grandkids might have died from carbon monoxide poisoning, but when she used her key to open the back door, she discovered a message posted inside. It advised calling the police immediately and not going inside. Mary realized then that something horrible had occurred. But before we dive into the shocking and heartbreaking details of the crime, let's first get to know the Haw family. For starters, Alan and Clodagh Haw were far from just any ordinary couple. They were deeply devoted educators who poured their hearts and souls not only into their teaching careers, but also into the close-knit communities they belonged to. Alan Haw, a native of Wingap, a small rural village in County Kilkenny, held the respected role of deputy principal at Castle Rahan National School near Barone, where the Haw family lived. Wingap, like much of Kilkenny, is known for its strong sense of tradition and community spirit, values that clearly influenced Alan's dedication both at work and at home. Clodagh, on the other hand, came from Mount Nugent, a peaceful village in the southern part of County Cavan, just a short distance from the small towns of Beljuggin and James Duff. Mount Nugent, surrounded by rolling green hills and quiet country roads, is a place where neighbors know each other by name and community ties run deep, much like Alan's hometown. Clodagh was a passionate and committed educator, teaching at Orlistown National School located southeast of Kells in County Meath. Together, Alan and Clodagh raised 3 sons, Liam, 13 years old, Neil, 11, and Ryan, 6. 3 vibrant boys full of energy, curiosity, and the boundless potential that every parent dreams of. Their lives reflected the very essence of a loving Irish family, grounded in community values, hard work, and simple joys. Now, it's important to understand that crimes of such magnitude were relatively rare in the Irish communities where the Haws lived. Ireland, especially in smaller towns and villages like Barone and Mount Nugent, has historically enjoyed lower crime rates compared to larger cities. These communities are often characterized by close bonds, where neighbors look out for one another and children grow up playing safely in the streets. But perhaps, as Clodagh's sister Jacqueline would later reveal in a heartbreaking interview, there were signs all along, subtle, easy to miss, and painfully easy to ignore. Let's rewind the story, not to the moment of tragedy, but to the beginning, because to truly understand the horror of what unfolded, we need to understand how Alan and Clodagh came to be and what may have been hiding in the shadows all along. Clodagh was born in 1977. From a young age, she stood out, not for being loud or attention-seeking, but for her quiet intelligence, deep empathy, and maturity beyond her years. Her mother, Mary, described her as a dream child, polite, responsible, and focused. She was the kind of daughter who made life easier for everyone around her. She excelled in her studies and formed strong friendships that lasted into adulthood. After completing her leaving certificate, she enrolled at St. Patrick's College to pursue a career in teaching. It was there, during her very first year, that she met Alan Haw. Their meeting happened on Valentine's night, something that might seem romantic at first glance, but in hindsight marked the beginning of a relationship that would gradually pull Clodagh away from her independent self. Alan, who was a year ahead of her, lived in the student residences. He came across as disciplined, serious, and principled. They quickly became inseparable. But from early on, those closest to Clodagh noticed subtle changes. She stopped going out as often. She began distancing herself from her friends. Alan didn't drink alcohol, and soon Clodagh gave it up too. Little by little, her world began revolving around him. Jacqueline, Clodagh's sister, recalled a telling moment that stood out. The family had gone shopping for bridesmaid dresses for Clodagh's upcoming wedding. Jacqueline had a strange feeling Alan might show up, even though this was a day for the women. Sure enough, he did. When Jacqueline suggested that she and Clodagh finish the shopping on their own, Alan insisted on staying. It was a small thing easily brushed off, but Jacqueline never forgot it. The couple eventually married, and from the outside, it was a beautiful union. But there were moments, even at the wedding, that left Clodagh's family uneasy. Clodagh's mother, Mary, for instance, was sidelined when it came time to walk her daughter down the aisle. Alan did it instead. Mary admitted later that she felt a little overlooked, even hurt, but quickly brushed the feeling aside. What mattered most to her was that Clodagh was happy, and oh, she was. The couple was deeply in love, the kind that radiates through shared smiles and wordless glances. Alan held her hand with pride, with purpose. Their journey together was just beginning. Their first child, a beautiful boy they named Liam, was born in the year 2003. From the moment he arrived, everyone said he was his mother's image, not just in appearance, but in spirit. Liam was quiet, kind-hearted, and always had a calming presence even as a toddler. As he grew, so did his passions. By the age of 13, in the year 2016, he had become an impressive basketball player, towering for his age, with a soft touch on the keys of a piano that melted hearts. He had a confidence blooming quietly, and he was well liked by his classmates, not for being loud or flashy, but for his kindness and grounded nature. 2 years after Liam's birth, in 2005, their second son arrived. They named him Neil. If Liam was the calm, gentle wave, Neil was the still pond, peaceful, introspective, and perfectly content in his own world. He could sit for hours with his beloved Lego sets, constructing intricate cities, ships, and castles with the precision of a young architect. He devoured books, especially those written by David Walliams, and he found great joy watching The Great British Bake Off with a twinkle in his eye and dreams written across his little face. He often declared he would one day own a bakery and make cakes for everyone he loved. Then, in the year 2010, came the youngest, Ryan, the baby of the family, affectionately nicknamed Ryan the Rebel. He had a spark and energy all his own, mischievous and bold. He often led his brothers into harmless trouble, and yet, like Neil, he adored Lego and could build for hours if only someone gave him space to dream. He was the whirlwind that brought laughter and life into every room. The dynamic of the Ha family, Alan, Clodagh, their 3 boys, was on the surface something to admire. They did everything together. Outside of their work and the boys' school lives, they were inseparable. Clodagh's family, however, began to notice how rarely they got to see her alone. If Mary or her sister Jacqueline popped by for a cup of tea and a quiet chat, Alan would always be there, sitting silently at the kitchen table, not speaking much, but never leaving either. It became a silent pattern. There were no moments with just Clodagh, no private talks, no mother-daughter afternoons. But even with this fact, they were the ideal family to the outside world. They were respected, religious, and active in their community. Alan especially was perceived as a pillar of the town. He attended Mass every Sunday, volunteered often, and was always ready to shake a hand or offer help. It was a picture-perfect family life on the outside, but everything was quietly unraveling beneath the surface. And no one in the community truly realized how deep the cracks ran until that Sunday evening, the 28th of August, 2016. That night, the whole family stopped by Clodagh's mother Mary's house after returning from a holiday trip. Liam had played a basketball match in Virginia earlier that day, so they dropped in to visit Mary before heading home. Around 7 o'clock in the evening, the adults gathered around the kitchen table, sipping tea and nibbling on biscuits, while the boys lounged in the living room watching television. Everything seemed perfectly normal to Mary, except one detail lingered like a dark cloud. Alan seemed deeply anxious about returning to work. He even voiced it aloud, saying he didn't want to go back. He'd been involved in an unresolved conflict with a colleague before the summer holidays, something that clearly still weighed on him. What the family would painfully learn later, through notes left behind and reports from a counselor, was far more disturbing than they could have imagined. Alan had reportedly been caught masturbating inappropriately and had watched pornography on a school-issued laptop, one he never brought home. Although the school's representative would later claim no evidence of inappropriate material was found, the damage was already done, at least in Alan's mind. His shame and fear of exposure had started to spiral. That Sunday night, around 9 o'clock, Clodagh reminded Alan that they needed to leave. Little Ryan had to get his bath before bed. The plan was that Mary would look after Neil and Ryan the next day, while Clodagh, Alan, and Liam went back to school. Mary hugged each of them tightly and told them she loved them, never knowing it would be the last time she'd see any of them alive. The following morning, Mary waited for Clodagh to drop the boys off, but they didn't arrive. Mary began to pace, glancing at the clock, wondering why Clodagh hadn't called. She always called, even if she were just 5 minutes late. Mary called Clodagh's phone. No answer. She tried the house phone. Nothing. Then she tried Alan's number. Still nothing. She texted them both. No reply. A heavy knot formed in her stomach. She knew something wasn't right. In a panic, she jumped into her car and drove the short distance, just 5 kilometers, to the family's home. But it felt like the longest, most agonizing journey of her life. When she arrived, the sight of both family cars in the driveway and the curtains drawn sent chills through her. She had a key to the back door, and as she approached, she saw a note taped to the glass. In Alan's handwriting, it read, "Don't come in, call the Gardaí." Mary fled to the road, her hands trembling so badly she dropped her phone. It took her nearly 10 tries to dial the emergency number. When she finally got through, she reported what she'd found. Then she ran to her neighbor Edie's house, terrified and breathless, telling her that she feared Alan had done something horrific to Clodagh and the boys. Together, they returned to the house and waited for the police. The first officers on the scene, Garda Isling Walsh and Garda Alan Ratcliffe, asked the women to return to the neighbor's home and wait there. A short while later, they broke the devastating news. 5 bodies had been found inside, and no one had survived. The horror was only just beginning to unfold. Clodagh's sister Jacqueline, who was already en route to visit her mother, began receiving news alerts on her phone. 5 found dead in Cavan. The full horror would later come out in the inquest. Clodagh was the first to die. She had been online browsing holiday packages, sipping a cup of tea, when Alan came up behind her. Without warning, he struck her in the head with an axe he'd taken from the shed and then stabbed her in the back. She tried to defend herself, raising her hands, and he nearly severed one. He killed her with a level of rage and violence that stunned investigators, using 2 weapons, as if consumed by hate. After murdering his wife, Alan calmly left the knife and axe beside the couch, sat down, and began writing a letter. 5 full pages in total. In it, he poured out his emotions, talking about his shame and the storm he believed was coming. He assured the family that they had all been happy despite what he was about to do. Then he walked upstairs to the bedroom shared by Liam and Neil. He crept over to Liam's bed, knelt on his chest, and slit his throat to silence him before he could scream. Neil, however, did try to fight back. His hands bore the marks of defensive wounds, but Alan killed him too. Finally, he went into little Ryan's room. Ryan was a small, gentle boy, fragile, even for a 6-year-old. He didn't stand a chance. After killing his youngest son, Alan placed the knife on Ryan's pillow and gently pulled the duvet over his body, just as he had done with his older brothers. With his family gone, Alan returned downstairs, wrote more of his twisted letter, and around 2:30 in the morning, transferred €2,000 from the joint bank account to his own. He wasn't finished. He laid out Clodagh's jewelry on the bed, writing that it should go to her mother, Mary. He included photographs, money boxes, and even the tin used to collect football club fees. He left instructions about the mortgage, bank statements, and which brother should get his new car. He urged his siblings not to make the same mistakes he had and begged them not to forgive him. He didn't want a Catholic burial. He wanted to be cremated and his ashes scattered in the sea. Once everything was in place, Alan hanged himself in the hallway. In his final words, he confessed that he had been caught red-handed, referring to the disturbing behavior noted by the counselor. He had also been in touch with the Irish National Teachers Organization, though the family never found out whether he was seeking help or legal defense. In his letter, he expressed his belief that Clodagh didn't know what he had done, and that it would be kinder to kill her than let her live with the shame of who he was. He believed he had ruined all their lives and that everything would explode once he returned to school. But the explosion never came, at least not publicly. The school claimed there had been no issues and has never once reached out to the grieving family, not on a personal nor a professional level. In interviews, Mary and Jacqueline later said it was whispered that Alan may have worn Clodagh's underwear in secret, another hidden truth that Clodagh might never have known. One revelation that has continued to haunt the family is Jacqueline's statement that Alan Hawes' counselor allegedly knew far more than what was ever revealed to the public. Crucially, the counselor's detailed notes that could hold vital insight into Alan's mental state and intentions, have never been released to this day. They remain hidden from the family, guarded behind privacy regulations and red tape. Jacqueline also recalled that a local man came forward with a chilling account. He told her that in the early hours of Monday morning, August 29, the same day the bodies were discovered, he saw Alan Haw driving near Castle Rayhan School. The man wasn't alone. He was with someone else, who also witnessed the same thing. Disturbed by what he saw, he went straight to the Gardaí and made a formal statement. But when the Haw family later inquired about this crucial piece of information, they were told it may have simply been a case of mistaken identity. This explanation didn't sit right with them. To Jacqueline and her family, the pieces painted a far darker picture. It appeared as though Alan had returned to the school in the dead of night, likely to destroy or tamper with evidence on his work laptop, to perhaps delete files, cover his tracks, or eliminate digital fingerprints that could reveal more about his mindset or plans. It felt to them like a deliberate, calculated move. In fact, consular records noted that 97% of the pornographic material Alan Haw viewed was accessed through the school laptop. That figure alone sparked immense concern. The Haw family formally requested access to the full file from the Gardaí, only to be flatly denied. Even after the inquest, after the media frenzy and the formal findings, the family was left with gaping holes in the narrative, critical questions left unanswered. Adding to their frustration was the way information was trickled out to them. Jacqueline has said the family was drip-fed by authorities. Often, they learned new developments through the media before the Gardaí would confirm or deny anything. Imagine losing your sister and nephews in the most brutal way possible, only to be kept in the dark, forced to piece together the truth through news snippets and speculation. The inquest itself, intended to provide closure and clarity, was instead described by the Haw family as a disaster. They felt re-traumatized, unheard, and sidelined. Alan Hawes' medical and counseling records were brought into the inquest, and Professor Harry Kennedy, a consultant forensic psychiatrist and the director of the Central Mental Hospital, presented an assessment of Hawes' mental state based solely on those records. According to Kennedy's analysis, Alan Haw suffered from depression that escalated into psychosis. This mental unraveling, he claimed, led to the murder of Clodagh and their 3 sons. But Jacqueline wasn't buying it. She was horrified at how an expert could sit in a courtroom, never once speaking to Alan, and declare him psychotic based purely on paper trails and second-hand reports. Indeed, Alan Hawes' final letter read, "If it is any consolation, we were happy. Clodagh was happy, the boys were happy." Those aren't words typically associated with someone in the throes of severe depression or psychosis. And it wasn't just his final letter that contradicted the narrative. He had seen his GP regularly over 5 years, and she never diagnosed him with depression, nor did she know he was seeing a counselor. He was never off work due to illness, never showed visible signs of mental distress, and continued to uphold his duties as vice principal, a role of significant responsibility. He was active in the community, regularly attended GAA football events, and was viewed as a stable and involved family man. Strangely, Alan stopped attending his counseling sessions 2 months before the murders. Why? Jacqueline and her family can't help but wonder. Was that the point when he began formulating his plan? Around that same time, another disturbing detail emerged. Alan had moved a couch in their living room, a piece of furniture that hadn't budged in 12 years. It was relocated from a side wall to directly in front of the fireplace, with its back facing the room's entrance. Was this part of a premeditated layout to conceal his presence and launch a surprise attack on Clodagh? The setup would have given him the perfect vantage point, hidden, waiting. And then came the bitter legal aftermath. Because Alan was the last to die, having taken his own life after murdering his family, he was still considered the legal heir to the estate. This meant that the property, the family home, would pass to his next of kin. For Clodagh's family, it was unbearable. They wanted the house gone. They didn't want to profit. They didn't want compensation. They wanted the place where their loved ones were butchered to be demolished. They envisioned a garden of remembrance built in its place, something beautiful to honor the lives lost, rather than a grim reminder of horror. But Irish law, rooted in outdated statutes dating back to 1965, meant that the family had to fight in court to stop the murderer's family from inheriting the property. It was, as Jacqueline put it, a final insult. Eventually, the two families reached a difficult but necessary agreement. A planning application was submitted to have the house demolished. Jacqueline promised she would be there the day it happened. As of the most recent updates, the house still stands. A haunting reminder, its demolition postponed but not forgotten. Then came another heartbreaking decision. Still reeling from the unimaginable tragedy, Claudia's family initially agreed that Alan would be laid to rest alongside Claudia, their 3 sons, in the family plot. In their shock, they were simply trying to make sense of the impossible. But as time passed, the unbearable truth settled in. They could no longer endure the idea of him lying beside the family he destroyed. Since Claude's family had no legal authority to act, they reached out to the Ha family, and to their credit, they agreed. In May of 2017, Alan Ha's body was exhumed and cremated. The inquest stretched across 2 harrowing days. The final verdict: Alan Ha was found to have unlawfully killed Claudia, his wife, and his sons Liam, Neil, and Ryan, before dying by suicide. Claudia's surviving family has never stopped fighting for the full truth. They've long insisted that a psychological autopsy should have been conducted, something that could have reconstructed the final days before the tragedy and examined Alan Ha's mental state with expert precision. To them, understanding his intent wasn't just a legal matter, it was a vital piece of healing. But instead, they were met with silence. No one asked them what they had seen behind closed doors. No one asked them what it was like to live alongside Alan. Jacqueline later voiced what had haunted them for years, saying, "Alan was so manipulative. He only ever showed people what he wanted them to see. Only we know how unhinged he really was. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. He could fill a room with unease just by standing silently in a doorway. He'd seize control of everyday routines, whether it was redoing the laundry to suit his impossible standards or stepping in mid-meal to fix something he thought wasn't done right. These weren't quirks. They were red flags of coercive control. But the law failed them. Under the Coroner's Act, the investigation could only address the what, where, how, and who, not the why. If the family wanted to contest the findings or seek a deeper understanding, they'd have to hire an independent expert from outside of Ireland. Financially, that was out of reach. A serious crime review was eventually carried out and shown privately to Claudia's family, but despite repeated pleas, the Department of Justice has refused to release it publicly. The answers the family craves remain locked away while their grief plays out in the open. Mary and Jacqueline never intended to step into the spotlight. They wanted to grieve in peace, but when no one in power would listen, they spoke out, and Ireland began to listen. The port has grown, but the fight is far from over. More than 60,000 euros have been raised in Claudia's memory for Women's Aid, giving women a lifeline to escape abusive relationships. Her name now lives on at Orlestown National School in a newly dedicated hall. A tree planted by Liam's schoolmates sways quietly in the breeze, a symbol of love, remembrance, and all that was lost. Each of Claudia's boys had a bright path ahead. Liam, studious and focused, would almost certainly be in college today, shaping his future with purpose. Neil was the dreamer, the one with creativity brimming in his every word and drawing, and Ryan, just 6 years old, was the life of every room, a little rebel with a megawatt smile. They were more than victims. They were individuals bursting with potential, stolen too soon. Every year, the anniversary mass overflows with mourners. The silence speaks volumes. Their absence still echoes louder than words. And in the midst of that mourning, one truth remains: they are still deeply, painfully missed. It's also worth pausing to acknowledge the pain of the Ha family. They lost not only grandchildren but a son. Their grief is complex, pierced by guilt, confusion, and the burden of having loved the man who committed the unthinkable. They believe Alan's actions stemmed from severe depression, a diagnosis that offers them some form of explanation if not peace, and if holding on to that belief helps them get through the day, who are we to judge? Grief doesn't follow rules. It just asks us to survive it. Now I want to hear from you. Do you think there were signs of abuse happening behind closed doors? Subtle, quiet control that went unnoticed for too long? Or do you believe everything seemed perfect until Alan finally snapped? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. This is Sarah Beth and Jennifer Cooper, who had just been informed that their husband had passed away. On November 4, 2015, 37-year-old Andrew Harmon was shot dead in his own home. But as the weeks-long investigation unfolded, detectives would uncover a complex marriage, tangled lies, and a chilling conspiracy that uncovers a betrayal hiding in plain sight. On November 4, 2015, around 5:40 p.m., officers received a frantic call from a terrified wife. With this information, police and EMS quickly raced to Central Avenue in Kansas City, Kansas. Upon reaching there, they met with a grim sight: a man who had collapsed on the front porch. He was shot in the face and bleeding heavily from the head. Realizing the urgency of the scene, they rushed him to the emergency room, where he clung to his life. This injured man was identified as 37-year-old Andrew Harmon, who lived there with his wife and stepdaughter. As the victim clung to life in the hospital, officers were attempting to capture the active shooter. To get into the depth of the case, they decided to seek answers from the very person who had witnessed it all: Andrew's wife, Sarah Beth. She had even made the horrifying 911 call, which made her even more important for the investigation. Sarah was called in for questioning along with her daughter, as she was present in the house at that time as well. She appeared genuinely concerned about Andrew's well-being, but the detectives were leaving no room for doubts about her motives. The investigation had just begun, and the detectives were relieved to have their first lead on the attacker. She also mentioned that earlier that night, she went across the street to confront Andrew's first wife, 30-year-old Jennifer Cooper. However, according to her, Trey was not among the shooters. She explained that both the driver and the passenger were shooting. With these new details, detectives believed that Sarah's confrontation with Jennifer and her friend, Trey, could have triggered the shooting, so they focused primarily to find Trey. But just as they felt a sense of hope from this lead, a devastating update shifted the tone. Upon receiving news of Andrew's death, the case was officially classified as a homicide. Even after an extensive search, they couldn't locate Trey, and Jennifer was the only person who might have known his whereabouts. Realizing she could hold the key information about the murder, detectives wasted no time and rushed to her place for confrontation, but soon they were taken aback. This was Jennifer's sister, and what she told the detectives left them in shock. Sarah was not Andrew's legal wife, which made them question all the discoveries they'd made until now. This information not only added more complexity to the case, but also cast even more suspicion on Sarah. Yet the detectives were still searching for Jennifer to hear her side of the story. To find her and trace her, they needed to know more about her and what she was capable of doing. They swiftly initiated a background check on her and discovered that Jennifer had previously been convicted of dealing methamphetamines. She even had an outstanding warrant for failing to register as a drug offender. This was their best chance to apprehend her for the offense, giving them the opportunity to question her further and unravel this twisted puzzle. This discovery made the detectives wonder whether Jennifer's drug addiction had led her to be involved with the shooting, or if there was still more to uncover. Determined to get answers, they increased their efforts to locate Jennifer. After 18 hours of investigation, they finally found her at her mother's residence and brought her in for questioning. Detective Vince Kingston walked into the room for questioning, unaware that she was about to reveal something that would completely change the course of the investigation. Based on the interview, it was clear that Jennifer seemed truthful, and the detectives felt no inconsistencies in her statement. But to be sure, they booked her for an outstanding warrant against her related to drugs. They also kept her cell phone with her permission for investigation, but the analysis would take time. This conversation, however, led to another speculation, that Trey could be involved with the attacker, or ordered them to harm Andrew. Hopefully you can identify who she's talking about. Trey, who was the person that was involved in the disturbance right before the homicide happened? Sounds like he could be involved in what happened. With Trey as their prime suspect in the case, now they began to look for his Cadillac with a broken tailgate. Just a few days later, detectives got good luck while tracing him and wasted no time. He was brought in for questioning. Trey claimed that both Sarah and Andrew were outside when she broke his taillight. This claim, however, brought him more on their radar, as this could be the reason for him to fire gunshots at them. To further confirm their suspicion, they asked more from him. Trey's statement was still to be cross-checked, and he was still under their suspicion until he revealed a shocking truth that left the officers stunned: that she had something to do in the murder group. Cross-verification of his claims would take time, but now they had Jennifer under the spotlight again, this time with a witness who claimed to have seen her calling someone, Trey himself, to find out the truth. They again went to the county jail for Jennifer. Detectives had retraced their steps again to her, and this time they weren't here for small talk. They needed answers, and for that, they started with the most pressing question: her relationship with her deceased husband. Jennifer looked visibly distraught with the loss she was facing and was trying hard to cope with it. But then again, one question arose: who pulled the trigger? Jennifer, this time, gave a name of whom she believed to be the shooter. It's worth noting here that Jennifer had been in jail for a while, and she had no way of knowing this information on her own. So where did this name come from? Then she was asked about the call she'd made to someone on that shooting day, as mentioned by Trey. Jennifer said that she'd called a friend to pick her up after Sarah had damaged Trey's car. She then again broke down. The detectives then asked her about her take on her husband's relationship with Sarah. With nothing against her and listening to her claims, Jennifer was out of their suspicion for now. They then reached her mother's house to confirm her claims about Isaiah. Now the officers were left with more questions than answers. Just as they thought they could finally have a breakthrough, they were again left empty-handed. However, they didn't lose hope and tried to find him in their database. Just as they entered his details, a picture appeared in front of them of a 17-year-old teenager, Isaiah Butler. Isaiah Butler does fit the general description of the suspect. He's young, he has close-cropped hair, but the matching description wasn't enough. They needed concrete evidence against him for this, so they called Sarah again to identify the man in question. Now, it was more than clear for them that this was the same person they were looking for. She identified that Isaiah. She's saying he's the driver and one of the shooters. She's 100% positive, but all the pictures sort of bond because it's 100% him. And the strange thing is, this name, Isaiah Butler, came from Jennifer. Last night she said, Isaiah Butler is actually one that shot Andrew. Obviously there's two people, but for some reason, she was convinced that he was the shooter. Isaiah became their prime suspect with this revelation, but it wasn't easy to track him down, to find him as soon as possible. They put out a bolo on him. Still, 2 days later he was nowhere to be seen, but a glimmer of hope emerged from another lead. They were finally able to get Jennifer's phone records, but they didn't match her claims. At 17:20, there was an outgoing text message from Jennifer Cooper to Isaiah Butler, that saying, "Call me about 9:20 in the evening." There is an incoming text message from Isaiah Butler, and it's a screenshot of a post about Andrew Harmon being killed. He comments, "Is this the same guy?" with question marks underneath it. It appears that he did not necessarily know who the victim was before all this happened, which makes me believe even further that Jennifer probably set this up. Jennifer's involvement in the case was becoming increasingly suspicious now. To confirm their doubts, they needed Isaiah in their custody, but he was still nowhere to be found. They then received another crucial lead, which could blow the case wide open. The suspected car was found by Shawnee officers, and evidence found inside pointed to it being the potential vehicle used during the shooting. It's worth noting here that the shell casing found at the crime scene was also a 9mm. They also gave Kansas City the name of the driver as well as his description, which was eerily consistent with someone. He was also 17 years old. But he refused to talk to the detectives at all, with no cooperation from him. The only way to uncover the truth was through the statements he'd already given to the Shawnee officers. Kansas police were soon briefed on his interview and the claims he'd made. The suspected multiple charges against him helped the officers to keep him in custody. Meanwhile, the shell casings from the crime scene in the car were sent in for a comparison test. The investigators had grown increasingly sure about Jennifer's involvement in the case. With her phone records showing her connection with Isaiah, it was becoming clear that she was involved. However, on their way to interview her again, they noticed something that could be the biggest breakthrough in the case. However, the chase was soon dropped, as it was dangerous at this speed for them as well as people driving around them. Despite having their main suspect in front of their eyes, they were left empty-handed. Then they finally reached the county jail to question Jennifer about all the mess she's created for a long time and kept playing with them. This time she was being questioned as a suspect and not a witness, but instead of answering the questions like before, she did something they didn't expect from her. With no possible new leads from Jennifer, they decided to go for a different approach. On the very next day, they called Isaiah's parents, hoping they might have some information about him. Unfortunately, even here, they were left empty-handed. But after 1 month, they received their biggest and most awaited breakthrough. Tulsa PD called them to inform them they had Isaiah Butler in custody. 4 months later, Isaiah was questioned at the Kansas City, Kansas courthouse. They began by asking him about that fateful day, to which he replied with eerie calmness. Isaiah then unraveled something that left everyone shocked. But he had just started. A teenager shooting at someone's house without any aim or target sent chills down their spines. He then revealed Jennifer's actions, which clearly put her at the crime scene. Isaiah was then confronted with the truth about his claims. He then finally admitted to having killed Andrew for a simple reason. Although they were able to get him and put him on trial, there was one question left unanswered. The officers presented all the evidence to begin a trial against the culprits. Ballistics confirmed that the shell casing from the crime scene matched the one found in the second suspect's vehicle, proving their involvement. Isaiah Butler pleaded guilty to second-degree murder and was sentenced to 17 years. Consequently, Jennifer Cooper pleaded guilty to solicitation to commit first-degree murder and was sentenced to 19 years. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. On the evening of August 23, 2022, 56-year-old Alessandra Mattuzzi was simply heading home, walking the familiar path back to her apartment on Via dell'Arco Baleno in northern Bologna. It was a quiet residential complex, the kind where neighbors knew each other and evenings passed without incident. As she approached her building around 9 p.m., she was casually chatting on the phone with her younger sister. It was just another normal night, until it wasn't. Mid-conversation, something changed. On the other end of the line, her sister heard strange, muffled sounds, quick footsteps, heavy thuds, and a struggle. Then came the unmistakable sound of Alessandra screaming. Panic spread through her voice, desperation rising. Her sister, frozen in fear, could only listen as the chaos intensified, and then the call went dead. Immediately, she dialed emergency services, her voice trembling as she described what she'd just heard. At the same time, the normally still neighborhood came alive. Lights turned on, windows opened. A few residents stepped into the hallway, alarmed by the noise. Some tried to help, but by then, it was too late. Police arrived quickly, but the horror had already unfolded. A haunting silence blanketed the entrance of the building. What happened there would only become clear in the hours to come. An act of violence that stunned an entire community and raised serious questions about how such tragedies can still go unanswered. Alessandra Mattuzzi was born and raised in Italy. At the time of the incident, she was 56 years old and working as a sales representative at a women's fashion boutique. Her professional life was closely tied to the world of fashion, an industry she genuinely loved. Both colleagues and clients described her as punctual, meticulous, and respectful. She was valued for her courtesy, reliability, and calm demeanor. Those close to Alessandra remembered her as warm, considerate, and emotionally perceptive. She was known for her empathy and natural inclination to care for others. She made a point of staying closely connected with her family, especially her mother, who was living in a care facility and required ongoing assistance. Alessandro visited her regularly and maintained a strong emotional bond with her despite the distance. For 2 years, her life was deeply affected by a challenging period when her father became seriously ill. Alessandra took on the role of full-time caregiver, providing him with daily support, companionship, and attention until the end. After his passing, she struggled to regain her emotional footing. The psychological toll was significant. She became withdrawn, avoided new relationships, and declined her loved one's encouragement to rebuild her personal life. Her closest confidant remained her younger sister, Stefania. The two spoke daily, sharing updates, plans, and worries. Their bond was built on trust and deep mutual understanding. Stefania was the person Alessandra turned to when making important decisions or facing personal hardships. Alessandra was also active on social media. Her profiles featured snapshots from events, trips, and workdays. She posted fashion looks, shared pictures from outings, and uploaded moments from family gatherings. She led a quiet, but not isolated life. Alessandra wasn't a recluse. She simply preferred her own company and found comfort in a calm, structured routine. Loud parties and spontaneous meetups weren't her thing. After losing her father, and as her mother's condition worsened, her circle naturally shrank, but she didn't mind. Her days revolved around her job, caring for her mother, daily conversations with her sister, and looking after her pet. That steady rhythm shaped a life that felt safe and predictable, but at some point, everything changed. It was through social media that someone entered her life, starting with kind words and emotional support, and eventually shattered her sense of security and peace. Giovanni Padovani was a professional soccer player who also did some modeling on the side. He was born in Agrigento, Sicily, and when he first connected with Alessandra Matuzzi, he was 26 at that time. He was signed with a football club. There were no public controversies or past issues tied to his name. Outwardly, he came across well. Athletic build, well-groomed, and confident. He seemed young, full of energy, and quite present in the digital world. Padovani had a very active social media presence. His pages were filled with posts from training sessions, modeling gigs, and travel snapshots. His content got plenty of attention, especially from women, and pulled in a lot of likes and comments. He appeared approachable, outgoing, and friendly. At first glance, he seemed like a typical guy from the younger generation, someone who blended fitness and style. There was nothing in his online behavior that raised red flags. In fact, it helped create the image of a balanced and socially adept man. Alessandro came across his profile in the summer of 2021. Their first interaction happened online, which is pretty common these days. Despite a 30-year age difference, Padovani appeared mature both in appearance and lifestyle. Early on, he showed genuine interest and was capable of holding meaningful conversations. For Alessandro, who wasn't actively seeking a new relationship, the connection felt unexpected but not unsettling. At one point, he opened up about past health struggles. That vulnerability struck a chord with her. Her sister Stefania later noted that Alessandro's empathy played a key role in their emotional closeness. Gradually, their communication became more regular. They texted often, exchanged photos, and talked on the phone. He would ask how her day went, share updates from his training sessions, and talk about his progress. His tone was warm, even a bit shy at first. He thanked her for being understanding and told her how much he appreciated staying in touch. It all felt honest and genuine. Ordinary in the best way. When they finally met in person, Padovani was polite, calm, and attentive. He didn't seem rushed or pushy. He had traveled from another city just to spend a few days with her. During that visit, he saw her home, her daily routine, and the people around her. He respected her boundaries. One moment that stood out was when he offered to visit her mother at the care facility, a gesture that left a strong impression. It signaled that he was willing to embrace her life, just as it was. These visits became a regular part of their lives. Whenever Giovanni was in Bologna, they spent time together. At her place, on walks, or just exploring the city. He accompanied her on everyday errands, showed interest in things that mattered to her, and made an effort to be present. He took photos with her, posted them online, and sent her personal messages full of encouragement. He often complimented her appearance, her kindness, and how she seemed to manage everything with such calm. Their relationship developed in an atmosphere of trust. At that stage, the age difference didn't seem to matter. He treated her with respect, called her a strong, beautiful, and mature woman. Alessandra wasn't used to that kind of emotional attentiveness from a man, but his behavior felt genuine. Her sister, who had seen some of their conversations, confirmed that he came across as decent in the beginning, polite and never pushy. Alessandra began to see him as someone she could lean on, someone she could talk to without fear of judgment. Their conversations ranged from the everyday to deeply personal. He would send her small gifts, message her in the mornings and before bed. He wasn't intrusive or controlling. He was simply present, in a way that seemed caring and emotionally tuned in. But things began to shift a few months in. The first troubling signs appeared after the new year. Gradually, Padavani's behavior became more intense. He started calling more frequently than usual, asking detailed questions about who Alessandra was talking to and how she spent her time. What used to be casual conversations turned into interrogations. There was a noticeable shift in his tone. He began expressing doubt, convinced that she was hiding something from him. Those suspicions became more persistent. He even involved her sister Stefania, calling her and asking her to support his perspective. What started as uncertainty soon turned into firm, unshakable accusations. Stefania recalled that his calls became increasingly aggressive. He would raise his voice, throw out accusations, and wouldn't accept any disagreement. Talking to him became emotionally draining. Eventually, Stefania cut off contact. Alessandra didn't immediately follow suit. Even as his behavior worsened, she continued to communicate, hoping things would calm down. She avoided confrontation, trying instead to de-escalate the tension. But Padavani began crossing more and more boundaries. Trust had completely eroded. He grew jealous over any interaction she had with other people. Even neutral social media posts triggered conflict. He demanded explanations for likes and comments. The relationship became increasingly strained. He would call her in the middle of the night, send messages with no real reason, and create moments that felt like emergencies. His actions became erratic, shifting between aggressive outbursts and desperate apologies. Alessandra began to realize she was losing control of the situation, but even then, she couldn't see a clear way out. He had embedded himself into her daily life intensely, emotionally, and relentlessly. In early 2022, Giovanni Padavani escalated his behavior beyond emotional pressure. After one of his visits to Alessandra's home, she discovered that something was wrong with her digital accounts. Her email and social media logins no longer worked when she tried to recover access. She noticed the new passwords included names and phrases closely tied to Padavani, which led her to believe he had accessed her computer and reset her account information to gain control. But it didn't stop there. His actions went beyond just digital interference. At the same time, Alessandra discovered that her WhatsApp account had been linked to an unknown device. Upon closer inspection, she found spyware installed on her phone, software that allowed someone to monitor her conversations, read her message history, and track who she was talking to in real time. This meant Giovanni Padavani had been surveilling her remotely. He was monitoring her digital activity and accessing her private information without permission. This wasn't incidental. It was a deliberate, organized form of digital tracking. Her suspicions were confirmed when Giovanni began referencing things from her private conversations. He seemed to know exactly who she had spoken with and at what times. He accused her of messaging other men, even when no such conversations had taken place. His claims were based on how he interpreted what he'd seen, fueling a growing sense of paranoia. He acted with disturbing confidence and showed a complete disregard for her personal boundaries. His control extended into every detail of her digital life. At the same time, he ramped up the pressure with near constant monitoring. He demanded that Alessandra send short video clips of her surroundings every 10 minutes. These clips served as proof of her location and activities. If she refused, he would lash out in frustration, accusing her of dishonesty, threatening to end the relationship and demanding constant updates. His tone became increasingly authoritarian. Alessandra no longer felt like a partner. She felt watched, monitored, and cornered. Eventually, it became clear that Giovanni had accessed not only her phone, but also the home security system. He had somehow tapped into her surveillance cameras and was watching her in real time. One recovered message between Giovanni and his mother confirmed this. He had sent her a screenshot of Alessandra, taken directly from her home's security feed. It was yet another violation in a growing pattern. Alessandra had no idea how deeply he had invaded her private world. By the second half of 2022, Giovanni Padovani's behavior became openly aggressive. He wasn't just monitoring her online. He started following her in person. He began showing up at her apartment without warning, lingering outside for hours waiting for her to come home and watching her windows. She no longer felt safe even in her own neighborhood. Neighbors noticed him frequently. One resident reported seeing him trying to gain access to the complex. Another saw him on the building's rooftop. Alessandra asked her neighbors not to open the door if they saw Giovanni outside. These requests came from a place of constant fear. She wasn't sure anymore whether he would stop at surveillance. He had stopped hiding his intentions. Eventually, he started damaging Alessandra's property. There were instances where her car was vandalized. In one case, the wiring responsible for the car's lights was cut. He also tampered with the power in her apartment, unscrewing fuses to cut the electricity. These acts served as a pretext to draw her outside, to force a face-to-face interaction without witnesses. He was trying to create a situation where she would have no choice but to come out and face him. Broken objects, shouting, and signs of physical struggle became a common occurrence. Neighbors reported hearing loud arguments and heavy banging. His jealousy and obsessive need for control stripped away any self-restraint he may have had. He crossed every line. In one incident, he climbed onto the roof again, attempting to break into her home. This happened after she had stopped letting him inside. His behavior had become erratic and threatening. Alessandra's mental state deteriorated sharply. She lived in constant anxiety, gripped by fear. Each time she approached her home, opened a window, or stepped into the hallway, she started carrying pepper spray in her purse, something she had never done before. She told those close to her that she was scared to return home. Panic had become part of her daily life. To feel at least somewhat safe, Alessandra occasionally stayed with her sister, Stefanana, who welcomed her, even though the situation made her deeply uneasy. But even on those nights away, Alessandra couldn't stay gone for long. Her dog was still at the apartment, and she had a strong emotional bond with him. Returning home wasn't a choice. It was a necessity. She couldn't abandon her place completely, and that made her vulnerable. It meant she could never fully escape Giovanni's pursuit. The period between July and August became particularly intense. Alessandra knew her safety was in jeopardy. She confided in Stefanani, describing specific incidents of aggressive behavior. Still, even then, she continued to look for ways to de-escalate. She avoided confrontation, holding on to the hope that something in his behavior might shift. But Giovanni's obsession only deepened. He didn't see distance as a boundary. He took it as a personal insult. As the danger escalated, Alessandra Matuzzi decided it was time to seek protection. She filed her first official police report on July 29, 2022. In the complaint, she detailed Giovanni Padovani's actions, his stalking, invasions of her privacy, and the ongoing threats she felt. She included documentation, screenshots of threatening messages, and photos confirming his presence near her home. Despite her efforts, no immediate protective measures were taken. The following weeks passed in limbo. Alessandra remained fearful and anxious, but stayed in contact with authorities. On August 3, she returned to the station with further details. She provided new evidence and elaborated on the continued stalking. Still, the investigation remained in a preliminary phase. No decisions about safety measures were made. On August 8, she filed another complaint. By then, the harassment hadn't stopped. Padovani was still showing up near her residence, attempting to get inside and disturbing her peace. Alessandra shared that she feared the situation was spiraling out of control. She documented specific incidents: power outages, damage to her car, attempted break-ins. These acts were accompanied by text messages laced with aggressive undertone. A fourth meeting with law enforcement took place on August 13. Alessandra once again made it clear she feared for her life. She reported that Giovanni was still monitoring her movements, interfering in her daily life, showing up at her home and using technology to track her. The case file now included direct quotes from his messages, where the threatening language left little room for doubt. One of Alessandro's statements was especially chilling. "I don't want to die." That sentence captured the state of mind she was in, but official responses from police offered no real reassurance. No actionable steps were taken. Authorities didn't issue a restraining order, didn't formally warn Padovani, and didn't initiate surveillance around her apartment. Officials cited procedural guidelines and the need for more witness statements, and yet, Alessandro had already provided detailed information on intrusions, stalking, property damage, and tampering with her home's electrical system. Investigators noted delays due to witnesses being on vacation. This slowed the process down. Some members of the prosecution claimed her report didn't indicate an immediate risk to life, as there had been no documented cases of direct physical harm, viewing it as a stalking case rather than a critical threat. Authorities failed to treat the situation as urgent. That perspective would ultimately play a key role in what followed. Alessandra did everything she could to protect herself. She asked for help, kept records, and warned about the potential danger. The events were unfolding rapidly, but there was no intervention that could have meaningfully altered Padovani's behavior. No temporary orders or monitoring protocols were put in place. She continued living in fear, constantly bracing for the next incident. Alessandra's family later brought forward serious concerns about the actions of law enforcement. Her loved ones believed the tragedy could have been prevented. From a logical standpoint, the signs of escalation were undeniable. Giovanni Padovani's behavior had evolved from persistent obsession to overt intimidation. His actions were calculated, repetitive, and dangerous. But at the administrative level, there was no meaningful intervention. On August 20, 2022, just 3 days before the incident, Padovani created a checklist. It was later found on his phone in the Notes app. The list named specific items: duct tape, a hammer, rope, or hand restraints. He also wrote out steps: simulate a conversation with Alessandra, convince her to let him in, bring the necessary tools. These entries left no question about his intent or the level of planning involved. This wasn't a spur-of-the-moment outburst, it was a premeditated act, thought out in chilling detail. His planning included physical preparation. On August 21, Padovani left Sicily, where he had been involved in soccer activities, and traveled to Senigallia, under the pretext of personal matters. From there, he made his way to Bologna, arriving on August 22. Travel routes and timestamps later confirmed this timeline. He didn't inform Alessandra of his visit. His movements were covert, pointing to a deliberate effort to catch her off guard. Once in Bologna, Padovani hid a hammer in a bush near Alessandra's home. He'd already scouted a secluded area within the residential complex. The tool was placed in a way that allowed him to retrieve it quickly when the moment came. This single act alone shows a disturbing level of foresight. Investigators also discovered that he climbed to the building's rooftop to monitor Alessandro's return. That happened just hours before the crime, one of the most alarming pieces of evidence. There was also a digital journal entry Padovani had written weeks earlier. In a note dated July 2, he wrote, "I'll end her because she ended me emotionally." He portrayed himself as a victim, accusing Alessandra of using him and making him look unstable. The message went on to justify his plan and showed full awareness of what was to come. "I know I'll end up in prison. This note will explain to the police what she did to me." The content made it painfully clear his decision had been made well in advance, and what followed was a calculated attempt to reclaim control. On the morning of August 23, 2022, Giovanni Padovani was already in Bologna. He had arrived the day before and had told no one. Alessandro had no idea he was in town. He spent the entire day in the shadows, watching her movements from a spot near her apartment complex. He waited for the exact moment she would return home. Earlier, he had secured the hidden hammer, making sure it was within reach. That evening, around 9 p.m., Alessandra approached the entrance to her building. She was on the phone with her sister at the time. Padovani, already positioned nearby, made his move. From that moment, everything unfolded rapidly. As Alessandra reached the front door, Padovani closed in within seconds. He was right beside her. Her sister, still on the line, suddenly heard a drastic change in Alessandra's voice, followed by the unmistakable sounds of a struggle. Based on the call recording and eyewitness accounts, Alessandra tried to defend herself, but the assault was abrupt and violent. Padovani retrieved the hammer and struck her. The first blow was so forceful that the metal head of the tool detached from the handle. When the hammer broke apart, Padovani didn't stop. He continued the assault, using his fists, striking Alessandro on the head and body. Then he grabbed a heavy wrought iron bench located near the entrance to the building and used it as a weapon. He delivered multiple blows with it, ending the attack with extreme aggression. According to the forensic examination, Alessandra had sustained at least 20 separate injuries, many of them fatal. The trauma affected her skull, chest, and limbs. The report also noted multiple fractures and evidence that her body had been dragged across the ground. Despite the screams and the growing commotion that drew the attention of neighbors, Padovani made no attempt to flee. He remained at the scene. When law enforcement arrived, they found him sitting calmly near the building's entrance. Officers later testified that he showed no signs of panic or agitation. When questioned, his only words were, "Good thing you came." He didn't resist arrest. His demeanor was described as composed and fully aware. Alessandra was rushed to the nearest hospital in critical condition, but the injuries were too severe. She passed away within minutes of arrival. The nature of the wounds, their number, and the force behind them led authorities to classify Padovani's actions as a crime committed with extraordinary cruelty. He had made no attempt to flee, hide evidence, or stage the scene to look like an accident. Everything pointed to a deliberate, premeditated act. Neighbors who witnessed the final moments said he acted quickly, decisively, and without hesitation. Some tried to intervene, but they weren't able to reach her in time. Alessandra's sister, who had been on the phone with her during the attack, immediately called emergency services. Her testimony was crucial in establishing the exact sequence of events, from start to finish. The assault lasted only a few minutes. His crime marked the end of a long escalation, beginning with psychological pressure, moving through stalking and digital surveillance, and culminating in a fatal act of physical aggression. On the day of the attack, Padovani showed no signs of emotional breakdown or loss of control. His actions were cold, methodical, and aligned with what he had previously documented in his digital journal. After his arrest, Giovanni Padovani was placed in a psychiatric facility. He showed no remorse. During the initial interview, he chose to remain silent, invoking his right to withhold testimony. Later, during the investigation, he made several unsolicited statements, attempting to shift blame onto Alessandra. He claimed he felt betrayed and emotionally devastated, and said his actions were the result of overwhelming distress. Investigators confirmed that the crime had been carefully planned in advance. However, Padovani's defense pushed for a psychiatric evaluation. The court reviewed possible mental health issues, including paranoid tendencies and obsessive behavior patterns. Ultimately, the experts concluded that he had full awareness of his actions and was capable of controlling his behavior. As a result, legal insanity was ruled out. Before sentencing, Padovani made a final statement. He said he felt as if he had been living in a nightmare. He added that if the court believed he was mentally fit, then he deserved the maximum penalty. He described himself as a broken man and tried to frame the crime as the outcome of emotional strain caused by Alessandra. The court rejected Giovanni Padovani's defense. The circumstances of the case, his level of preparation, the content of his journal entries, and his composed behavior after the attack all pointed to full awareness of his actions. His attempt to blame the victim by claiming emotional devastation was found to be unfounded. The court concluded that his actions were driven not by a mental breakdown, but by pathological jealousy and a desire to regain control. His explanations were seen as an effort to rationalize a meticulously planned crime. After the death of Alessandro Mattausi, the online space became a secondary scene of aggression. News stories about the case attracted hundreds of comments, many of which shifted blame onto the victim. Alessandra was criticized for her age, appearance, clothing style, and the age difference between her and Padovani. Some users defended the perpetrator, suggesting he had snapped because he was deceived or that he was too emotionally fragile. One comment sparked particular outrage. Donatello Alberti, regional head of the Italian branch of the Red Cross, wrote, "You could see why he was jealous just by looking at her." Under pressure from widespread criticism, he followed up with, "Women should behave more modestly like our grandmothers did." These remarks ignited a national backlash, and Alberti was removed from his position. Shortly afterward, Alessandro's family filed a collective complaint against 25 individuals responsible for the most hostile online messages. The Bologna prosecutor's office launched a rare, large-scale investigation into cyber harassment. Public discourse had evolved into a new form of aggression, this time directed at a victim who could no longer respond. On February 12, 2024, Giovanni Padovani was found guilty of stalking and committing a violent crime against Alessandra Mattiuzzi. He was sentenced to life in prison. The court emphasized several aggravating factors: premeditation, extreme cruelty, and lack of remorse. It also took into account the pattern of stalking and psychological manipulation that preceded the act. At the same time, the court ruled on the cyber harassment case. All 25 users were held accountable. The case set a significant legal precedent for addressing posthumous digital harassment. Jealousy-induced delusion, known in psychological terms as Othello syndrome, is a pathological condition where a person becomes irrationally convinced of a partner's infidelity. Giovanni Padovani showed classic signs: extreme control, repeated accusations, invasion of personal privacy, and escalating aggression when the relationship began to unravel. Unlike ordinary jealousy, this condition involves obsessive thinking, a break from reality, and an inability to engage in critical self-reflection. In severe cases, it can lead to aggression or lethal outcomes. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. The woman found here was just one of many who either went missing or suffered abuse at the hands of the man who lived in this house. After 2 years, the decomposing remains of these 11 women were found inside, making neighbors realize that the awful smell lingering in the air wasn't from a sausage factory, but from this very house, and it became known as the True House of Horrors. This case was so disturbing that even after his acquittal, many still believed the so-called Cleveland Strangler had more than 11 victims. That's because several other murders in this town remain unsolved to this day, and all the victims were women. So today, we remember them, because no troubled past can ever justify what they went through. And once you hear the full story, you'll understand exactly why. His name was Anthony Sowell, the man you saw casually describing how he killed his victims in that video. And like many serial killers before him, he had a troubled past. A past that shaped his twisted view of women, seeing them as nothing more than objects he could torture, harass, and kill. Anthony was one of 7 children born to Claudia Garrison, a single mother struggling to raise them all. But tragedy struck when one of Claudia's daughters, Anthony's sister, passed away, leaving behind 7 children of her own with nowhere else to go. They moved in with Claudia, bringing the total number of kids in the household to 14. Now you might have heard the old rhyme about the lady who lived in a shoe and had so many kids she didn't know what to do, but this was no nursery tale. According to Anthony's niece Leona, who was one of the 7 children forced to move in, their time in that house was pure misery. Claudia subjected them to brutal beatings and relentless abuse, while her own 7 children watched from the sidelines. In one of the most horrifying moments of her childhood, Leona recalled how Claudia, the very woman who was supposed to protect and care for her, forced her to strip naked and then brutally beat her. In a later interview, Leona recalls this horrifying experience. But the nightmare didn't stop there. Claudia's own children were reportedly spared from the worst of her wrath, but for Leona and the other girls in the house, the abuse was relentless. Now, according to Leona, one of Claudia's older sons also took part in the cruelty, routinely beating and assaulting the young girls. Tragically, it didn't stop at just one person. It is said that other male relatives living in the house joined in, creating a cycle of unspeakable violence and trauma. Leona also revealed that Anthony Soule was often silent during these horrific acts. He never intervened. Instead, he would sit back and watch as the abuse happened right in front of him. But what Leona didn't realize was that for Anthony, witnessing mistreatment had become almost normal. Growing up in a home where abuse was a daily occurrence, he began imitating the cruelty he saw. Shockingly, at just 11 years old, he started molesting his own 10-year-old niece, Leona's sister, subjecting her to the same suffering he had witnessed, continuing the cycle of pain that had been ingrained in their home. Fast forward to January 24, 1978, Anthony joined the United States Marine Corps. Surprisingly, he excelled in the military. Over the next 7 years, he built an impressive record, earning multiple good conduct medals, certificates, ribbons, and letters of appreciation. By all accounts, his military career was defined by discipline, hard work, and achievement. Upon his honorable discharge in 1985, Anthony returned home to Cleveland for a while. He managed to live a relatively normal life, but that facade crumbled 4 years later in 1989, when he committed his first known violent crime. It all started with Melvette Stockwell, a 3-month pregnant woman and an S-worker who believed she was simply meeting a new client. On that fateful night, she accompanied Anthony to his home, expecting a routine exchange. Do the job, get paid, and leave. But this wasn't like her other clients. As soon as they stepped inside, the charm disappeared. Anthony's entire demeanor shifted. He suddenly became aggressive, grabbing her before she could react. He tied her hands and feet with zip ties and a belt, gagging her with a rag to keep her from screaming. She was completely at his mercy. But then he stopped. Instead of attacking her right away, he told her he was going to feed her before he killed her. Imagine hearing that. You think you're about to meet your end, but instead your captor is talking about feeding you first. Like you're on some twisted death row. The horror of that moment must have been unimaginable. But then, out of nowhere, Anthony decided to take a nap before going through with his plan. That was her only chance. In a moment of sheer desperation, she managed to break free, escape through a window, and signal for help from the rooftop. A neighbor spotted her and called the police, and when officers arrived, they found her shaking and terrified. But miraculously, she had survived. Anthony was arrested and charged with rape, attempted rape, and kidnapping. In 1989, 3 women from the same street as Anthony had already been murdered. As it turned out, Anthony was already on the authorities' radar, but despite the charges against him, he pleaded guilty to a rape and was sentenced to only 5 to 15 years in prison. While behind bars, Anthony underwent multiple psychological evaluations, yet he continuously insisted he would never commit such acts again. Despite his disturbing past, Anthony managed to convince the system that he had reformed. What's even more chilling is that he was not classified as a sex offender, meaning that when he was released in 2005, he was free to roam the streets of Cleveland, Ohio, just like any other citizen. That same year, he moved into 12,220 Imperial Avenue, a house that would soon become infamous. However, 2 years later, Anthony lost his job at a local factory under mysterious circumstances. Unemployed, he began collecting benefits and making money on the side by working as a scrap metal collector. But as his financial situation deteriorated, so did his mental state. He became more withdrawn, spending most of his time in his house, avoiding neighbors, and becoming more erratic in his behavior. Those who lived nearby noticed a change in him as he looked unkempt, distant, and was no longer the same person they had once known. Then came the turning point. Anthony began a relationship with a woman named Lori, a niece of the governor in Cleveland, and they quickly spiraled into a toxic cycle of heavy drug use, particularly crack. But while Anthony was sinking deeper into addiction, Lori wanted out, and so in 2007, When Anthony was fired from his job at the factory, Lori saw it as her chance to break free. She left him, determined to leave that world behind. Anthony, however, was far from ready to let go. The heartbreak shattered something inside him, sending him into a dark spiral. He stayed behind on Imperial Avenue, but from that moment on, his reclusive tendencies became even more pronounced. He withdrew into himself. His behavior became more unstable, and then the horrors began. That same year, a 10-year-old girl living nearby vanished without a trace. Just months later, another woman, a 33-year-old nursing assistant named Tishana Culver, disappeared. Tishana had struggled with drug addiction, but she was also a dedicated healthcare worker, trying her best to turn her life around. No one reported her missing, no police alerts, no flyers. Just another woman gone. 2 months later, 25-year-old LaShonda Long, a mother of 3, also vanished. Then in October of 2008, 45-year-old Michelle Mason, who had 2 sons and was a devoted volunteer for the local AIDS task force, was also reported missing. Her mother, terrified, went to the police in early December. She begged them to look into her daughter's disappearance, but nothing happened. The case remained open, and no one connected the dots. Meanwhile, over on Imperial Avenue, a gut-wrenching stench was growing worse by the day. The entire neighborhood complained, a smell so rancid it made people gag just walking past. And the most disturbing part, Anthony Sowell himself reeked of it. Whenever someone wrinkled their nose and questioned the putrid odor clinging to him, Sowell had a ready excuse. "It's that damn sausage factory next door," he'd say with a shrug, and somehow people believed him. After all, Ray's Sausage had been in business for over 5 decades and, well, it was a meat factory. Maybe it really did stink. But the complaints kept piling up. Eventually, City Hall got involved, sending inspectors to investigate. The pressure was on, and Ray's Sausage was forced to take drastic action, spending over $30,000, 0 cents, on deep cleaning, new ventilation systems, and odor-eliminating technology. And yet, the smell didn't go away. It clung to the air, thick and putrid. By this time, Sowell was unraveling. In early December of 2008, a terrified woman ran straight to a police car parked in the neighborhood, bleeding, shaking, and screaming. She claimed Sowell had attacked her, dragged her inside his house, choked her, and attempted to assault her. When police stormed Sowell's foul-smelling home and arrested him, he had his own version of the story, insisting that she was the criminal, that she had tried to rob him. Both bore scratches and bruises, making it difficult for officers to determine who was telling the truth. Both were arrested, but later released due to insufficient proof. Just a month later, in January of 2009, Kim Smith, a 44-year-old woman who had been caring for her elderly father, disappeared. That year alone, 5 more women, Nancy Cobbs, Imelda Hunter, Janice Webb, Talicia Fortson, and Diane Turner, vanished without a trace. The alarming number of missing women in such a small area didn't go unnoticed by the community. Residents began organizing searches, handing out flyers, and trying to bring attention to the disappearances. Shockingly, Anthony himself joined these efforts, blending in with those who were desperately searching for the very women he had taken. Then came October of 2009. A woman named Shawn Morris visited Anthony's house, seemingly unfazed by the overpowering stench that clung to the air. The two spent the evening drinking, using drugs, and talking. Nothing intimate, just casual conversation. The next morning, as she prepared to leave, she realized she had left her ID upstairs. As she walked up to retrieve it, she suddenly heard a chilling click sound from behind her. Before she could react, Anthony lunged at her, attacking her without warning. He overpowered her, assaulted her just like so many before her, and then went through the house, locking all the doors and windows. It became clear that he had no intention of letting her go. But Shawn saw a fleeting moment of opportunity, one she knew she had to take. Summoning all her strength, she threw herself out of a 3rd-story window, crashing 30 feet to the ground below. Anthony, realizing what had happened, bolted downstairs, completely unclothed, desperate to drag her back inside. But this time, fate wasn't on his side. 2 passers-by witnessed the horrifying scene and immediately called 911. Because of them, Sean was rushed to the hospital with severe injuries, including multiple broken bones. Despite the brutal attack, she chose not to speak to the police about what had happened. However, someone else would just a week later. On October 27th, a woman named Latundra Billups came forward to share her own horrifying experience with Anthony Sowell. She had been through a terrifying ordeal back in September, one that followed the same pattern as before. She had gone to his house for a drink, only for him to suddenly turn violent. Unlike so many others, she was lucky enough to survive. However, the trauma had kept her silent until now. Finally, in late October, her testimony was enough for authorities to issue both an arrest warrant and a search warrant for Anthony Sowell. On October 29, SWAT officers stormed his house, expecting to take Anthony into custody, but what they found was far worse than they could have imagined. Anthony wasn't home, but the stench was overwhelming. Dead flies covered every surface. Then came the grisly discoveries. Decomposing bodies, one after another, some of which had been rotting away for years. The house of horrors that had plagued the neighborhood for so long was finally exposed, and a manhunt was immediately launched. For 2 days, police scoured the city for Anthony Sowell. Then, on October 31, as he casually strolled down the street, officers spotted him. They pulled over and cuffed him on the spot. He looked disheveled, with dirt and twigs clinging to his clothes as if he had been sleeping outside, hiding in the bushes for days. But there was no hiding from what had been found in his home. To shed light on Anthony's victims, let's get to know them before their lives were consumed by addiction, because they all had stories, dreams, and struggles. They had every reason to keep going, and there was no reason for them to be murdered. Crystal Dozier, a mother of 7, was 35 years old when she vanished in May 2007. Her son, a U.S. Marine, desperately searched for her, but she wouldn't be found until police unearthed her remains in Anthony's backyard. 2 years later, loved ones recalled that Crystal had turned to drugs after losing one of her children, a pain that consumed her. Despite her struggles, she was a devoted mother who, in another life, could have had a... Deshauna Culver was 33 years old, a trained nursing assistant and cosmetologist who had once envisioned a future helping others. However, tragedy struck when her boyfriend took his own life, sending her into a spiral of grief and addiction. At one point, she lived only 4 houses away from Anthony, unaware of the fate that awaited her. She disappeared in June 2008, leaving behind loved ones who never stopped wondering what had happened to her. LaShonda Long, just 25 years old, was the youngest of Anthony's victims, a mother of 3. She disappeared 3 months after Tashana. No one even filed a missing persons report for her, a heartbreaking reflection of how addiction often isolates its victims from the support they need. Her remains were never fully recovered. Only her skull was found in Anthony's basement. On the other hand, Michelle Mason had fought hard to turn her life around. At 45, she was living with HIV and had battled heroin addiction, but she refused to let her struggles define her. After surviving a shooting, she dedicated her life to helping others, working with an AIDS outreach program and focusing on her children. She disappeared on or around October 4, 2008. Another life full of resilience and hope, cut tragically short. Tonya Carmichael was a mother, a fighter, and tragically the first victim to be identified from Anthony Sowell's house of horrors. Though she struggled with substance abuse, her loved ones never stopped caring. When she vanished in December 2008, they knew something was wrong. Tonya's mother wasted no time. She reported her missing within a week, desperate for answers, but the police saw just another black woman with a drug problem and failed to take the case seriously. Even when her abandoned car was found near Sowell's neighborhood, they ignored the red flag. Years later, forensic testimony would expose the brutality of her death, strangled with a telephone charger, discarded as if she didn't matter. But Tonya did matter. She was loved, she was missed, and her family never stopped fighting to make sure she wouldn't be forgotten. Kim Yvette Smith, 44, was a caretaker in every sense of the word. She dedicated her life to looking after her ailing father, balancing the weight of responsibility on her shoulders. In January 2009, she disappeared without a trace, leaving her father behind and breaking the hearts of those who knew her. Imelda Amy Hunter, 47, had a life marked by hardships and resilience. Raised in Chicago, she was an avid reader, a girl with dreams before her life. Life took an unexpected turn at just 14. She became pregnant by one of her teachers and gave birth to a child with cerebral palsy who also died. This unimaginable responsibility weighed on her young shoulders, and eventually addiction found its way into her life. Yet she was more than her struggles. She was a mother, a woman who had once been full of promise. Nancy Cobbs was a 44-year-old grandmother, deeply loved and fiercely missed. When she disappeared in April 2009, her family refused to sit idly by. They kicked in the doors of abandoned houses, desperately searching for her. Tragically, her body was only discovered months later, wrapped in 6 plastic bags. Forensic testimony later revealed that she had been strangled with a shoelace, another victim of Anthony's cruelty. Talisha Fortson, 31, had a difficult upbringing, bouncing from foster home to foster home. She frequently ran away, searching for something better, but addiction tightened its grip on her. Like Talisha and Amy, no one even realized she was missing until the bodies began surfacing. Janice Webb, 48, was last seen on June 3, 2009, at her boyfriend's home in Lakewood, Ohio. Just outside Cleveland, a woman with her own battles, she never imagined that crossing paths with Anthony would be her final chapter. Diane Turner, 38, had endured the unthinkable, losing all 6 of her children to the state. The pain of separation pushed her deeper into addiction, but she was still a mother who had once held hope for her family. She was the last of Anthony's victims to disappear. In September 2009, the same month that Latundra Billups, 37, survived his brutal attack. These women were not just victims, they were women who had lived, loved, and endured unimaginable struggles. Their stories deserved to be told, not just as part of Anthony's crimes, but as a reminder of the lives that were stolen and the justice they finally received. What's particularly gut-wrenching is that by the time authorities finally captured Anthony's soul, he was 50 years old, meaning he had already spent decades living freely, committing these crimes unnoticed. His arrest on October 29, 2009, was just the beginning of a long, drawn-out legal battle. Soul's trial was initially scheduled for June 2, 2010, but what followed was a series of postponements. His defense team argued that they needed more time to prepare, review thousands of pages of evidence, and analyze hours of surveillance footage taken from a neighboring property. The trial was pushed to September 7, then to February 14, then to May 2, and finally to June 6, 2011, when proceedings finally began. Soul faced 85 charges, including 11 counts of aggravated murder and 74 counts of rape, kidnapping, abuse of a corpse, and tampering with evidence. His initial plea was not guilty by reason of insanity, but he later changed it to simply not guilty. Despite his attempts to evade responsibility, the evidence against him was overwhelming. Survivors testified, forensic experts detailed the gruesome conditions of his home, and jurors were confronted with horrifying photos of the crime scene. On July 22, 2011, after weeks of testimony, the jury found him guilty on all but 2 counts. The decision was clear. Anthony Soul was a serial killer who had preyed on the most vulnerable women in his community. When it came time for sentencing, the prosecution argued that Soul showed no remorse for his crimes. The jurors agreed. On August 10, they recommended the death penalty, and 2 days later, Judge Dick Ambrose upheld their decision. Soul was officially sentenced to death. On September 14, 2011, he was transferred to death row at Chillicothe Correctional Institution, a stark contrast to the freedom he had once used to terrorize his victims. Soul and his attorneys spent years filing appeal after appeal, arguing that excessive media coverage, a closed courtroom, and poor legal representation had denied him a fair trial. The Ohio Supreme Court rejected his appeal in December 2016, and when he took the case to the United States Supreme Court in 2017, they declined to hear it. By May 2020, Soul had exhausted all legal options. Then, before the state could carry out his execution, fate stepped in. On February 8, 2021, at age 61, Soul died in a prison hospital from an unspecified terminal illness. Some speculated liver failure or cancer, but no official cause was released. He may be gone, but the nightmare he created still lingers, a haunting reminder of how he not only took lives, but lived among the dead, sleeping beside his victims' corpses. The trauma he inflicted didn't just disappear with his death. It still weighs heavy on the community. In fact, in 2021, 5 of Saul's surviving victims bravely shared their stories and spoke publicly, exposing the horrors they endured and the failures that let it happen. And here's the harsh reality. Back then, when Black women went missing, law enforcement barely lifted a finger. And let's be real, this isn't an isolated case. We've covered multiple cases just like this, including another infamous strangler from Charlotte who also murdered 11 Black women. The red flags were everywhere, but officers failed to connect the dots. Was it carelessness? Or did they just not care? Eventually, the city of Cleveland had to answer for its failures, paying out $1,300,000 in settlements to the families of Saul's victims. But here's the question. Was that justice? Or just a price tag for neglect? Now, I want to hear from you. Do you think there were more victims than the ones officially linked to him? Considering the unsolved murders of women in that area, could some of those cases be connected to Saul? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. They say that staying safe from those with bad intentions comes down to a few simple rules. Stay aware of your surroundings. Don't hesitate to ask for help if something feels off, and leave immediately if you sense danger. But do these rules always work? Can they truly guarantee protection? It's common knowledge that being intoxicated might impair one's ability to survive. People often believe that nothing can harm them, and when judgment is impaired, they may unintentionally place themselves in dangerous situations that have the potential to worsen. The story of Christina Kraft, an American model and well-known personality from the venerable glossy magazine Playboy, made headlines worldwide and sent shockwaves across the nation in 2018. Christina, a young woman in her early 30s, was discovered dead in her apartment. The apartment was in a nice home in one of Ardmore, Pennsylvania's most tranquil districts. The specifics were quite unsettling. The flat itself had been brutally looted, and her body was found in a gravely deformed state with obvious evidence of savage abuse. Law enforcement officials described the site as one of the most gruesome they had ever seen, and the case shocked the local community. The case was made much more disturbing by the fact that Christina had allegedly been robbed and drugged only a few days prior. While the crime was being investigated, investigators started to wonder if the same person could have returned. If so, what is the reason? On November 11, 1981, Christina Carlin Kraft was born in Cherry Hill, New Jersey. She came from a close-knit, loving, and supporting family and was the oldest of 3 siblings. Her mother's Swedish ancestry and her father's German and Russian ancestry made up her heritage. Christina grew up with her sister and younger brother, and the 3 of them had a close and affectionate relationship. Stuart Kraft, her father, ran a little business that supported the family comfortably. Because of this, Christina's mother was able to devote all of her time to raising the children and making the house a cozy and inviting place. Unfortunately, Christina's mother passed away in late 1990, following a protracted and challenging struggle with a degenerative illness. Losing someone so close at such an early age had a lasting effect on Christina, who had just turned 9. Stuart, who was still grieving the loss of his wife, reared the kids by himself for over 4 years. However, he got married again in early 1994. The size of the home suddenly doubled since his new wife also had 3 children from a prior relationship. Luckily, Christina's stepmother got along well with the family almost away, and the newly integrated siblings didn't have any serious arguments. Christina was well known for being gregarious, extroverted, and having an easy time connecting with others. She had no trouble making friends and was frequently the lifeblood of any group she joined. Her positive outlook, excellent sense of humor, and contagious laugh won her the admiration of her peers. She fared well enough academically, but she wasn't at the top of her class. She really enjoyed social studies and literature. Christina had a striking appearance from an early age. When she reached adolescence, she had developed into a beautiful young lady. People always told her that she had the kind of beauty that belonged on the cover of fashion magazines or in Hollywood, so she never lacked attention. Christina longed for a future like that. She started going to casting calls while still in high school in the hopes of getting into modeling. Her efforts were successful. Long-term contracts were still just out of her grasp in those early years, although she did earn a few gigs in advertising campaigns for apparel and accessory retailers. Following her high school graduation, Christina made the decision to live alone in 1999. After relocating to Atlantic City, she accepted a position as a waitress at a renowned casino. She enrolled in a nearby college to study interior design at the same time. Christina cherished the excitement of the entertainment business, the recognition it provided, and the respect she got from everyone. She frequently found herself in brief partnerships, drawing suitors who were utterly enamored with her, and frequently prepared to shell out a lot of money to gain her love. Christina met Alex Chase Cotel, a young and accomplished Wall Street banker, in 2005 while she was employed at the restaurant in the Borgata Hotel. Soon after, the two started dating, and they even had plans to get married, until Christina's untimely death in 2018. Christina never gave up on her goal of being a well-known model throughout the world. She emailed her portfolio to agencies, kept going to casting calls, and ultimately signed with a personal agency. According to her biography on the modeling website Model Mayhem, she is a brunette with olive-toned skin and green eyes, who has Swedish, German, and Russian ancestry. It's interesting that she named New York as her destination, even though she never spent a lot of time there. Christina frequently claimed to like traveling, making new friends, and trying out daring, occasionally outlandish fashions. She said she would go to any state for the proper chance, and was open to doing lingerie and swimwear shots. She started to get more of these opportunities in the middle of the 2000s. She walked the runway with Victoria's Secret's most famous models, got a deal with renowned jewelry designer David Yurman, and made appearances in lingerie and swimwear advertisements for the business. Over the years, Christina developed a network of contacts with prominent designers and photographers, specializing in high fashion and glitz. Several well-known fashion magazines, including Maxim, Harper's Bazaar, Cosmopolitan, Glamour, and others, featured her image. However, being in Playboy had always been Christina's greatest ambition. She yearned to be in the centerfold and on the cover as the featured model. But for some time, she was unable to seize that chance. Christina finally received the offer she had been waiting for in the spring of 2008. She was chosen as the model of the week, and the magazine included her pictures and a brief interview. However, a younger newcomer was given the cover and primary feature. At the time, Christina was 27, which is frequently seen as being near retirement age in the modeling industry. However, she persisted. She continued to hang out at the Playboy Mansion, remained good friends with Hugh Hefner, and even appeared on a reality show. However, her career slowed down after she was featured in the magazine. The controversial nature of the shoot caused some brands to back off, and her bookings began to drop. Christina adored the social scene, high-end venues, exclusive events, and stylish nightlife. Even though she wasn't very good at drinking, she still liked to go out to parties. She occasionally lost control, behaved provocatively, or got into arguments while intoxicated. The 34-year-old model was spending the evening at the Upper West Side of Manhattan at a fancy bar in March 2016. When the bill came, she refused to pay for one of the expensive liquor bottles since she had had too many strong drinks. The situation rapidly became more intense. Other guests noticed the situation that Christina created. She became even more enraged when a manager intervened to defuse the situation, and she retaliated aggressively. The matter reached the courtroom. Christina asserted that she was defending herself after being shoved by the manager, Sergei Inokin. But there were security cameras at the location, and the video made it quite evident that nobody had touched her. The physical altercation started because of her. The staff member was ultimately found not guilty, and Christina apologized in public. Christina's modeling career was almost over by the beginning of 2018. Although she was still occasionally approached for photo shoots at the age of 36, the big jobs had ceased to come in. Alex formally proposed to her at that point, and she gladly accepted. The pair started organizing their nuptials. They decided to move to a more tranquil area since they both wanted to settle down and establish a family. They relocated to Ardmore, a quaint little town in Pennsylvania with fewer than 16,000 residents. In one of the safest and most sought-after communities in the area, they bought a condo in a posh residential complex. Christina found the change difficult. She found it difficult to adapt to her new surroundings. It appeared like the glitzy gatherings and late-night parties were over. Now she spent her days taking care of household chores and beautifying their house, which were tasks she wasn't very good at. She missed the attention, the excitement of traveling, and the buzz of photo sessions. After a while, Christina started going to one of the few nightclubs in the area, where she would relax with a few potent cocktails and dance the night away. Her fiancé was unconcerned. He frequently accompanied her on these nights out because he saw how difficult the lifestyle shift was for her. Alex set out on a roughly week-long work trip to New York on Friday, August 17, 2018. Christina made the decision to go out to a nearby nightclub that evening in order to decompress and have fun. At the bar, she drank many cocktails. Eventually, a stranger came right up to her, started a polite discussion, and offered to buy her a drink. She accepted, and then her recollection abruptly vanished. Christina woke up the following morning with a severe headache. She was laying on the ground, confused, and momentarily unable to determine her location or the circumstances. She slowly got to her feet and looked about. She was relieved to find herself at her own apartment, but she couldn't recall how she got there. Pieces of the previous night returned as the fog began to clear. Before the recollection of the unknown man and the martini he bought her came back, she recalled that she had only had 2 cocktails at the bar, barely enough to induce such a blackout. At that point, everything was dark. It was becoming obvious that her drink had been tampered with. However, why? Why did he do it? Christina was taken aback by the mayhem surrounding her as she stood up. Someone had broken inside the apartment. Her jewelry, credit cards, cash, and a number of expensive designer handbags were all gone. The lack of her keyring, however, which meant that whoever did this may come back at any time and enter without restriction, was what really unnerved her. With the exception of a really bad headache that was probably brought on by whatever had been placed into her drink, Christina was fortunately unharmed. Her clothing was undamaged and intact, and there were no scars, bruises, or indications of abuse. Even while that provided some respite, she was still afraid the invader would return. Christina reported the break-in to the police that same day, but authorities had very little information to work with. The culprit left no footprints and wore gloves. Because of the previous night's blackout, Christina was unable to describe the suspect, and none of the stolen cards had been used yet. She decided not to disclose the incident to Alex, her fiancé. She didn't want to cause him anxiety or interfere with his crucial work trip. She hurriedly changed the front door's lock, but the uneasiness persisted. Christina didn't know where to go for solace and no longer felt secure in her own house. When Alex contacted his fiancée on the evening of August 21 to inform her that he would be returning home the following day, Christina initially didn't pick up. He didn't give it much thought. He assumed she was at a club and that the sound would have drowned out the phone call. However, when he attempted to call again the following morning, the phone was off. It was not like that. Alex tried to contact her repeatedly during the day, but she didn't respond. When he eventually made it home at around 8 p.m., his key did not work when he attempted to unlock the door. He explained the problem and requested help from the local emergency services. Given that a burglary had been reported at the same address only a few days prior and the culprit had escaped, the police's prompt response was extremely noteworthy. Since there was no alternative means to enter the unit by 10 p.m., cops made the decision to force entry. Alex saw there was a serious problem as soon as he entered. The flat was in complete chaos, with furniture toppled and destroyed, drawers flung onto the floor, and belongings thrown everywhere. Someone had apparently been looking for something desperately. The most unsettling finding, however, was in the bedroom. Christina's lifeless body lay on the bed, under a cover soaked in blood. She had obviously died some time ago because it had been badly scarred. It was already rigor mortis. The floor, furniture, walls, and drapes were all covered in blood splatters and streaks. Christina had been injured in almost every inch of her body. She had endured a protracted beating, been rendered completely deformed, and perhaps even tortured. Multiple ligature impressions on her neck indicated she had been strangled with foreign items, and markings on her wrists indicated she had been confined. Specific bruises and bruising in sensitive places were evidence of multiple acts of violent assault. Her face had been ruined, and her entire body was covered in abrasions and cuts that were probably caused by a knife. Her right cheekbone and lower jaw were broken, her nose was smashed into her skull, and both eye sockets were damaged. She had almost all of her skull's bones shattered, according to an autopsy. Given the extent of her injuries, it was likely that she had been trampled on rather than simply beaten. The official cause of death was determined to be mechanical asphyxia, despite the fact that all of the injuries were severe, given the extraordinary level of brutality involved, which suggested a personal motive. Christina's fiancé was immediately the main suspect, as is sometimes the case in such crimes. That theory was swiftly disproved, though, when officials verified Alex's flawless alibi. He had been in New York since August 17 and had no idea that their house had been broken into. The man Christina was seen with walked her out of the building and put her in the back seat of the car, according to surveillance footage taken outside the nightclub on the night of the crime. It was impossible to identify the man because the license plate was hidden. Meanwhile, a second camera, this one placed at the front door of her apartment complex, captured the same man escorting Christina inside. After about half an hour, he was spotted leaving the building with a big package that was probably full of stolen goods. On August 23rd, the man's identity was eventually verified when he used one of the credit cards that had been stolen, and a clear picture of his face was taken by security cameras at a retail establishment. He was identified as Andre Melton, age 31, who had a criminal history that included convictions for armed crimes and robbery. He had already escaped when a police unit was sent to his last known address. Officers confirmed his involvement by discovering multiple stolen goods from Christina's house inside his flat. Investigators started to question whether Andre may have gone back to the crime scene. If that's the case, how did he enter the apartment after Christina had replaced the locks immediately following the initial break-in? And why would he need to return at all? Surveillance footage from the night of the crime provided the answers. Later, it was discovered that Christina had returned to a neighborhood nightclub on August 21. She used a well-known app to order a ride when it was time to go home. Surveillance footage, however, shows that she wasn't alone when she left. She was with a man who seemed to be the same person who had been spotted with her earlier that night. The rideshare driver, who immediately recognized the two, was apprehended by authorities. According to him, both travelers appeared to be very drunk. He inferred from their chat that Christina had been uneasy at the club and that the man had offered to escort her home to ensure her safety. Together, they got out of the car and walked side by side into the apartment building. It's interesting to note that no CCTV footage showed the guy leaving the structure. Investigators think he might have left through the balcony door because the flat was on the ground floor. There would have been no sign of a forced exit if it had been opened from the inside and closed behind him without locking. Andre Melton was still on the wanted list at this time, while the second person's name was still unknown. Police thought the two might have been collaborating. Both men's photos were shown on the evening news, along with a request for information from the victim's family and police authorities to assist identify the unidentified man. This tactic was more effective than anticipated. Melton himself called the station that same evening. Although he acknowledged the heist, he maintained that he had never met the second individual and that he had no idea who he was. Fearing that he might be held accountable for the horrific act against Christina, he flatly refused to enter. A short while later, a guy called the station again to report that he had shared a hospital room with someone who fit the description of the unidentified suspect. The caller recalled being extremely uneasy due to the other man's unsettling tales. Even though they had only been in the same mental health facility for a few days, he claimed that the individual talked extensively about his preoccupation with violent conduct, particularly his passion with strangling people and witnessing their last moments. The circumstances surrounding Christina's death were uncannily similar to the caller's description. Sadly, there was no helpful information at the clinic. The individual was disoriented and had been brought in under the influence of illegal narcotics. He was admitted using the generic placeholder John Doe since he refused to provide his name, and after a brief stay, personnel decided he did not immediately constitute a threat to the public. On August 29, the matter eventually became public. The police department received a call from a woman claiming to be the sister of the man they were looking for. She identified him as 31-year-old Jonathan Wesley Harris, who had a criminal record that included distributing illegal drugs and several instances of violence against women. Only a month and a half before, he had been released from prison and had spent a brief period of time at the mental institution. According to the caller, Jonathan had taken a bus to Pittsburgh earlier that day to stay with friends and be quiet until the situation resolved itself. Police were able to find him and take him into custody at the bus terminal the same day because of her tip. It's obvious that Jonathan Harris wasn't prepared for law authorities to find him so rapidly. He first denied any involvement in the violent incident when he was taken into custody by the police. He even asserted that he had never visited Christina's flat or met her. However, his tale began to shift once he saw the security footage and heard the rideshare driver's statement. Harris claims that he met Christina that night at the nightclub. She allegedly begged him to pose as her lover in order to help her escape an overbearing admirer. They then drank and, he said, used illegal narcotics together for the remainder of the night. According to Harris, Christina offered they stay the night at her house and invited him back. He consented, anticipating a romantic meeting as well as payment for the drugs he said he had given her. He maintained that there had been no non-consensual interaction between them and that any wounds discovered on her were the consequence of rough play, which he said Christina had asked for following their run-in. According to Harris, Christina told him that their time together was the payment and that she would not be providing him anything else when he sought money for the drugs. He said he was angry by this response. When she started yelling for assistance, he confessed to attacking her out of rage. He said that while she was asleep, he tried to silence her by choking and tying her up. Unaware that the apartment had been looted a few days before, Harris scoured it for cash and valuables. He started destroying the entire home, leaving a path of devastation in each room since he was furious over the lack of money. Although Harris acknowledged that he had attacked Christina once more in a fit of rage and frustration, demanding payment for the items he had brought, he maintained that since Christina was still alive and conscious when he left the apartment, he couldn't be held accountable for a crime as serious as killing her. Naturally, Harris was lying in an attempt to downplay the gravity of his behavior and escape a severe punishment. His account of what happened soon unraveled. First, the toxicology analysis revealed that Christina had only alcohol in her blood and no traces of any illegal substances. Second, she would not have been able to survive due to the severity of her injuries. Third, it was evident that Harris had exploited Christina's vulnerability since, according to the rideshare driver, she seemed scared and drunk that evening, anxious about being followed. According to the inquiry, the suspect volunteered to walk Christina home, but he wouldn't leave the apartment once he was inside. After that, he repeatedly attacked her, severely injured her, and finally strangled her to death. Then he went out the balcony door and threw the apartment in the trash. Jonathan maintained his innocence throughout the trial. His lawyer tried to reduce the accusation to aggravated assault instead of first-degree murder. Nevertheless, the jury unanimously convicted Harris guilty on all counts in spite of their best efforts. He received a life sentence without the chance of release. Andre Melton wasn't taken into custody until January 2019. After he committed another burglary in a neighboring state, authorities were able to track him down. Considering all of his transgressions, he received a 22-year prison sentence. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. The date of this call was September 3rd, 2019. What began as a straightforward property theft case swiftly turned into one of the most horrific murder investigations in Alaskan history. When a woman unintentionally stole an SD card from a man, she was confronted with graphic video of a vicious murder. The fact that the victim was someone she knew, however, was the true nightmare. The life of Brian Stephen Smith was one of deceit. He was a loving husband to his wife. He was regarded by his co-workers at the Marriott Hotel as a giving individual who loved vlogging. He was a sinister and deranged mystery to his mistress. To his victims, however, he was a self-describable serial killer who had terrorized them beyond belief before taking their lives. And that one small SD card contained it all. The monster's mask would eventually be torn off by that small piece of proof. Even with him imprisoned, though, the terrifying question still stands. Are there any more victims that we are unaware of? According to reports, Smith was the kind of man who appeared to be your typical American neighbor, the kind that no one would ever suspect of being evil. And everybody, I mean everybody, affirmed his normalcy. Even after he was imprisoned, his wife maintained his innocence and refused to accept that he was capable of such atrocity. However, Smith picked up a woman one night while cruising the streets in search of companionship, ostensibly offering her a ride and a cozy place to stay while he entered a business. In his automobile, she sat by herself. She picked up a cell phone he had left behind out of curiosity. She would be horrified by what she discovered inside. A folder named Homicide at Marriott Hotel Midtown. It contained a number of graphic images and videos that showed a woman's frantic pleas for assistance. As her body lay crushed and battered, the video showed her struggling for oxygen as a guy ruthlessly recorded himself stamping on her throat. There were 12 films and 39 pictures on the SD card, all of which documented the same horrific event. These files, which we have lawfully gotten from law enforcement, are unquestionably quite graphic. Extreme violence and a vicious sexual attack against a woman inside what looked to be a hotel room were captured on camera. The voice was audible, but the individual behind the camera never revealed his face. The woman struggled back, scratching at him, attempting to get away, but he strangled her. He once grumbled that his hand was growing weary. Instead of pausing, he started stomping down with his entire weight on her neck. Anyone who watched the video was left disturbed for days as the man repeatedly strangled the woman, who was already dead at one point. But the next round of pictures was much more unsettling. They displayed the woman's dead body on the ground, bare, beaten, and abused. As if recording his crime without regret, the man had even snapped close-up pictures of her face and genitalia. The file's timestamps showed that they were taken on September 4, 2019, which was less than a month before the SD card was found. In a place like Anchorage, this was really unsettling. With a population of slightly under 300,000, it is the largest city in Alaska, but violent crimes of this kind are uncommon there, since residents know one another. The individual never revealed his face, as was previously indicated, but officials were able to identify his voice. Investigators were already aware of Brian Smith for some reason, and they recognized him as soon as they heard the voice on the recordings. And this is how that voice sounded. The most notable aspect of this case was that initially, detectives thought there was only one victim. But during Brian Smith's interrogation, just as the police were about to wrap up and depart, Smith muttered something chilling, something that implied there was more than one. Authorities named the first casualty that same day as Kathleen Jo Henry, a 30-year-old, who was born on December 22, 1988. Although Kathleen was not well known, she had been active on social media until 5 days prior to the horrific videos that were captured in the hotel room. Her hometown was Eek, Alaska, a secluded community of less than 500 people, primarily Native Alaskans. You couldn't even travel from Anchorage to the location because of its extreme isolation. It was more than 400 kilometers away, over rough terrain and rocky mountains. Kathleen had relocated to Anchorage from that tiny world. Divorced, she referred to herself online as a tough Alaska chick since 1997. She obtained her GED in 2012 while jailed. She had a history dating back to 2007, which included numerous charges of theft, violence, disorderly conduct, drunk driving, and resisting arrest. On January 12, 2019, she was charged with fourth-degree assault, which in Alaska can include everything from hurling bodily fluids at law enforcement or other protected people to causing physical harm. Kathleen appeared resolute in her resolve to change her past. She had mentioned feeling optimistic about the future. There were individuals who loved her. She was well-liked and well-known for her love of poetry writing. However, it's still unclear how she met Brian Smith. Police reacted to a call regarding human remains in the city's southern section, which they thought belonged to the woman in the video. 2 days after the card was found, Brian Smith wasn't even in Alaska at the time. He and his spouse were on vacation in Virginia. You could even view their YouTube videos, where they appeared to be a loving pair. Smith had no idea what awaited him at Ted Stevens International Airport when he eventually made it back to Anchorage and disembarked from his aircraft. There were already authorities. Although he was already employed at a Marriott location close to University Lake, he had returned to begin a new position at the Residence Inn, another hotel under the Marriott brand. This new job was meant to represent a new beginning. Rather, authorities intervened as soon as his boots touched the earth, and he was immediately taken into custody and accused of murder. But the real question is, how did his wife never suspect anything, and who was Brian Stephen Smith? South Africa's Queenstown, in the Eastern Cape, is where Brian Stephen Smith was born. With the exception of a series of alarming Facebook posts and an unnerving online presence, his past is still mostly unknown. He once managed a guest home in South Africa while attending Queen's College High School, and he had aspirations of opening his own hotel someday. But for whatever reason, he decided to abandon his homeland and start over in Alaska. Why he made the move has been the subject of several theories. Some others think that he may have been involved in troubling actions long before he even stepped foot in the United States, and that his dark tendencies did not start in Alaska. We do know, however, that his life changed drastically when he met Stephanie, his future wife, while playing online games. Despite the fact that Stephanie was about 20 years older than Smith, they fell quickly and forcefully. They married in 2014, just 7 months after they first met, and Smith moved to Alaska that same year. Although Stephanie was an administrative officer for the U.S. government, she was passionate about music. One job that readily handled immigration papers was Immigration and Naturalization Services. In retrospect, Stephanie said she had no suspicions. For the record, there was no criminal history of Brian Stephen Smith in Alaska, apart from the fact that he had served in the military after immigrating to the United States. There were little data available regarding his background in South Africa. Over the years, Smith held a number of jobs, including those at the Marriott at University Lake, Dell Engineers, and Alaska Tire Service. He seemed like a regular guy adjusting to his new life. He then formally became a U.S. citizen in September 2019, a few weeks before the shocking SD card was found. Smith, his wife, and their cat shared a house in Geneva Woods, a quiet neighborhood in Anchorage at the time of his arrest. Although they appeared to be a typical pair at first glance, Smith's internet behavior suggested otherwise. He chronicled his life in Alaska with travel vlogs and other videos on his active YouTube page. He was unaware that his compulsive urge to record everything would ultimately be a major factor in his demise. In addition to YouTube, Smith was a frequent user of Quora, a website where people post questions and receive answers. It was on Quora that he revealed another troubling aspect of himself. He was obviously prejudiced. His posts exposed a pervasive animosity, especially toward South African and African racial relations. There was little question about his prejudices, because his outbursts were full of poisonous radical viewpoints. However, Stephanie, the wife of Brian Stephen Smith, emphasized once more that she never found anything odd about her husband. He was merely a hard-working man living a tranquil life in Anchorage, Alaska, with a reliable job, in her opinion. However, as we all know, in private, murderers can be masters of deceit. Smith was leading 2 separate lives. One of his mistresses was considerably younger than his wife. She wasn't just any affair, and her name was Alicia Youngblood. His worst desires were shared by this woman. Smith himself claimed that their bond was based on delusions. They supported one another's desire for sadistic gratification in addition to their affection for one another. Smith would receive terrifying messages from Alicia about her violent dreams of attacking and possibly killing someone, and Smith was turned on rather than horrified. According to Smith's interview, his mistress was the one who initially admitted to possessing sinister secrets, including ones that allegedly included murder. Nevertheless, this proved to be merely a story. However, Smith claims that it served as inspiration for his own criminal activity. But many folks weren't persuaded. Long before Smith ever stepped foot in Alaska, they thought he had violent impulses. After all, he previously boasted that it was simple to commit crimes and dispose of dead covertly, calling the state the ideal location for carrying out horrible deeds. The fact that Smith obviously preferred to target Native Alaskan women added to the frightening nature of his acts. However, text conversations showed that long before the SD card was even found, Brian Smith had really told Alicia Youngblood about the murders. In a single message, Youngblood inquired, "Did you ever find your deleted videos? Just a teeny tiny clip would be the ultimate baby. I promise I would erase it. In fact, you wouldn't even have to send a video. Audio would be great." Then he couldn't help himself. Smith responded, "I deleted it at the airport. When I came to the US, I was so paranoid that the FBI would scan my hard drive." He began to explain his actions. He discussed slapping and kicking the woman's intimate region. He even acknowledged at one point that, even though she had died, he felt better knowing she had lived. "I would have loved to see that," Youngblood said chillingly, to which Smith reported, "I didn't know then how serious you were." Smith has previously discussed his aggressive impulses, particularly in relation to sex. He sent Youngblood videos of his violent and brutal wants in several messages, as if to see how far she would go. He confided his sinister secrets to others besides Youngblood. Smith also confided in Ian Calhoun, a buddy. Prosecutors used text messages during the trial to demonstrate that Smith had informed Calhoun of his offenses. He even alluded to wanting to show him Kathleen Henry's body before disposing of it on the Seward Highway during one of their conversations. However, Calhoun was never charged with a crime in spite of this incriminating evidence. In the end, Youngblood gave in to the cops and revealed all of her knowledge about Smith. The most unsettling aspect, though? In drive-through CCTV footage, she and Smith were seen ordering lunch casually, as Kathleen's body was inside the same truck, and Alicia Youngblood disappeared. Just as the world was eager for additional information, she committed suicide in 2021, leaving behind more questions than answers. The horror didn't end there either. It turned out that Smith had more victims than only Kathleen. Youngblood might have discovered even more terrifying information about the man she once referred to as a lover if she had survived, because Smith casually confessed to yet another murder the day he was captured. During their investigation of Smith's house, police confiscated a number of electronic devices, including USBs, SD cards, and hard drives. Among them, they discovered a disturbing film of a woman lying still on a couch. Veronica Abuchuk was the woman in question. Months had passed since Veronica vanished. Christy Grimaldi, her daughter, made the devastating Facebook plea, "I don't think anyone should have to go through this. Just hoping she is alive and well," when word of her absence first broke. Sadly, Veronica's bones had been found in April 2019, months before Smith was arrested, but nobody knew who she was because there was only a skeleton and a bullet fragment in her skull. Smith's identity and the graphic reality were only revealed after her confession. Smith then acknowledged that, when his wife was out of town, he had taken Veronica from the streets and provided her with a comfortable bed for the night. He said she smelled, so he even let her take a shower. However, his monster nature took over after that. Veronica was brutally murdered, just like Kathleen, but Smith shot her before disposing of her body in the woods. Veronica's story was made even more awful by her tragic past. Veronica never had the opportunity to raise her and her siblings, according to reports made by her daughter Christy Grimaldi. She had lived a difficult life, which Christy thought was caused by trauma experienced as a youngster. She revealed that her mother had suffered a life-altering tragedy when she was assaulted by a Catholic priest in St. Michael. Grimaldi had attempted to get back in touch with Veronica after becoming a mother herself. After learning that they had a basic yet reassuring favorite snack, rice with melted cheese, she even extended an invitation for her to move in with her. However, the streets consistently dragged Veronica back, no matter how many times she attempted to start again. She met Valerie Kassler, the person who would eventually find the solution to this whole situation, in this way, because it was Valerie who discovered the SD card, the single piece of evidence that sealed Smith's doom. How did she discover it? Well, Brian Smith had a sinister tendency that would eventually bring him to ruin. He stalked the streets every night looking for women who were at risk, sex workers, fugitives, and people society ignored. Valerie Kassler spent the following 12 hours with Brian Smith after he picked her up off the streets one evening. Valerie said there was nothing strange about him. He didn't threaten her, harm her, or even say anything out of the ordinary. He was merely another customer. However, when Smith went to an ATM to take out cash for their date, everything changed. Valerie's curiosity overcame her as she waited in his automobile. She grabbed up 2 phones he had left behind, wondering if she would recognize any of the photographs or if they had any contacts in common. What she discovered, however, was much worse than she had ever dreamed. She happened onto the horrific footage of Kathleen Henry's vicious murder. Panic struck the once she became aware of what she was witnessing. She snatched up the phone and ran without thinking. She hid in the woods for days because she was afraid Smith would find her. He probably knew she had his phone now that she had witnessed his abilities. But Valerie had the guts to accomplish something no one else had, in spite of her anxiety. Finally, Brian Smith's reign of terror came to an end when she turned in the evidence. But it wasn't easy to get justice. Brian Smith's trial wouldn't even start until 4 long years after his arrest. Smith abruptly changed his mind after being questioned for 8 hours straight, alleging that he was coerced into confessing to the murders, even though he had previously confessed. However, there was no denying the evidence against him. Furthermore, the trial was cruel. The horrific tapes that Smith had taken were shown to the jurors. The judge contemplated whether or not to play them in public. Despite Smith's attorney's best efforts, the court refused to have the tapes removed. The entire nation watched as the case was live-streamed, revealing the horrifying details of his crimes. The jury then returned a guilty verdict on all 14 charges in February 2024. Smith was found guilty on 2 counts of first-degree murder for the heinous murders of Veronica Abouchuk and Kathleen Jo Henry. That wasn't all, though. In addition, he was convicted of tampering with evidence, second-degree sexual assault, and even mistreating their bodies after they passed away. The jurors made it quite evident that his treatment of Kathleen was extremely cruel. Smith was automatically sentenced to 99 years in prison for torturing her. An additional 30 to 99 years were added after Veronica's murder. His final sentencing was also scheduled for July 2024. The courtroom was full when that day eventually came. Advocates, friends, and victims' families came, many of them dressed in red to pay tribute to murdered or missing Indigenous women. In front of the court, Veronica's daughter expressed her strong desire for Smith to remain incarcerated for the remainder of his life without the possibility of release. The judge concurred. Even her niece expressed hope for a better trial outcome in one interview. Smith received a 226-year prison term with no possibility of parole or future freedom. However, the case did more than merely provide the relatives of the victims with justice. It brought attention to a far larger issue, the horrifying reality that Alaskan Indigenous women must deal with on a daily basis. Because women like Kathleen and Veronica had been going missing for too long and no one was paying notice, activists came out, calling for change and asking authorities to take more action to protect these communities. However, the fate of Cassandra Boskovsky remained a mystery long after Brian Smith was convicted. In the summer of 2019, she was last heard from, and then, one day, she just disappeared. Cassandra was more than a case of a missing person. She had 7 children and maintained good relationships with her family and friends. Her abrupt quiet was alarming. Cassandra was then formally reported missing in September 2019. However, it wasn't until investigators obtained Smith's phone later that year that the truth would start to come to light. Unsettling pictures of a woman lying on the ground, presumably dead or unconscious, were hidden among the files. The woman in the photographs looked a lot like Cassandra. Her relatives were certain it was her. However, the police never formally named her as a victim. In spite of the graphic evidence, although Smith acknowledged being with the woman in the photos, he maintained that he left her alive. She wasn't formally pronounced dead by a jury until September 2024, 5 years later. Her family put in a lot of effort to demonstrate that she was one of Smith's victims, citing little but obvious clues that the woman in the pictures was Cassandra, such as a butterfly tattoo the size of her feet. Emotions were running high when the jury returned its decision. There felt profound sadness mixed with relief. Cassandra's family members desired more than a formal announcement. Justice was what they want. Just like Smith had been held responsible for the others' deaths, they wanted him to be held responsible for hers. However, Brian Smith has not yet been charged or found guilty in relation to the death of Cassandra Boskovsky. Her case serves as a heartbreaking reminder of the number of Indigenous women abducted, the number of families kept in the dark, and the length of time it can take for justice to be served, if it is served at all. I'd like to know what you think now. Is it your opinion that Brian has additional victims, even in South Africa? Might he have been doing this? Please share your comments below, and keep in mind that the most terrifying monsters aren't those found in horror films. They are the ones waiting for their next move, while hidden in plain sight. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. On May 14, 1973, a nightmare unlike any other descended upon the quiet all-day family farm in Seminole County, Georgia. It began with 4 escaped convicts, cold, hungry, and desperate, fleeing a Maryland prison. They were looking for a place to hide, maybe steal supplies and keep running. But what they found was a remote trailer that seemed empty. That illusion didn't last long. Ned Alday and his son Jerry returned home unexpectedly, stepping straight into danger. The men were armed and ready. At gunpoint, Ned and Jerry were forced inside their own home and executed in cold blood. But the horror didn't end there. One by one, other family members arrived, unaware of the bloodshed waiting inside. Jimmy Alday showed up next. He didn't make it out alive. Then came Ned's brother, Aubrey, and another son, Sugi. Both were gunned down without hesitation. The cruelty escalated when Mary Alday, Jerry's wife, arrived. She was abducted, driven miles away, and subjected to unspeakable torture before being murdered. Her body was dumped in the woods, left to the elements, and a nest of fire ants. In just a few hours, 6 members of one family were wiped out, in what remains the most gruesome mass murder in Georgia's history. The brutality shook the nation, and even decades later, people still ask, was justice ever truly served? To understand how this terrifying chain of events began, we need to go back to the men behind it, starting with the ringleader, 19-year-old Carl Isaacs. He wasn't new to crime. In fact, trouble followed him long before that fateful day. In fact, by the time this massacre took place, he had already built a reputation as a habitual thief. He wasn't just a petty criminal either. Carl had a way with words and could charm his way into getting what he wanted, often manipulating people to get ahead. His criminal journey began early, with stealing cars and breaking into homes as a teenager. By 16, he was already deep into his criminal ways, landing himself in trouble with the law multiple times. But nothing really stuck until March 27, 1973, when he was finally sentenced and sent to Maryland State Penitentiary. However, soon after he arrived, chaos erupted. A riot broke out in the prison, and Carl was caught in the middle of it for over 8 hours. He was brutally attacked by other inmates, leaving him badly beaten. This led to his transfer to a new facility for his protection. He was moved to the Maryland Correctional Camp temporarily, before being transferred again on April 21, 1973 to the minimum security Poplar Hill. This move, however, would prove to be a huge mistake for the authorities. As it turned out, Carl already had an inside connection, his 26-year-old half-brother Wayne Coleman. Like Carl, Wayne spent much of his childhood bouncing in and out of foster care. His criminal history was also lengthy, involving car theft and breaking into homes. Wayne had already been at Poplar Hill for a few months before Carl's arrival. Now, the two brothers couldn't have been more different. Carl was bold, aggressive, and manipulative, while Wayne was shy, reserved, and more of a follower. It didn't take Carl long to find Wayne at the facility, and once he did, he wasted no time revealing his escape plan. He told Wayne he wanted him to be part of it. Wayne agreed, but on one condition. Carl had to bring along his friend, George Dungy, a 36-year-old inmate locked up for failing to pay child support, which was considered a minor crime compared to his fellow prisoners. Wayne and George had become close during their time in prison, even developing a romantic relationship. So when Wayne approached George about the escape plan, George, even though he was soon to be released, agreed to join the escape. However, Carl wasn't exactly thrilled about George being part of the plan. In fact, Carl wasn't fond of George at all, largely because of his race. But despite the tension, the trio was formed, and they managed to break out on May 5, 1973 around 3 in the morning. Carl and his crew managed to sneak through a bathroom window and made a break for it, disappearing into the surrounding woods. They used the trees and underbrush to cover their escape, eventually finding their way to Baltimore, Maryland, where they managed to swipe a car to continue their getaway. By the time they secured a ride, the authorities at Poplar Hill had realized the prisoners were missing. But here's the crazy part. The prison didn't bother to alert the local authorities because they didn't think these guys were dangerous. They didn't exactly rush to bring them back. The escapees laid low in Baltimore for the next 2 days, just trying to blend in. But Carl, ever the mastermind, decided he wanted to bring along his younger brother Billy Isaacs, who was just 16. Billy, like most younger siblings, looked up to Carl and was all in when his brother offered him a seat in the car. So now it was the 4 of them, Carl, Wayne, George, and Billy, hitting the road. They spent about a week hanging around Maryland, but eventually the reality hit. They needed money to keep going, so they did what they knew best. They started breaking into houses along their way to fund their next move. Now, Carl's ultimate goal was to head south, specifically to Florida or Mexico, where he and his crew could live free from the law. But before they could get there, they needed to keep moving. On May 10, 1973, while traveling near McConnellsburg, Pennsylvania, Carl spotted a truck with no owner around. He thought this was the perfect chance to steal a vehicle. As Carl and his crew tried to take it, a young man named Richard Miller, the truck's neighbor, saw them and decided to intervene instead of letting them get away. Richard chased after them. Unfortunately, he was caught, and the group argued about who would take the life of the young man. In the end, they tied him up, forced him to his knees, and shot him in the back of the head. They dumped his body on a remote logging road, hoping he would be forgotten afterward. Carl's gang continued south, eventually landing in Donaldsonville, Georgia on May 14, 1973. The town seemed peaceful and isolated, perfect for hiding out. By about 4 p.m., they spotted a trailer and broke in, tearing it apart for anything valuable. While Billy and George kept lookout, Carl and Wayne started to search. But just as they were getting into it, a blue Jeep appeared on the road. Inside the Jeep were Ned Alday and his son Jerry. And that's when everything took a deadly turn. But before diving into the events of that day, it's important to understand the Alday family and the legacy they left behind. The patriarch, Ned Alday, was born on September 7, 1910 in Donaldsonville, Georgia. He met the love of his life, Ernestine, in their small community, and the two eloped in 1935. Together they built a strong, loving family, raising 9 children and establishing a solid reputation in their community. The Aldays were the epitome of Southern hospitality, always helping out their neighbors and embodying wholesome values. Ned wasn't just a family man, he was a pillar in the local community. He played a key role in building the local church, and many members of the Alday family, including his children, contributed significantly to the church as officers and Sunday school teachers. Financially, the Aldays were responsible and hardworking. Early on in their relationship, Ned and Ernestine saved every penny to buy a small home, which they later traded for nearly 400 acres of farmland, complete with a larger farmhouse on River Road. The farm was a family operation, with everyone pitching in to help. By 1973, however, only 2 of their older sons remained close enough to continue working on the farm. Jerry Alday, at 34 years old, had moved into his own trailer a few miles down the road with his wife, Mary. His older brother, Chester, known as Sugi, lived even closer with his wife, Barbara, just yards away from the Alday farmhouse. But by all accounts, the Aldays were the kind of people who kept to themselves. They were quiet, hardworking folks with no criminal history, just a peaceful, down-to-earth family. But on May 14, 1973, nothing could have prepared them for what was about to happen. As mentioned earlier, it was just another normal day when Ned Alday and his son Jerry were heading back to Jerry's trailer after a long day's work. They had their usual plan to meet up, talk about the day, and figure out what was next. But as they got closer to the trailer, Carl ordered them inside the trailer, and once they were in, he made them empty their pockets onto the kitchen table. But all he found were a few coins and other insignificant items, nothing of real value, so he decided to separate the two. Jerry, who was 35, was taken to one side of the house, and Ned, at 66, was led to the other side. It wasn't long before the horror started. Carl shot Jerry 4 times with a .22 caliber gun. Meanwhile, Wayne, who was with Carl, was handling Ned in the other room. Wayne shot Ned once in the head with a .32 caliber gun, but it wasn't enough to kill him. Ned, though gravely injured, managed to get up and fight back. Carl heard the commotion and rushed in to help Wayne, shooting Ned 5 more times with his .22. And Carl didn't stop there. He actually stayed at the trailer for a while, waiting for Mary, Jerry's wife, to come home before he killed Jerry. He had asked if Jerry was married. Jerry told him he was and begged Carl not to hurt his wife, but that only seemed to fuel Carl's desire to take more lives. He wanted to wait for Mary himself, but before he could do that, Jimmy Alday, a 25-year-old, showed up. He'd just finished parking the tractor and walked up to the back door. When he knocked, expecting to see his brother, he was met by Wayne with a gun in his face. Wayne went through Jimmy's pockets, just like with Jerry and Ned, but found nothing of value. Carl was furious, accusing him of showing up because he heard the gunshots. Jimmy denied it, explaining that this was just part of their regular routine. But Carl wasn't buying it, and ordered Jimmy to the living room, where he forced him to lie face down on the couch. Without hesitation, Carl shot Jimmy twice in the back of the head with his .22 caliber gun. Afterward, Carl went outside and decided it was time for him and his crew to leave. But as he was moving the tractor, he heard another car pull up. It was Mary Alday, Jerry's wife, returning home with groceries. Carl snuck up behind her and pressed a gun to her back, just like he had done to the men. Mary was forced into the trailer, and Carl rifled through her purse, finding only $1, 0 cents, and some small items. But just as Carl was dealing with Mary, 2 more Alday family members arrived. Chester, Ned's son, and Aubrey, Ned's brother. They were laughing and chatting when Carl, already on edge, stormed outside and captured them at gunpoint. They were forced inside the trailer, where Mary was crying uncontrollably at the table. Carl and Aubrey took a moment to observe her distress before forcing Chester to sit on the floor. Then Carl and Wayne took action. Wayne pushed Chester into the bedroom where Ned's lifeless body lay, and without hesitation, he shot Chester once with his gun. Carl, not done yet, turned his attention to Aubrey, who was 57. He led him into the same bedroom and shot him once. In a tragic final moment, when the bodies were found, it was clear that Aubrey's fingers were folded over Jerry's, his nephew. It was as if in his last moments, Aubrey reached out to hold Jerry's hand, a heartbreaking symbol of love and loss, before succumbing to his injuries. After the brutal killings, Mary Alday was dragged from the bathroom and taken back into the kitchen, where Carl didn't show any sign of mercy, assaulting her himself. Once he was finished, Wayne did the same. By now, the gang had decided it was time to leave, but they weren't done yet. They took Mary in her car, driving deep into the woods. But Carl wasn't done tormenting her. He yanked her out of the car by her hair and dragged her through the dirt. He assaulted her again, humiliating her in ways no one should ever have to endure. Then, in a chilling and twisted display, they took degrading photographs of her. After all this suffering, they decided it was time to end her life. George then forced Mary onto the ground, her face pressed into the earth. He shot her once in the back of the head with a .22 caliber gun. Once they finished, they abandoned her body in the car in the woods like it meant nothing at all. That's when Carl, Wayne, Billy, and George sped off. But the news of the murders spread fast, shaking the small community to its core. Donaldsonville was a quiet town where something like this was unheard of, and no one could wrap their heads around the senseless violence. But rather than splitting the community apart, the tragedy seemed to unite everyone even more. Neighbors, friends, and even strangers rallied together, offering their help to the remaining Alday family members. With the farm at risk and everything in turmoil, they stepped in, making sure the farm's operations continued. Then, just a few days later, the town came to a standstill. 3 days after the murders, Wilsonville officially stopped everything for the day to mourn the Alday family. The mayor declared a day of mourning and the streets were empty, as if the entire town had hit pause. On May 17, 1973, the funeral processions began, and nearly every single person from the town and many from surrounding areas gathered outside the Spring Creek Baptist Church. The church was way too small to hold 6 coffins and the huge crowd that showed up to mourn, so they ended up holding the funeral right outside on the church grounds. The Alday family was remembered for more than just their hard work and dedication to the community. They were the kind of neighbors everyone wanted, kind, helpful, and always there when needed. But while the town was grieving, the fugitives had already made their way to West Virginia, trying to put as much distance between them and the crime they'd committed. That's when fate finally caught up to them. They were found after being forced to flee on foot when they ran into a roadblock. This time, there was no escape. George was the first to crack. He confessed everything, spilling the details of the horrific jailbreak and how it led to the massacre of the Alday family. For 2 long hours, he recounted everything, expressing deep regret, especially for what he had done to Mary. He admitted that the weight of his actions had kept him up at night, and he couldn't live with himself anymore. With George's confession in hand, investigators wasted no time turning their attention to the others, starting with Billy. At first, it seemed like Billy wasn't as involved in the killings. He didn't allegedly shoot anyone, according to George, but ballistics told a different story. The Alday family had been killed with 4 different weapons, and one of those weapons was in Billy's possession. Billy's version of events was almost identical to George's. He said Carl had taken his gun when they were shooting Jerry, because Billy had run out of bullets. Since the story seemed believable, and Billy was too young for the death penalty, investigators decided to flip him in exchange for his testimony against the other 3. Billy was given 40-year sentences for theft charges, and he was more than willing to take the deal. Then came Wayne, who was a whole different story. He had no remorse whatsoever. In fact, he sounded proud when he talked about what he had done. He even smiled as he described the killings, bragging about how he took the lives of the Aldays. Wayne wasn't backing down from his actions and made it clear he had no regrets. And then there was Carl. When investigators tried to get him to talk, he refused to say a word. Instead of confessing, he gave them the oddest response. It was a pretty May Day. That was it. No remorse, no explanation, just an eerie nonchalance in the face of his crimes. But the evidence against Carl and his crew was undeniable. Their fingerprints matched those found at the crime scene, and the bullets they had in their possession were the same as those used to kill the Alday family. Additionally, they were found with several personal items from the Alday family, including jewelry, further linking them to the horrific massacre. The escapees were returned to Georgia on May 24, 1973, and arraigned at the courthouse in Donaldsonville. George, Carl, and Wayne faced 6 counts of murder and multiple felony charges, including assault, kidnapping, armed robbery, and grand theft. While the trio sat in separate jails miles apart, the community was furious. They demanded justice and even threatened to take matters into their own hands. But with the trials on the horizon, the town didn't need to resort to street justice. As if things weren't complicated enough, information about the missing teenager Richard Miller from Pennsylvania began to surface. An eyewitness came forward claiming that Richard had been chasing a group of men matching the fugitives' descriptions. Law enforcement believed that if Carl and his crew were involved, Richard was likely dead. After some pressure, the men confessed to killing him. With Wayne Coleman volunteering to lead police to his body, however, things didn't go as planned. After being flown to Maryland, Wayne took police on a wild goose chase around the borders of Pennsylvania and Maryland, only to admit that he had no idea where Richard's body was. But then, in an unexpected twist, Carl offered his help. He was transported out of state, but this time he proved to be more cooperative. Carl led investigators to a small town in Maryland called Flintstone, where he gave precise directions to Richard Miller's remains. Carl's trial began on December 31, 1973. Several witnesses were called to the stand, including members of the Alday family who identified personal items that had belonged to their loved ones found in Carl's possession. The sheriff and responding officers also testified. However, the most shocking witness was Billy, Carl's 16-year-old brother. Billy took the stand on January 4, recounting the tragic final moments of the Alday family. His testimony lasted for 2 hours, and it left a lasting impact. After the case went to the jury, it didn't take long, just a little over an hour, for them to return with a verdict: guilty on all charges. Additionally, on January 7, 1974, the jury in Carl Isaac's case recommended the death penalty, and the judge agreed. George's trial followed, starting on January 9, 1974, with a similarly swift process. The jury deliberated for just 58 minutes before finding him guilty on all charges and sentencing him to death. Wayne's trial lasted 3 days, but he too was found guilty and sentenced to death. Initially, the executions were set for February 15 that same year, but due to mandatory appeals, the executions were delayed. This clip was from Carl Isaac's interview on June 12, 1976, where he still showed absolutely no remorse for his actions. Over the years, the men filed several unsuccessful appeals. In 1979, a discovery motion led to retrials for all three. In 1988, the Georgia Supreme Court ruled that the pretrial publicity had been so overwhelming that the defendants could not have received a fair trial, and that a change of venue should have been granted. During the retrial process, Carl was first to face the courtroom again in January 1988, with an emotional testimony from his brother Billy, who recounted the tragic events. In 1988, Carl's taped confession, which had been recorded by filmmaker Fleming Fuller, was also used in the trial, with Carl seemingly incriminating himself. Despite character witnesses who claimed Carl had reformed, including a woman he had corresponded with and who believed he had changed, the jury once again sentenced him to death. Wayne's trial took place in April 1989, where his attorney claimed Wayne was manipulated by Carl. However, despite his defense, Wayne was sentenced to death, though after 35 hours of deliberation, the jury became deadlocked and a mistrial was declared. Eventually, Wayne was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole after 15 years. George, however, was deemed mentally incompetent to be executed due to his low IQ, leading to him receiving 6 life sentences after pleading guilty by reason of mental deficiency in 1988. By this point, many people were outraged. Not only were the suspects still alive and living well in prison, but the Alday family had also faced serious financial hardship, along with their emotional pain. The surviving members lost their farm and much of the family's wealth. Ernestine Alday, the last member of the family to survive, passed away in 1988, leaving behind a legacy of grief and financial ruin. But out of all the pain and tragedy, something positive did come from it, thanks to Paige Barber, the granddaughter of Ned Alday and the niece of several of the victims. As the voice of the Alday family, Paige, she fought hard for the passage of the Alday Family Bill in 2003. This law made it a requirement for state officials to contact the families of victims in death penalty cases twice a year. Before this bill, families had a tough time getting any updates on what was happening with their loved ones' cases in the legal system. Additionally, books and films were created to share the Alday family's heartbreaking story, like the 1988 film Murder One and the book Blood Echo by Thomas H. Cook. These helped bring national attention to their tragic experience. As for the men involved, George Dungy died in 2006 while serving his life sentence. Billy Isaacs, who served 20 years, was released in 1993, but he passed away in 2009. Wayne, still alive, continues to serve his life sentence and is now 79 years old, repeatedly denied parole. Carl Isaacs met his end on May 16, 2003, with his execution marking the painful end to a long and drawn-out battle for justice. His final meal, a simple prison tray. After almost 30 years of delays, he was pronounced dead by lethal injection, closing a chapter on the Alday family's tragic story. But here's a question for you. Do you think true justice was ever served for the Alday family, or do you feel the legal system failed them? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. The footage you just saw wasn't fiction. It wasn't acted. It was real. These were real people, real victims caught in the grip of a monster hiding in plain sight. That monster was 36-year-old Maury Troy Travis. His crimes were so disturbing, so inhuman, that the local police chief ordered psychological counseling for any officer forced to view the evidence. The basement where he committed his atrocities became known as something closer to a torture chamber than a crime scene. Maury Travis didn't just kill, he orchestrated cruelty. He lured women into his home with cold calculation, brought them down into his basement, and subjected them to torture that defies comprehension. But how did such a seemingly quiet, respectful man carry out acts so horrific? What could drive someone like Travis to such depths of evil? And how did he manage to keep his crimes hidden in a quiet suburb? To understand the darkness behind the mask, we need to go back to the beginning. Maury Troy Travis, born on October 21, 1965, in St. Louis, Missouri, lived a life that on the surface looked painfully average. Known as Toby to those close to him, he grew up in Carr Square, a public housing complex, before his family moved to a modest home in Ferguson in 1976. He lived with his mother, Sandra Travis, and his father, Michael V. Travis. There were no signs of physical abuse, no record of early criminal behavior, just the usual growing pains of a quiet, introverted kid. He was polite, exceptionally polite. Teachers remembered him as well-mannered and soft-spoken. One neighbor recalled him mowing lawns without being asked. A teacher described him as one of the quietest students she'd ever had. For years, no one saw him as anything but a background character, unremarkable, invisible, and easily forgotten. Even when investigators later retraced his past, interviewed old classmates and neighbors, many couldn't even remember him. He had left so little impression on the world around him, until the truth of what he became finally surfaced. And when it did, it left scars not just on his victims, but on an entire city. He graduated from McClure High School in 1985 and served 2 years as an Army reservist. Following that, he worked as a medical and dental assistant. Additionally, he managed to secure employment locally with haulage companies and even volunteered at a local nursing home. Maury Travis's enrollment in Morris Brown College in 1986 at the age of 22 seemed like a positive step forward. However, it was also in this private institute in Atlanta where he encountered and formed a relationship with cocaine, sending his life into a downward spiral. His addiction quickly escalated to a severe level, costing him $300, 0 cents a day. Morris's plunge into criminal activities to support his habit swiftly brought him to the attention of law enforcement the following year. Up until that point, he had a clean record, making his sudden shift into illegal behavior quite unexpected. Rather than a gradual escalation, his actions took a surprising and abrupt turn from his prior conduct. In March 1988, during his college spring break, Maury engaged in a string of robberies that raised eyebrows. To everyone's surprise, he targeted 5 shoe stores in St. Louis within 8 days. What added an unusual twist to these crimes was his choice of weapon, Instead of a loaded firearm, he used a plastic toy gun to instill fear. This abrupt shift into criminal behavior was truly unexpected, especially given his clean record before these incidents. This is where Maury Travis took a sharp turn into criminal activity. The armed robberies he committed resulted in his initial capture. Witnesses provided the police with details about his car, leading to his arrest. The detective handling the case was taken aback, as Maury didn't fit the typical image of a criminal. Upon being apprehended, Maury claimed to have hazy memories of the crimes, attributing it to drug influence. While awaiting sentencing, he underwent a drug rehabilitation program and claimed to have successfully overcome his addiction. Despite these efforts and his clean record before this, the court had taken his actions into account during proceedings. Character references poured in support of Maury, including one from a congressman and U.S. representative. These testimonials highlighted his rehabilitation efforts, asserting that his criminal behavior was an aberration in his character. Despite this acknowledgement, Maury received a 15-year prison sentence on July 5, 1989, at the age of 23. This marked the start of his time behind bars for his criminal actions. From the outset, Maury realized that his time in prison wouldn't be easy. He attested to the inhospitable conditions, citing frequent assaults and an abundance of drugs that posed a significant threat to his rehabilitation. Having successfully addressed his dependency issues, he found himself surrounded by drugs in this challenging environment. In a desperate plea to the judge, Maury wrote a letter urging him to reconsider his sentence, pouring his heart out in the hope of a lenient outcome. In his plea to the judge, Maury wrote on how he was constantly thinking of taking his own life due to the horrible conditions he was living in. He ended by asking the judge to give him another chance in society. Maury was granted parole in 1994, serving only 5 years and 3 months of his sentence at the Farmington Correctional Center. His early release was primarily attributed to his exemplary behavior, although he had 13 conduct violations. They were minor infractions. Upon his release, he moved into a duplex where neighbors regarded him as an excellent resident who didn't cause any disturbances. After serving time, initially from March 1989 through June 1994, Maury faced additional prison stages due to drug charges from February 1998 to January 1999 due to repeatedly violating his parole. Once outside prison, he worked in various restaurants, keeping to himself mostly. He also displayed an unusual fixation for his 2000 black Mitsubishi Eclipse, spending considerable time cleaning and maintaining it. Although neighbors and classmates of Maury didn't have any suspicious information about him, March 2001 saw Maury's girlfriend leave him, and this was when bodies of women began to turn up around town. Between March 2001 and May 2002, Maury would actively pick up sex workers along the extended stretch of Broadway, known as the Stroll north of St. Louis. In fact, 4 suspected victims of Maury were later discovered in this area. It gained notoriety for its numerous crack houses and the availability of such workers. Maury would pick them up and then bring them back to his home in Ferguson. Once there, he would keep some of these women for days, subjecting them to his whims. However, it wasn't solely for his personal satisfaction. He recorded the horrifying events taking place in the basement. Videotapes documenting these acts were later discovered concealed within a wall. Some of the video clips showed Maury engaging in consensual but rough roleplay involving bondage with women. There were also instances when he was seen using drugs, yet he would let them go unharmed. However, in other footage, Maury could be seen indulging in much darker activities, from keeping women hostage for days in his dungeon to strangling them to death. Law enforcement initially struggled to comprehend why he chose to spare certain women while murdering others. One hypothesis suggests that the tipping point might have been when he discovered that a particular sex worker had children. It appeared that this discovery triggered a violent rage since they chose drugs over their children, although it's not confirmed. He also made them perform the most unbelievable rituals. Maury would get them to dance in white clothes. Then at times, he'd get them to wear sunglasses where the lenses were completely blacked out so they couldn't see. By doing this, he was taking power away from them completely. He would then restrain their legs with a rope and handcuff them. At times, he'd even cover their eyes with duct tape. In the footage that they found, they saw these women shackled to a wooden post with Maury verbally taunting them, He would tell them what was going to happen, or they needed to berate them as well. At times, he'd get angry because he'd find out that these women had children. He also used to criticize them, expressing aggression and violence due to their choice of drugs over their kids. In some of the earliest footage, Maury is actually seen standing over a nearly naked woman, heavily bound with a rope and handcuffed. Then he suddenly grabs the belt, snaps it tightly around her neck and strangles her until she's unconscious and she's limp. He may even have broken her neck. He then just leaves her body face down on the floor. It's truly horrifying to think that Maury Travis was able to carry out such horrific crimes without raising suspicion. One thing we know is Maury Travis's ability to blend into the background made him a master of disguise. His unassuming nature allowed him to operate unnoticed, making him the last person anyone would suspect of such heinous crimes. On July 31, 2000, the discovery of the first known victim, Mary Shields, 61, in East St. Louis, Illinois, began a haunting pattern in the months that followed. The tragedies escalated on March 24, 2001, when the body of Cassandra F. Walker, 19, was found in Washington Park, Illinois. Elisa Greenway, a 34-year-old caught in a seemingly hopeless cycle of addiction, was discovered deceased on April 5, 2001, in Washington Park, Illinois. Her body showed signs of strangulation with ligature marks found on her wrist and ankles. Near her body, authorities found a tire impression identified as a Bridgestone Potenza tire, which was photographed for further analysis. Not long after, on May 15, 2001, Teresa Wilson, 36, was discovered in West Alton, Missouri. May 30, 2001, marked the discovery of Betty James, 46, in St. Louis, with an evident tire impression distinct from earlier scenes. The St. Louis Police Department strongly believed that all these murders were the work of the same individual, as the crimes were executed in a similar manner. By June 29, 2001, Verona Thompson, 36, was found in West Alton, Missouri. Following this, on August 25, 2001, Devon Cruz, 50, was discovered in East St. Louis, Illinois. The haunting silence after October 8, 2001, when Brenda Beasley, age 33, was found dead in East St. Louis, Illinois, raised speculation. Authorities speculated three possible scenarios. Either the perpetrator was in custody, had passed away, or had relocated from the area. However, the unsettling quiet broke as the year changed. The cycle resumed, claiming 4 lives. The first unidentified victim was found on January 30, 2002. Another unidentified victim was found near Mascoutah, Illinois on March 11, 2002. The next unidentified victim was discovered in Columbia, Illinois on March 28, 2002. And the final unidentified victim was reported in West Alton, Missouri on May 25, 2002. Each day marked a sorrowful moment, revealing a frightening pattern. What ultimately led to uncovering the killer will stun you like never before. In an attempt to bring attention to one of the victims and maintain public interest in the investigation, Bill Smith penned an article. This was about Teresa Wilson, a victim, and her life struggles leading up to her unfortunate demise. He named the killer the Streetwalker Strangler. The article was published in the paper's May 19, 2002 issue. Less than a week later, Smith received a letter at his desk. While it's not uncommon for media personnel to receive letters or correspondence, this letter had an unusual return address on the envelope: Thraldom, 325311 Lafayette Street, New York, New York, 10,012. The letter bore a St. Louis postmark, indicating it had been mailed locally. Zip code 10,012 encompasses portions of Manhattan, Soho, NoHo, Nolita, and Greenwich Village neighborhoods. The letter bore a St. Louis postmark, indicating it had been mailed locally. However, the thraldom address is fictional, so why would someone use that term for an address? According to Merriam-Webster, thraldom refers to the state of being an enslaved person. It also served as the name of a bondage website. The letter was typed using what appeared to be Lucida handwriting font in red ink with minimal punctuation. Smith initially believed it was a prank. He quickly realized the letter was no joke and that a person claiming to be the Streetwalker Strangler was contacting him. The letter read, "Dear Bill, Nice sob story about Teresa Wilson. Write one about Greenwade. Write a good one, and I'll tell you where many others are to prove I'm real. Here's directions to number 17. Search in a 50-yard radius from the X. Put the story in the Sunday paper like the last. The letter Bill received included a map of West Alton marked with an X, indicating the location of a body. This sender offered to reveal the locations of additional victims, and as evidence of their identity, providing directions to number 17, accompanied by a typed internet-generated map. After finding a skeleton at the marked spot, authorities focused on the map, which appeared to have been generated using an internet mapping service. They found a possible match on Expedia.com. According to an affidavit by FBI agent Melanie Jimenez, on May 30, 2002, Expedia informed Jimenez that Microsoft, based in Redmond, Washington, provided the data for its maps site. The FBI requested records of any maps of West Alton made between May 18, 2002, the date of the newspaper story that prompted the letter, and May 21, 2002, the postmark on the envelope. It took 4 days to receive a response. On June 3, 2002, Microsoft reported that only one computer had accessed the map during the specified time period. The company further revealed that on May 20, the computer had zoomed in on the map of the West Alton, Missouri area approximately 10 times in chronological order, eventually generating a map that matched the one sent to the Post-Dispatch. However, Microsoft could not provide a name, only an IP address, a meaningless string of numbers to most people, 65.227 and 106.78. To translate the IP number into a name, the FBI turned to WorldCom Incorporated, which provided local telephone numbers to connect internet services to their dial-up customers. WorldCom assigns a temporary IP address to each customer for each internet session. The challenge was not just to identify who used 65.227 and 116.78, but also to determine who used it at the specific time in question. The next day, on June 4, 2002, WorldCom's internet division UUNet identified the user as MSN Maury Travis. This led to the identification of the user's real name, Maury Troy Travis of Ferguson. Before this, back in 2001, Maury also hinted about his crime to one of his co-workers. He told him that East St. Louis was a good place to hide objects due to minimal police presence. He also told his co-worker's girlfriend, who worked at a TV station, that prostitutes' bodies were dumped in the same area. Maury didn't state that he was the one who killed them, but he said he knew about it from a friend. The talking letter to the editor and his hints to co-workers suggest that Maury might have been one of those serial killers who craved attention. His actions indicate a desire to be found, a twisted sense of power derived from the fear he instilled in the community. This information provided the basis for surveillance and on June 7, 2002, an arrest and search warrant. The warrant led to the discovery of evidence including DNA, entire trademarks linking Maury, a 36-year-old waiter, to some of the killings. Investigators launched a thorough search of Maurice's residence in Ferguson, Missouri, uncovering a horrifying scene hidden within the depths of his home. They discovered a torture chamber. The ground floor of his home was tidy and well maintained. The woman who lived with him, identified as his girlfriend, told police she had no clue about the basement and had never been there. While police officers examined the house and basement, FBI agents and other investigators conducted a 2-hour interrogation of Maury in his living room. They learned that his mother owned the residence and had allowed him to stay there. Authorities later revealed that Maury evaded giving direct answers and instead inquired about how they had located him. Upon being informed that the computer-printed map had led them to his doorstep, Maury became enraged. Shortly after police escorted Maury outside and placed him in a car, he consented to accompanying the police downtown for further questioning. Computer forensics experts entered the house to inspect Maurice's computer, where they uncovered drafts of the letter sent to journalist Bill Smith. Downstairs, investigators uncovered a house of horrors. They found bloodstains on the walls, ceiling, carpet, and furniture. Within this, they discovered chilling torture instruments, a menacing stun gun, and newspaper clippings documenting his heinous crimes. But the most disturbing discovery was yet to come. Videotapes capturing Maury's unspeakable acts of violence, subjecting his victims to horrific acts. The evidence from this torture chamber, coupled with DNA analysis, suggested that he committed the murders of between 12 and 20 women. He had been preying on vulnerable individuals, many of whom were drug addicts and sex workers in the states of Missouri and Illinois. Between 2002, Travis asked for a soda during questioning. Later, the can he drank from was sent to the lab for testing. DNA swabs were taken from the area near the opening of the can for epithelial cells in Travis's saliva, which could be used for DNA testing. Travis's DNA profile was then compared to the biological material found on two of the murder victims, Yvonne Cruz and Brenda Beasley. St. Louis Police Captain Harry Heger said that investigators also found a crude diagram in Maury's home showing plans for a basement extension. Heger said that Maury was planning to build 2 cells in the basement where he could chain the women, and then he was planning to build vents connecting the basement to the outside. Heger said that Maury also made a list of things that he needed to keep the woman captive for some time, and that one of the items on the list was adult diapers. We spoke about the victims, who were identified, but now let us uncover a few who are not known till the present. On May 25, 2002, the tragic case of St. Charles County Jane Doe came to light, adding another victim to the list of serial killer Maury Troy Travis. The woman's remains were discovered near West Alton, Missouri, leaving her identity shrouded in mystery for 21 years. The discovery of St. Charles County Jane Doe unfolded following the anonymous letter sent to local reporter Bill Smith on May 21, 2002. The skeletal remains of St. Charles County Jane Doe were found west of Highway 67 and south of St. Charles Street, scattered over a 30-foot wide area. It was determined that she was a female between the ages of 25 and 35, of black ethnicity, and approximately 5 feet 4 inches in height. One or more limbs and one or both hands were not recovered. The remains found at the crime scene included a sleeveless, coarse blue denim dress with metal buttons, a black and silver V-neck stretch shirt with 3/4 length sleeves, a black spandex top, a torn piece of blue jean-type material, a white cotton tube sock, a blue shoestring-type tie-up in the back, and a thin white cotton fragment. A few months prior, on March 28, 2002, another discovery had been made: the remains of an unidentified woman. She would come to be known as Monroe County Jane Doe, one of the 3 victims of the notorious St. Louis serial killer Maury Travis. Her identity remains a mystery, her story shrouded in silence. She was believed to be between the ages of 29 and 50, her African-American heritage evident in her skin tone. She stood at 5 feet 1 inch tall. Her petite frame weighed about 105 pounds. Her dark brown hair bore the mark of a healed fracture on her forehead, possibly a mark of a childhood injury. There was no indication that she had ever given birth. At the time of her discovery, they could find only skeletal remains, along with a green shirt and the letter M and the word Mavericks in orange lettering. Her attire was completed by khaki canvas shorts and a brown leather belt with a silver buckle. These simple garments provided the only clues to her identity, silent witnesses to her life. Just a few weeks before that, on March 11, 2002, in Lorain, Illinois, the remains of Madison County Jane Doe were found. Madison County Jane Doe was believed to be between the ages of 23 and 30. Her ethnicity identified as black. Her height was estimated to be between 5'1" and 5'6", and she weighed around 105 pounds. She also had dark hair when discovered. The victim's decomposed body was clad in a red and white, checkered flannel-style shirt, bearing the brand Tommy Hilfiger, and a pair of gray shorts from the brand Second Skins. A little under 2 months before that, St. Clair County Jane Doe, a woman whose identity remains a mystery, was discovered on January 30, 2002. Her skeletal remains were found in Mascataw, Illinois, though the exact cause of her death remains undetermined. She is presumed to be one of the unidentified victims of serial killer Maury Troy Travis. At the time of her discovery, she was believed to be between the ages of 20 and 40, of African-American descent. Her skeletal remains revealed clues about her life, including 3 piercings in her right ear, a healed fracture above her left ankle, and additional healed fractures on her nasal bones, left second rib, wrist, and below her neck. She was found wearing a black velour sleeveless catsuit bearing the brand Jason Matthews with full-length legs. 2 yellow metal rings adorned her left middle finger. People were shocked and confused by how a man with such an appealing personality could be involved in these terrible crimes. The mother of one of his ex-girlfriends from Pagedale expressed her shock and disbelief over the news of Maury's arrest. Her daughter had dated him back in 2001, and she described him as a perfect gentleman who always seemed happy and laid back. She couldn't believe that the man she knew could be different from the person now accused of such heinous crimes. Maury was suspected of being involved in the murders of 12 women, and he was also charged with 2 counts of kidnapping. Federal court documents linked him to these crimes. Police investigators believed that Maury may have killed more than 17 women in total. Following his arrest on June 7, 2002, Maury was taken into custody for interrogation and was placed on preventative monitoring until his trial for the alleged offenses. Just one St. Louis thought justice had been served with Maury. His arrest on June 7, 2002. The city saw darkness again 3 days later, on June 10, 2002. Maury planned to escape his sentence. He did that in the most unthinkable way possible. Maury Travis reportedly wrote a brief note on a sheet of paper in his 8th-floor jail cell in Clayton. Outside the cell, another inmate tasked with monitoring Maury attempted to keep watch through a window. Maury had no desire to spend the rest of his life in prison or face execution by injection. He conveyed to those who would read his final words. Instead, he decided to end his life on his own terms. He explained that he left a note to demonstrate, "You guys didn't kill me." His note read, "Dear Mom, I'm sorry for the pain this caused you and the family. My death seems to be the only way out, and a fast end to all the publicity. You were the best mother a man could have. But I've been sick for a long time, sick in the head, since I was about 14. I don't know why. I was just sick. I've never felt normal or happy at any time in my life. I think about the life I lead and what's ahead of me. This seems the best solution for all involved, especially me, because I won't spend the rest of my life locked up, or worse, let them kill me with a needle. Tell Grandma Marina James and everybody, I love them dearly. I love you the most, but you know that forever. Your son, Toby Travis." Jail regulations prohibited the inmate assigned to the anti-self-harm vigil from maintaining a clear view of what was to transpire, and the guards violated jail rules, skipping 15-minute checks, providing Maury with 45 minutes of privacy to carry out his plan. According to Clayton police, Maury meticulously threaded a torn strip of bedsheet through small holes in a jail wall vent 6 feet from the floor and looped the other end around his neck. He placed a pillowcase over his head, stuffed additional cloth into his mouth, and somehow managed to tie his hands behind his back. 12 years after Maury himself died in prison, his mother, Sandra Travis, still owned the home where he committed his horrific acts. In 2014, she rented the house to Katrina McGaw without mentioning its dark past. McGaw learned about the house's history from a television documentary and requested to break her lease, but Sandra refused. News 4 contacted Sandra, who claimed she had informed McGaw about the house's past. McGaw denied this, stating that she would have remembered the murders if Sandra had told her. Technically, landlords are not obligated to disclose information about a home's past in this country. Landlords are only required to report physical defects. The St. Louis Housing Authority intervened, allowing McGaw to move out at the end of the month, despite Sandra's objections. The situation was complex. On one hand, it was understandable that Sandra, the mother of a serial killer, would want to put the past behind her. She was legally entitled to rent the house without disclosing any information about past events, but it may not have been ethically right to do so. On the other hand, McGaw, who had a 2-year-old daughter, was uncomfortable living in a house where women were tortured and murdered. She also mentioned that her daughter had occasionally played near the same pole in the basement where Maury Travis tied up his victims. Considering how disturbing the whole situation was, McGaw understandably wanted to move out as soon as possible. Sadly, the victims found no closure. Moreover, several victims remained unidentified, adding to the heartbreak of this case. After witnessing these tragic events, one thing becomes evident. You never truly know who lives next door. This monstrous individual was carrying out these heinous acts right beneath everyone's noses, escaping notice even from those close to him. What's truly confounding is the mystery surrounding his actions. How could he commit 17 murders in his basement without anyone suspecting a thing, not even the women he dated? And then, the ultimate enigma. Why did he choose to end his own life in that prison cell? Was the reality of prison more horrific than the agony these women faced? Or was he such a narcissist that he couldn't bear anyone else deciding when his life would end? This case raises more questions than answers. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. He was planning a massacre at his school, but before he could step through its doors with a loaded shotgun, he turned his rage inward on the people who loved him most. In the early hours of a quiet morning in Luton, while the town lay asleep, a nightmare unfolded behind the walls of a modest flat on Wallett's Bank Drive. 3 lives. His mother, his 13-year-old sister, and his 16-year-old brother were taken in brutal succession. A shotgun, a teenage hand, a plan that changed course in the most devastating way. The United Kingdom, still haunted by the memory of Dunblane in 1996, had not seen a school shooting in nearly 3 decades. There had been warnings, close calls, arrests, but never the act itself. Until now, that line had not been crossed. But evil doesn't always begin in public. Sometimes it grows quietly, inside homes that feel warm, safe, and familiar. Juliana Prosper knew about starting over. Born Juliana Falcon in June 1976, she was raised in the coastal city of Mar del Plata, Argentina. It was a place where the ocean met hardship, where people learned to be both resilient and hopeful. Juliana was one of those people. She was the kind of woman who pushed forward, no matter how steep the climb. Years later, she left behind her home country and began again in England. It was more than a move. It was a reinvention. She married Ray Prosper, and together they built a life. 4 children, a simple home, a future. Juliana wasn't loud, wasn't flashy, but she was present, devoted, a quiet force who centered her world around her kids. By 2024, she lived in that small Luton flat with 3 of them. Life wasn't glamorous, but it was full of purpose. She kept routines, celebrated the little things, and did what so many mothers do, sacrificed in silence, loved without condition. What she couldn't see, what no one could have seen, was what was growing beneath the surface. Behind one bedroom door, darkness had begun to take root. And when it finally erupted, it didn't just shatter a home. It shattered the fragile illusion that tragedies like these couldn't happen here. Not in the UK. Not again. Not until now. There was a storm brewing within those walls, in disguise of a boy who seemed too meek to even hit an object in his path. Nicholas Prosper was the kind of boy who didn't just fade into the background. He clung to it. A December child born in 2005, he came into the world quietly, and for the most part stayed that way. Diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder early on, he walked through life a few steps apart from everyone else. Not always alone, but always slightly removed, as though he were watching the world through a speck only he could see through. In his younger years, he had friends, not many, but enough to keep him anchored. He wasn't a troublemaker, not in the traditional sense. He was geeky, they said, soft-spoken, obsessive about computers, the kind of kid who could disappear into a screen for hours and still not feel like he'd scratched the surface. Teachers remembered him as bright, even promising. But what they couldn't see, or maybe chose not to see, was the slow erosion happening beneath the surface. The way isolation began to calcify into something harder, something darker. By the time he reached his late teens, that gentle geekiness had twisted into something far more unpredictable. He stopped trying to connect. The friend group dissolved. The screen stopped being a sanctuary and became something else entirely. A tunnel with only darkness at the end, only reflections of death, hatred, and perversion. He spiraled down corners of the internet where empathy dies, where violence is glorified and human suffering is cataloged like some kind of collectible. At some point, he was banned from one such site, a morbid database where real death was archived and dissected like entertainment. But even there, even in that graveyard of humanity, Nicholas had crossed a line. He made comments in support of pedophilia, vile and unfiltered, as though empathy had been surgically removed from his vocabulary. He wasn't just watching the darkness, he was absorbing it, he was becoming it. And no one knew just how far that darkness had sunk, how deeply it had planted itself in his bones, how it was growing, feeding, waiting. Because Nicholas Prosper wasn't just withdrawing from the world, he was preparing for war. By the time September's Friday the 13th crept into the calendar, the plan had matured into something monstrous, no longer a passing thought or a twisted fantasy confined to the corners of a screen, but an intention, rehearsed in silence and fed with obsession. Nicholas Prosper had immersed himself so deeply in the world of school shootings that his fascination had eroded whatever boundary there might have been between watching and committing. His mind was absorbed in the details of Sandy Hook, the timelines, the methods, the body count, not from a place of grief or horror, but from an ambition to create something even more devastating, a spectacle of violence that would end with him turning the weapon on himself, leaving behind a trail of bodies and questions that would never quite be answered. His choice of targets spoke volumes about his mindset. He didn't pick his old primary school because he had suffered there or because of some open wound from childhood. He picked it because he knew its insides, the security system, the classroom layout, the way the corridors turned, like someone choosing the most familiar battlefield for the most calculated slaughter. There was no emotional trigger, no personal vendetta, only cold strategic advantage. When he tried to acquire a firearm in August, the attempt failed. But rather than derail his plan, the setback only seemed to strengthen his focus. He had already been preparing for over a year, building the idea piece by piece in his mind, layering it with research, false starts, and obsessive planning. A delay didn't shake him. It gave him more time to refine the vision. On 12 September, just hours before he would destroy his family, Nicholas finally secured the weapon. He purchased a double-barreled shotgun and 100 cartridges for £650 0 pence from a local dealer, using a forged firearms license that mimicked the real thing with disturbing accuracy. He had spent time studying every element of a UK license, the paper's weight, the seals, the placement of the official signatures, and had replicated it with extreme meticulousness. The dealer, though uneasy, believed the documentation to be genuine and notified police, but the warning came too late. The weapon was his. His timeline had locked in. As night took hold and the town around him drifted towards sleep, Nicholas wasn't winding down or hesitating. He was finalizing. His browser history from that night became a window into a mind that had spiraled beyond recognition. Search after search for methods of killing with a shotgun, anatomical specifics, outcomes, the kind of blunt force horror usually reserved for war zones and nightmares. Mixed in were searches tied to necrophilia and to the murder of Sarah Everard, as though his appetite for violence was expanding, even as the clock ticked toward morning. Then came the video, a final digital confession broadcast from his bedroom into the world. He described himself as a follower of Clementine, a fictional character from the Walking Dead video game series, latching onto her image, not for her humanity but for some twisted symbolic allegiance that only made sense in his fractured reality. He spoke poison about his sister Giselle, referencing a choice she had made in the game months earlier, a moment so trivial that it might have been laughable had it not been spoken with such vile certainty. He said her face would be mutilated further than necessary, delivering the line with a coldness that felt rehearsed, devoid of any trace of human feeling. Though prosecutors would later argue that this reference was irrelevant to the murders, it felt like a sign that nothing, not even a game played with family, was safe from the rot that had taken hold of his mind. As the hours passed and darkness deepened, Nicholas Prosper stood on the edge of his own carefully constructed horror, armed, ready, and emotionally removed from everything that had once tied him to normalcy. Behind him was the quiet of a flat where his family slept, unaware that the boy they had raised, the brother they had laughed with, the son who once played video games in the next room, was preparing to become a vicious monster. Under the thin veil of early morning silence, as the world outside remained unsuspecting, Nicholas Prosper sat alone in his room, watching violent, animated pornography while continuing the same heinous research he had started the day before. It was well past midnight. By 4:32 a.m., he had already test-filled the double-barreled shotgun once into a teddy bear. His plan had been to kill 3 people, his mother and 2 younger siblings, in under 30 seconds. He thought the timing would be tight enough to escape detection by the neighbors, but Juliana woke up early. She wasn't supposed to. She saw her son with the gun. There was panic, there was shouting, and a struggle followed. Prosper attacked her with a knife first, slashing and stabbing her hands and arms as she tried to fight him off. He then shot her in the head at close range, killing her. Her body would later be found sprawled in the hallway. Giselle heard the chaos and got up. She was shot at, the bullet grazing the back of her head. She ran, trying to hide under the dining table. He followed. He shot her in the face. Kyle tried to resist. He grabbed a kitchen knife. He tried to fight. Prosper shot him in the chest from across the room. Then he walked over and stabbed him more than 100 times while Kyle begged him to stop. His lung was punctured. He still got up and ran. He made it to the hallway. Prosper shot him in the head. 7 cartridges were fired. He reloaded at least twice. Neighbors heard it all, the shouting, the fighting, the crashing sounds. One of them walked to the door to complain about the noise. She heard ruffling, a boy groaning, and then a shot. She turned around and ran. The first emergency call came in at 5:29 a.m. CCTV footage until 4:47 captured Prosper's eerily calm walk out of the flat at 5:33 a.m. Almost 20 minutes later, the police had reached the scene. They entered the flat at around 6. They found Juliana, Giselle, and Kyle, blood streaks across walls, bloody handprints, bloodied knives scattered. A copy of How to Kill Your Family was placed on Juliana's body. Nicholas had packed the shotgun and 33 cartridges in a large bag. He started walking towards St. Joseph's primary school, the same one he had attended, the same one he had planned to attack. But the school was still closed. Police activity was increasing. He didn't go through with it. He hid in a nearby wooded area for 2 hours. He shared the video he'd recorded earlier, the one about the walking dead. He tossed away 2 mobile phones, hoping to protect a group of pedophiles he had spoken with online. Nicholas also left the shotgun and ammunition in a bush near a playing field. At 7:55 a.m., he walked out from the woods and down Birmingham Road. He raised his hand to a passing police car. The officers were returning from the crime scene. They stopped. They saw the blood on his face and arrested him. "It's not murder," he kept repeating. "He didn't want to show up." The courtroom was ready. The families were waiting. The hour was set, 10:30, a.m. sharp. But Nicholas Prosper, triple murderer, self-styled executioner, failed school shooter, was refusing to step back into the dock. Not out of fear, not out of remorse, because he simply didn't want to. At 8:45 a.m., word reached the judge. The convict was refusing to appear. Mrs. Justice Chima Grubb wasn't having it. There would be no sentencing in absentia. He was to be dragged in if necessary. Not for his sake, for the sake of the mother, the sister, the brother, the people whose blood he spilled, for those who had come to see the face of the boy who had torn their lives open. "You do not want to be here," she said from the bench, "but it is not your choice." She had him brought in and he sat there in silence, staring straight ahead. Prosper had always rejected what the world had tried to give him: help, assessments, understanding, structure. His parents and teachers knew something wasn't right. They saw him withdraw. They watched him lose interest in the living and wrap himself in shadows. They had begged for an evaluation, reached out to child mental health services, tried to get him diagnosed for autism spectrum disorder. He refused it all, shut every door, sidelined every attempt. A psychiatrist would finally look into him, but not until after the murders. In the cold, clinical light of custody, a diagnosis came: mild ASD traits. A report detailed the hollow space where empathy should have been. It was not just a lack, it was an extreme lack, the kind that echoed through every corner of this case. He wasn't unreachable, but he was uninterested. There were no friendships, no real connections. Only deep obsessive spirals about serial killers, about school shootings, about death as a spectacle. The judge laid it bare. These weren't just odd fixations. They weren't just dark corners of the internet. They were what shaped his identity. A boy who had failed to hold even a thread of ordinary social interaction, had built himself a sanctuary in violence. The internet had opened the floodgates. He waded in freely. Every disturbing image, every cold commentary, every headline soaked in blood, it all fed him. Yes, there was an indirect link between his autism and the way he moved through the world, but as the judge made clear, ASD does not make one violent. It doesn't instruct a person to plan a massacre. It doesn't teach someone how to craft a fake firearms license. It doesn't guide their hands when they aim a shotgun at their own mother. That was Nicholas, and now, whether he wanted to or not, he had to listen to the law, to the families, to the judgment. Because monsters do not get to vanish quietly. They must be seen, they must be named, and they must sit shackled in silence while justice carves its final word. The courtroom was silent when the full story came out in March 2025. These weren't spontaneous acts of violence. They were planned in detail with a clear goal to become infamous. Nicholas Prosper murdered his mother, sister, and brother as the first stage of a broader scheme to carry out a mass shooting at St. Joseph's Catholic Primary School. The preparations had been ongoing for months. Prosper picked St. Joseph's because he knew it well. He had studied there, as had his siblings. He searched the school's website for photos of students and teachers and noted the timing of assemblies and classes. Everything was methodical. He chose Friday the 13th deliberately, hoping the date would add weight to his actions. His plan was to kill his family early in the morning, leave home by 8:30 a.m. and arrive at the school during assembly to carry out a mass shooting. Earlier that night, he researched how to use the weapon and searched for disturbing content related to violence, including the murder of Sarah Everard and material connected to necrophilia. Neighbors heard the noise. Some reported shouts, banging and groaning, followed by what sounded like gunshots. One went to the door to complain but fled after hearing a loud bang. A police call was placed at 5:29 AI Muse. A chase of cat and mouse followed, which ended with Nicholas being found with the blood of his family on his face and clothes. He was charged with 3 counts of murder. He was also charged with possessing a shotgun and a knife in public, as well as acquiring a shotgun without a certificate. Child abuse images were later discovered on his phone, but no charges were filed for that. When the police found him, Nicholas Prosper stood in black and yellow. It wasn't a random outfit. He had chosen the colors on purpose. This was the look he wanted to be remembered by. The judge sentenced him to life with a minimum term of 49 years. Now, this does not mean that Nicholas will be out in the world in 49 years. A life sentence with a minimum term of this many years means that the person will spend the rest of their life in prison. But they must serve at least 49 years behind bars before they can even ask to be released after the decided tenure. They can apply for parole, which is a formal request to be let out of prison. However, being eligible for parole does not guarantee release. A special board will review the case to decide whether the person is still a danger to the public. If they believe it is unsafe to let the person out, the person will stay in prison. Even if parole is granted, the person will remain under strict supervision for the rest of their life and can be sent back to prison at any time if they break the rules or commit another crime. Going back to the heinous crime that Nicholas committed, it didn't just shake a courtroom. It sent waves through an entire system that many believed was working just fine. But behind the horror of what Nicholas Prosper did was a quieter, more troubling truth. It had been far too easy for him to get his hands on a gun. Law enforcement knew it, and they weren't subtle about it. They pointed out how shockingly simple it still was for someone to sell a firearm private. All a person really needed was a certificate, real or fake, and a willing seller. And that was it. No double-checking, no verification, no questions. Just a deadly loophole wide open. In response, police and safety officials started calling for changes that felt long overdue. One of their key suggestions was to build a national database for firearm license holders. Something clear and central, where every certificate could be checked against real records. And not just that. They pushed for a rule that would force sellers to get clearance from the police before selling a weapon, to make sure the buyer had the right paperwork, real ID, and a legitimate reason to own a gun. But the danger wasn't only in how Nicholas got the weapon, it was also in what had been building inside his head long before he pulled the trigger. Officials spoke of an obsession, rooted in endless hours online, wrapped in disturbing content, soaked in stories of mass murder, brutality, and control. What happened wasn't just a crime. It was a slow-growing sickness that had fed on unfiltered violence found in dark corners of the internet. Completely unbothered and those watching this unfold didn't hold back. They saw this as a warning. One that wasn't just about guns or loopholes, but about the growing storm of violent content reaching young people and changing the way they think, feel, and act. And the message from the government was clear. This couldn't be ignored anymore. They promised to act, to make the laws stricter around private gun sales, to close the cracks in background checks, and to do more to protect communities from the kind of thinking that leads to something like this. It wasn't about just one tragedy. It was about making sure no one else walks the same path, with a weapon in their hands and a plan built from hate. Even after the government of the UK has promised change, it takes time, and time is something we can no longer afford to waste. The next Nicholas Prosper may already be watching, waiting, learning, just as quietly, just as patiently. And as the world spins forward, more connected and exposed than ever, the real question lingers in the quiet. What happens when the next warning sign goes unnoticed? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. I look for a young boy that is between the ages of 18 and 25. Is your body typical? I'll kill you and consume your lustful flesh. This terrifying tweet may sound like something out of a horror movie, but it's actually true, and it resulted in a crime that made headlines all around the world. The fact that the victim voluntarily consented to be killed and consumed makes this case extremely stranger. The man regarded as the most courteous killer, Armin Meiwes, existed before Jeffrey Dahmer stunned the world. The title may sound odd, but you'll understand why after hearing the twisted details. And like many murders, his journey into darkness began long before the horrific event itself, so it all begins with his early years. On December 1, 1961, Armin Meiwes was born into a family that appeared to have had everything. Armin's father worked as a police officer and had a steady, well-respected career. With his constant income, he was able to buy a large 16,000 square foot estate in Germany, with 36 rooms and a luxury lifestyle for the family. It was a house that represented prosperity, achievement, and the kind of life that many people would aspire to. But the family's life was anything but perfect within the confines of that magnificent estate. Armin's parents were very different in age. When his father, at just 21 years old, married his mother, she was 40. This significant age gap created the foundation for an unbalanced and problematic relationship. Later, these disagreements would frequently get so out of hand that Armin's mother would threaten to harm him or commit suicide if she didn't get her way. Armin had to deal with an emotionally suffocating environment at an early age, which caused him a lot of stress and instability. Being the youngest of 3 kids, Armin's family's dysfunction only got worse as he got older. When Armin was only 5 or 6 years old, his 2 older siblings made the decision to leave the family home because they were so overwhelmed by the turmoil and poisonous nature of their parents' relationship. Being older teenagers, they were at their breaking point. After they left, Armin was left to deal with his mother, who was becoming colder and more aloof. He felt much more alone and abandoned when his brothers were gone, not only by them but also by his father, who would shortly go. Armin's father abruptly left the family when he was just 7 years old, with no prior notice or explanation. His father got into his car, packed up, and drove away, never to be seen again. Armin, who had already lost his siblings, was devastated by this abandonment because he now had no father. A profound sense of loneliness that would follow him for the rest of his life was brought on by the emotional burden of these separations and being abandoned by people he should have been able to depend on. Armin's connection with his mother remained cold and unloving despite all of this upheaval. She didn't care for him. If anything, she was harsh and demanding, expecting him to do things around the house that a small child couldn't do. Armin was already in charge of running the family by the time he was 6 or 7, with his mother making very little effort. He was made to feel invisible and unloved by her frequent yelling at him. His home exuded a pervasive sense of neglect rather than warmth or kindness. Armin turned to reading as a coping mechanism for his inner stress. Reading gave him solace, and Robinson Crusoe was one of the books he became obsessed with. Despite being primarily about adventure and survival, this great book included a little line that would have a profound effect on Armin. There is a cannibal reference in the story, which caught his interest and held it ever since. Armin became obsessed with the concept of devouring someone else while he was just 10 years old. His twisted and sinister aspirations began with this terrible obsession. His life would be defined by this passion, which went beyond simple curiosity. This infatuation would not materialize so quickly. You see, in an attempt to establish a career as a professional soldier, Armin left home at the age of 19 and enlisted in the West German Army. He served in the military for 12 years, during which he experienced a feeling of routine that kept his darker impulses at bay. He had a few female companions while in the army, but none of them were more than platonic. One of his friends later said that everyone seemed to know Armin might be gay, but he was the last to realize it, or perhaps he didn't understand it at the time. Armin started to doubt his own sexuality and would occasionally ask his friends, "Do you think I'm gay?" To which his friends would reply, "That's something you need to figure out for yourself." Armin began drinking more because he was confused. He drove while intoxicated in each of the car accidents that occurred from his alcohol consumption. He was expelled from the army at the age of 32 as a result of these actions. To take care of his sick mother, Armin returned home. Although she had never been particularly independent, she was now much older, battling disease and unable to care for herself. Now that Armin was back at home, he would be the one to take care of her at the big mansion. At one time, the area where they lived looked tense and icy. Armin also made the decision to switch careers at this time. He succeeded in his new position as a computer engineer at a bank, but he would soon learn about something that would completely alter his life in the 1990s, the World Wide Web. Since the internet was still in its infancy, websites were frequently unpolished and primitive. Soon this absence of oversight would become a major factor in Armin's developing fixation. Armin started browsing the internet and discovered something unexpected, a group of people who were interested in the same weird and sinister thing he was: cannibalism. Cannibal Cafe was an online community that provided a safe space for those with cannibalistic fantasies to meet and freely discuss their wants. Armin was surprised and relieved to find this community. At last he had company. His perverted beliefs were shared by others and he felt understood for the first time. Because of its unrestricted expanse, the internet has made it difficult to distinguish between fact and imagination. Eager to further explore his impulses, Armin built his own website where he could discuss cannibalism in an open manner. He even started creating fictitious pictures to feed his own and other people's imaginations. Just to give you a spoiler, the website is no longer accessible if you were considering looking it up. You can still see traces of the past, though, if you utilize the Wayback Machine, a neat program that lets you explore websites that have since disappeared. You won't find any of Armin's posts from that time period after things took a bad turn, even if the majority of the website is no longer there. Although his contributions were removed, it was essentially a platform where people may freely discuss their most sinister desires. People posted things like, "I want to eat your flesh," or "I can't wait to kill this person and devour them." These posts were disturbingly common. Armin Maywes, with his deranged wants, found a way to connect with people who shared his horrific ideas in this unsettling part of the internet. Armin chose to literally take matters into his own hands rather than just discussing them. With a combination of gruesome inventiveness and a chilling wish to be perceived as a true cannibal, he went to butcher shops, purchased actual meat, and altered it to resemble human body parts. He captured his creations on camera and shared them online, presenting a graphic depiction of consumption and murder. Many people were duped. In a place where fancies ran wild, Armin looked all too real, and they later started to worship him after believing his gory posts. As he persisted in controlling the forum, his online persona gained popularity, gradually establishing a reputation among the visitors of the website as the man who was truly pursuing his deepest desires. But Armin's life changed on September 2, 1999. When he got home from work and went into his mother's bedroom, he found her dead. Most people would have been depressed or grieving, but Armin was not. Rather, he experienced a profound sensation of relief. His mother had dominated his life for years, using her aggressive and possessive ways to manipulate him. He felt free to pursue his twisted dreams without his mother's scrutiny or oversight. He intensified his passion, no longer constrained by her presence. He converted one of the house's rooms into his cannibal room, where he could privately indulge his deranged fantasies without being constrained by social conventions. Armin then started looking for those who would give in to his worst urges, which led to a spiral into insanity. And it all started with that post you saw in the introduction. Although Armin received a surprising number of answers from interested parties, the majority of them would abruptly withdraw. But one individual in particular was adamant about seeing it through. This man, whose identity is unknown, kept exchanging emails with Armin, showing a keen interest in Armin's strange and terrifying fantasy. During their conversations, he freely acknowledged that being eaten was his fantasy. Presumably interested, Armin agreed and set up a rendezvous at his home. The man was met with a somber scenario upon arriving at Armin's estate. Armin had laid the man out on a table and laid out the details of his evil plans, outlining each step of what was going to happen. However, the man abruptly changed his mind and said he didn't feel good and didn't want to continue the torture. He let the man get up, walk away, and head home, much to Armin's amazement. Although Armin was obviously disappointed, his main goal was to locate a willing participant. He didn't want to put anyone in the terrible circumstance he had in mind. And when you consider it, that man was lucky that Armin wasn't completely overcome by his insanity and that things didn't get worse. But Armin was not deterred. Unwilling to give the impression that his hideous fantasy was coming true, he turned to an unsettling kind of artistic expression. He used papier-mâché to create a realistic body, painting it to look like a real human body. He also bought an old mannequin from a store that was getting rid of it, painted it to look like a corpse, and took pictures of the finished product. Armin's internet reputation grew even more after he uploaded these pictures on the cannibal website. Users of the website were captivated, thinking that Armin had truly killed and eaten someone. They praised him as a hero, a living example of their collective cannibalistic desire. Many people idolized him for what they saw to be his gory actions, which helped him gain notoriety among the cannibal community. Armin's determination to locate a willing participant remained unwavering in spite of these online spectacles. He kept looking and braced himself for the moment when he would find someone who would sacrifice themselves for his perverse goal. He had converted one of his mansion's rooms into what he called his slaughter room. With no windows, a cage to house his victims, and meat hooks dangling from the ceiling, this area had a sinister appearance, evocative of a horror film. Finally, when Armin heard back from a man named Brandis, his perseverance paid off. After disclosing that he was interested in pursuing connections with guys, 34-year-old engineer Brandis recently ended his marriage. His marriage had probably been strained by his internal conflict over his sexuality, and his wife's departure had left him to face his cravings on his own. Brandis had also been active on the cannibal forums, and had indicated that he would be open to joining Armin in his grotesque fantasy. Throughout their many email exchanges, Armin described his plans for Brandis's body after the act was finished. In response, Brandis offered his own suggestions and asked that his skull be turned into an ashtray once he passed away. He also requested that his penis be cut off and that the two men share in its consumption in a very unsettling interaction. According to Armin, who would subsequently talk about his reasons in interviews, he never intended to go against what his volunteers wanted. He was more than happy to comply with the wishes of those who desired to be consumed in a specific manner. Every element had to be in line with what his victims wanted, according to his perverted sense of respect. Following weeks of communication, March 9, 2001 was chosen as the day. Brandis would go to Armin's house and execute their unimaginable scheme together. Before they made the preparations, they had sex when he arrived. In an attempt to lessen Brandis's suffering, Armin gave him beer, sleeping pills, and even Vicks, thinking that these substances would make any pain go away. Knowing exactly what was going to happen, Brandis voluntarily took these medications. In order to allow him to enjoy the event long after it was ended, Armin also told him that the entire process would be filmed. Brandis lied down on the table with the cameras set up and prepared to record everything. As agreed upon, Armin started with the act Brandis had asked for. He cut the man's genitalia with a sharp blade. In subsequent interviews, Armin recounted how Brandis screamed horrifyingly for a brief period of 20 to 30 seconds. Armin's mind would be permanently etched with the picture of blood spraying from the wound like a fountain. But the horrors of the night were far from done. Following Brandis' instructions, Armin carried the severed organ to the kitchen. There he made a careful effort to prepare it as a dinner. He put it in a pan with oil after seasoning it with salt, pepper, and garlic. Neither he nor the investigators, who would later learn the somber facts of this crime, would have forgotten the bizarre quality of the moment. Armin tried to cook the cut organ, then plated it elegantly and served it to Brandis and himself. However, it was not what he had anticipated. It was almost impossible to eat the extremely tough flesh. Armin acknowledged that it tasted awful, chewy, rubbery, and simply not what he had anticipated. Brandis was bleeding profusely in the meantime, and the situation was becoming unmanageable. Armin brought him to the bathtub in the hopes that the running water would help contain it. He expected Brandis to pass swiftly, so he checked on him every 15 minutes, but the process was taking far longer than he had anticipated. He read a Star Trek book to kill time as he waited, but even as he read, Brandis was still alive and gradually disappearing. Armin made the decision to expedite things after almost 3 hours. "Sorry, but you're taking too long." He walked into the bathroom, glanced at Brandis, and sliced his throat after kissing him. Armin started working after Brandis died. After dragging the body from the tub, he cut it up and meticulously placed the various parts in his freezer, but the skull was given its own place to repose. In his garden, it was buried. For future meals, the remaining remnants were wrapped and kept fresh. In an interview, Armin talked about how he used his best crockery and lit candles as he meticulously arranged the table. He fried a chunk of Brandis back meat with Brussels sprouts and mashed potato. Armin survived on Brandis remnants for the next 6 to 8 months, keeping them in his freezer beneath piles of pizza boxes. He consumed the meat in a variety of ways, including frying it, topping pizzas, and even eating it for breakfast. Eating, however, was insufficient. He needed approval. Showing off his accomplishment to the shadowy corners of the internet, he went back to the cannibal forums and posted pictures of Brandis's remains. People on the website were excited by his posts and showered him with praise. After several months of eating human meat, he was nearing the end of his supply by late November or early December. He went back to the cannibal websites and posted ads for a new volunteer since he was looking for a new victim. An Austrian student, however, became aware of Armin's online behavior after discovering his posts and the unsettling pictures he had uploaded. When the student realized this was more than a fantasy, he informed the police, saying, "I think this guy actually killed someone." The police showed up at Armin's residence early on the morning of December 10, 2002. At first, they didn't find anything out of the ordinary when they searched the house, but they found 50 pounds of meat when they unlocked the freezer that was concealed beneath piles of pizza boxes. When cops looked more closely, they discovered something startling. The flesh still had human skin attached. Armin calmly explained that it was a wild pig. Armin made no attempt to conceal anything when confronted with the facts. He instantly came clean, confessing to everything he had done, including turning over his computer, the pictures, and the VHS film that showed the crime. He was immediately apprehended by the police, and as the case progressed, the public was appalled by the revelations. Armin was found guilty of manslaughter on January 30, 2004, and given a meager 8.5-year prison sentence. Outrage ensued because many people thought the punishment was excessively light. His defense, nevertheless, was unique and powerful. The emails and the fact that Brandes had come to Armin's house voluntarily demonstrated that he had voluntarily participated. Because cannibalism was not technically outlawed in Germany, this case revealed a startling legal loophole. Prosecutors pushed for a retrial as public pressure grew, claiming that Brandes was not in a stable enough state of mind to give his own consent. Armin was found guilty of murder on May 10, 2006 and given a life sentence. Since then, Armin has changed in an unexpected way. He gave up meat completely and became a vegetarian while he was serving his term. In his numerous interviews, which are readily available online, he discusses his misdeeds in a cool, collected manner. You wouldn't think he was a murderer if you saw him. If true crime has taught us anything, it's that murderers can appear to be quite normal. Although Armin has admitted that his actions were wrong, the harm had already been done, and his case is still among the most unsettling in contemporary history. What do you think then? Did he merit a life sentence? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. On February 18, 2023, the Oshkosh Police Department received a frantic 911 call that would lead officers into one of the most disturbing crime scenes they'd ever witnessed. The caller claimed his sister had snapped and that her ex-boyfriend was seriously injured. When Officer Bennett arrived at the home on the 500 block of Jefferson Street, nothing could have prepared him for what was waiting inside. Blood was everywhere. The walls, the furniture, the floors. It looked like something out of a horror film. And standing in the chaos was 22-year-old Megan Taylor Lund. She was sobbing, shaking, and covered in blood, her arms, hands, and legs all stained red. A large blue UCLA sweatshirt hung loosely on her body, the only thing she was wearing. Just moments before, she had stabbed her ex-boyfriend 19 times with a pair of scissors. But there was something strange about the scene. Megan didn't appear violent or aggressive. In fact, as Officer Bennett reached the top of the stairs and entered the room, he saw her leaning over the shirtless man, pressing her hands into his chest and shoulder as if trying to help him. It was a picture of confusion and contradiction, a brutal act, followed by what looked like a desperate attempt to save a life. The man, whose identity has never been publicly revealed, was rushed to the hospital in critical condition. Then, attention turned to Megan. She was visibly shaken. But why? What had driven her to such a violent breaking point? To understand that, we have to look beyond the blood and chaos, back to the beginning of Megan and her ex's story. The two had once been happy. By all accounts, they were thrilled to start a life together. In early 2022, they welcomed a daughter into the world. Friends said they seemed like a young couple full of hope and love. But behind closed doors, something had clearly begun to crack. Details of their relationship remain vague, and authorities have kept much of the case under wraps. But whatever happened inside that home on Jefferson Street didn't happen overnight. Whether it was rooted in mental illness, abuse, or something deeper, one thing is clear. That February evening marked the moment their lives changed forever. And the biggest mystery still lingers. What really happened in the moments before Megan picked up those scissors? And what secret was buried behind her blood-soaked silence? The officer observed that she seemed utterly shattered and confused by what had just happened. She was crying and screaming and begged for assistance. While one officer tried to soothe her and get her to talk, another officer approached her brother, Ethan, to piece together the events that had unfolded. Ethan finally opened his door. He had sensed something wasn't right after hearing the loud noises. This was when he found Morgan's ex-boyfriend on top of her, both drenched in blood. He was desperately trying to restrain her, but Morgan seemed consumed by something and relentlessly stabbed at him, as if she was under some dark spell. It was a scary scene, full of chaos and fear. The officer needed to question Morgan to find out if she was influenced by some external factors that pushed her to commit such a horrific act. This information would guide them in handling the case effectively and framing their questions during Morgan's interview. After speaking to Ethan, who couldn't provide them with much information, the officers again turned their attention to Morgan. She was the only one who could truly explain what had happened that morning and why she had attacked her ex-boyfriend. What they learned from her was both shocking and unsettling. According to Morgan, she remembered that she woke up at around 6:30 a.m. that morning and found her baby peacefully sleeping beside her in the room. Despite her best efforts, going back to sleep eluded her, and she kept tossing and turning in frustration. She tried everything to sleep, but nothing seemed to work, so worried about waking up her baby. Due to her restlessness, Morgan decided to move the little one to a big playpen in the living room. Her ex-boyfriend was also there sleeping on the couch, so she figured he could keep an eye on the baby while she tried to get some more sleep. But here's where things get intriguing. Morgan claimed that she didn't remember waking up again after that moment. She said that the last thing she could recall before the chaos unfolded was drifting off to sleep. This suggested a gap in her memory leading up to and during the violent incident, which added a mysterious twist to the story. As the officer listened to Morgan's story, a sense of suspicion crept over him. Was she really telling the truth, or was she trying to paint herself as innocent? He pondered the possibility of amnesia, where people forget recent events, but something didn't quite add up with his explanation and Morgan's demeanor. To get to the bottom of things, he decided to ask her directly if she had been under the influence of drugs. What Morgan revealed next left everyone stunned. It was something out of the ordinary, not your everyday occurrence. While rare, it's something that could happen to anyone for various reasons, like past trauma or facing difficult situations. Morgan confessed she had been battling hallucinations and mental health struggles and had been feeling like she was seeing a mysterious figure everywhere, even experiencing out-of-body moments. It was like reality and imagination blurred into one eerie tale. Morgan shared that for the past 6 months to a year, she had been haunted by the presence of a dark, non-human figure. It didn't talk or tell her what to do, but she heard disturbing voices from it. Just seeing this eerie figure filled her with fear. And that's what she had faced this morning, when that shadow seemed to actually become real, making her feel trapped in her own frightening imagination. According to Morgan, her memory was all mixed up, like trying to remember a dream or an experience that wasn't real. She thought she had heard her ex-boyfriend yelling at their daughter, but it was all unclear. It's like when you wake up from a strange dream and can't quite separate it from reality. She said that she remembered finding herself in the living room, where she saw a terrifying, dark figure on top of her ex-boyfriend, attacking him. She was so confused and unsure about how to help him that she panicked, rushed to the couch and grabbed a pair of scissors that were laying nearby. Acting instinctively, she tried to defend her ex-boyfriend by attacking the dark, ominous figure with the scissors. It wasn't until her ex-boyfriend fought back and yelled at her, trying to snap her out of what she thought was a terrifying dream, that Morgan finally understood. She realized the figure she was attacking wasn't some imaginary threat. It was actually her ex-boyfriend, and everything was taking place in front of her daughter. Overwhelmed with shock, Morgan let go of the scissors and hurriedly tried to assist her ex-boyfriend by applying pressure to his chest to stem the flow of blood. The sudden realization of her actions left her frightened and disoriented. Despite Morgan's account sounding plausible, the police were torn between two possible scenarios. One was that she truly suffered from an untreated disorder, which would clearly explain her actions. The other theory was more sinister, as it suggested that she might be using the supposed disorder as an excuse to avoid punishment for the attack. In this scenario, her true intention could have been to harm or even kill her ex-boyfriend. So, after listening to the whole situation in Morgan's explanation of events, the officers delivered the news that she was under arrest and needed to go to the police station. She teared up and pleaded with them to tell her what would be happening next with her. She was already shaken by the attack. The thought of being arrested filled her with even more fear. She worried about her daughter and whether she'd ever see her again. She cried and pleaded for her father's help. As someone who knew about the issue she had been facing, she hoped he could make sense of the situation and provide an explanation for what had happened once Morgan was in handcuffs and on her way to the police station. Her brother Ethan was already in an interview room, sharing written statements about Morgan and her ex-boyfriend's troubled relationship. Their life wasn't as happy and picture-perfect as it seemed to be on the surface. Ethan shared that Morgan and her ex-boyfriend had a rocky relationship. Her ex even claimed that Morgan had physically harmed him and hit him multiple times. Despite having a child together and sharing a home, Morgan and her ex-boyfriend's relationship was far from harmonious. They argued constantly over trivial issues, to the point where he would simply shut down during arguments and distance himself from her. Eventually, their relationship reached a breaking point, and they had decided to end it 1 to 2 months before the stabbing incident. Ethan also told the officer that Morgan had been dealing with depression, especially for the past year since the birth of her child, who was now 11 months old. This revelation made the police wonder if the end of their relationship contributed to Morgan's mental health struggles, and if the stabbing was an act of revenge. They were trying to connect the dots between Morgan's personal challenges and the tragic events that had unfolded. As the interview with Ethan concluded, Morgan found herself in an interrogation room. The officer began by reading her Miranda rights and informing her of her legal rights. In response, Morgan asked the detective if she should have a lawyer present before or after questioning. Once more, Morgan requested the detective to contact her father over the phone. Her father reassured her to remain composed and to not fear. He firmly believed that she was innocent and advised her to stay calm and trust him. While Morgan waited for her father to arrive, half an hour seemed to stretch on forever. When he finally showed up, he revealed the truth behind Morgan's actions. He explained to the officers that Morgan had been battling postpartum depression, and up until now, nothing this violent had ever occurred during her struggles with this health issue. Postpartum depression is a type of depression that some people experience after having a baby. It can make them feel sad, anxious, and overwhelmed, and it might be hard for them to take care of themselves and their baby. For Morgan, dealing with postpartum depression made her feel even more stressed and sad than she already was. It might have made her thoughts and feelings confusing, which could have affected her actions in unexpected ways, and helped build the visions of the dark character. After the interview ended, Morgan talked to her father, and together, they decided not to talk to the detectives anymore, unless they had a lawyer with them. They wanted a trusted advisor by their side to make sure everything was handled properly and to protect their rights. Despite sustaining 19 stab wounds all over his body, including to his back, right shoulder, chest, face, and hands, Morgan's ex-boyfriend miraculously survived. He mentioned that while Morgan had shown abusive and sometimes violent behavior in the past, nothing had occurred between them the night of the incident. He also stated to his knowledge she had never threatened to kill him. The police charged Morgan of attempted first-degree homicide for stabbing her ex-boyfriend 19 times while he slept, but in August 2023, Morgan pleaded not guilty due to mental illness, explaining that her actions were influenced by her mental state. Later on, she accepted the plea deal to reduce her charges. Instead of the initial charges, she pleaded no contest to aggravated battery with the intent to cause great bodily harm and second-degree recklessly endangering safety. As a result, she received a sentence of 7 years and 6 months in prison on November 3, 2023. Additionally, she will have to serve 5 years of extended supervision for the aggravated battery charge. After that, she'll serve another 5 years of probation for second-degree recklessly endangering safety. She's currently serving her time in prison. Morgan's case sheds light on the complexities of mental health issues and their intersection with the legal system. While her actions resulted in severe consequences, the use of not guilty by reason of mental illness highlights the importance of addressing mental health issues within our society. As she serves her time in prison, questions linger. How can we better identify and support individuals struggling with mental health issues before they escalate to such tragic events? And how can the legal system change to make sure that people with mental illness are treated fairly and get the right outcomes when they're involved in criminal cases? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me. And you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Just minutes after a frantic 911 call, police arrived at the Beverly Hills mansion of Jose and Kitty Menendez, and what they found inside was pure carnage. The couple had been shot execution style, their bodies so brutally mutilated that they were nearly unrecognizable. The scene was chilling. But what shocked the world even more came 7 years later, when their own sons, Lyle and Eric Menendez, were convicted of the murders. Case closed? Not quite. Decades later, the Menendez brothers' case continues to spark debate, dominate headlines, and flood social media feeds. Some still believe they were cold-blooded killers, motivated by greed. Others argue they were deeply traumatized, victims of long-term abuse who saw no other escape. But before we can begin to unpack the controversy, we need to understand where they came from. The Menendez family wasn't just wealthy, they were extravagantly rich. They lived a life most people could only fantasize about: private jets, luxury cars, and million-dollar homes. In the late 1980s, their Beverly Hills mansion looked like something straight out of a Hollywood fantasy, more fitting for a movie star than a family of four. But their lavish lifestyle didn't come easy. It was built on the relentless ambition of one man, Jose Enrique Menendez. Born in Cuba, Jose fled the country during the revolution. At just 16, he arrived in the United States with no money and no safety net, only an unshakable determination to succeed. He earned a degree in accounting, but he didn't stop there. He climbed the corporate ranks in the entertainment industry with laser focus, eventually landing powerful positions at major companies like RCA Records and Live Entertainment. By the time of his death, Jose was a multi-millionaire, a self-made man who believed in hard work, success, and control. But behind the closed doors of their perfect home, something else may have been brewing. Something darker. Something that would eventually explode into one of the most infamous family murders in American history. His wife, Kitty, was once a school teacher, but she left her career behind as Jose's success skyrocketed. With their growing fortune, the Menendezes gave their sons every possible privilege. Lyle and Eric attended elite private schools, wore designer clothes, and lived a life free from financial worries. But beneath the glamorous surface, cracks were forming in the perfect family image. Eric, the younger of the two, had an undeniable talent for tennis. Ranking among the top young players in the country, his potential could have taken him to the professional level, competing against tennis legends like Pete Sampras and Andre Agassi. Lyle, the older brother, was accepted into Princeton University, but he struggled academically and was eventually suspended for plagiarism by the summer of 1989. Lyle was 21 and Eric was 18. Their future was seemingly set. Their father's fortune, their connections, and their privileged upbringing meant they had access to a world of opportunity. The Menendez estate alone was worth well over $10 million, 0 cents. And had things played out differently, their father might have told them, "One day, kids, all of this will be yours." Instead, on the night of August 20, the Menendez brothers walked into the family room where their father was watching television. Armed with shotguns, they unleashed a brutal attack, firing multiple rounds at their parents. The gunshots echoed through the mansion, shattering the illusion of a perfect family. When it was over, their father was riddled with bullets, his body slumped over in the chair where he had been watching television. Their mother, who had tried to escape, was shot so many times that part of her skull was blown away. The sheer violence of the attack stunned even the most seasoned investigators. But what happened next was just as shocking. The brothers didn't panic. They didn't flee in fear. Instead, they cleaned themselves up, changed into fresh clothes, and went to the movies that night, while their parents' bodies lay lifeless in their blood-soaked home. Lyle and Eric sat in a theater watching Batman. After that, they returned home, and that's when they called the cops and pretended to be shot. When the police arrived at the scene, they found Eric rolling around on the front lawn, curled up in the fetal position, howling in grief. His cries echoed through the night, an Oscar-worthy performance that would have fooled even the most seasoned detectives. But given what they went through throughout their childhood, The realistic cries of them just make sense. The brothers sobbed, clung to each other, and played the part of heartbroken sons to perfection. But behind the theatrics, something didn't sit right. Investigators pieced together the brutal execution. Jose Menendez had been sitting on the couch, watching television, completely unaware of what was coming. The first shotgun blast struck the back of his head, killing him instantly. The force of the shot was so powerful that it nearly decapitated him. Kitty, hearing the deafening explosion of gunfire, rushed into the room. Her scream barely had time to leave her lips before the second shot rang out. The blast struck her in the leg, sending her sprawling to the floor. She attempted to crawl away, leaving behind a slick trail of blood on the polished hardwood, but there was nowhere to go. Her own sons towered over her, reloading their weapons. The next round of shots tore through her chest and arms as she writhed in agony, but it wasn't enough. The final devastating shot was delivered point blank to her face, obliterating her features and rendering her unrecognizable. It was a grotesque overkill, something more akin to a mob hit than a spontaneous crime of passion. And then, in an eerie and calculated move, the brothers fired additional shots into their parents' kneecaps. This detail was chilling. Why would sons do such a thing to their own parents? To detectives, this screamed of a professional-style execution, a deliberate attempt to stage the murder as a mafia hit. But here's where things got truly bizarre. The Menendez brothers were not immediate suspects. Despite being the only people with a clear financial motive, despite their suspicious behavior, and despite the glaring brutality of the crime, the police initially bought into their grieving act. They didn't even test them for gunshot residue, a basic procedure in homicide investigations. For a while, it seemed like they might just get away with it, but their greed would be their downfall. In the weeks following the murders, instead of retreating into mourning, Lyle and Eric embarked on a jaw-dropping spending spree. Lyle returned to the Princeton area and began a kind of spending frenzy. His friends say they thought it was his way of dealing with his grief. Over several weeks, he bought clothes, a Rolex, a $62,000 0-cents Porsche. Rather than return to school, he bought a restaurant, saying his mother would have been pleased. Meanwhile, Eric wasn't exactly keeping a low profile either. He hired a new top-tier tennis coach. On top of that, the brothers vacationed in exotic locations like London and the Caribbean, dined at 5-star restaurants in Los Angeles, and drove around town in their deceased mother's Mercedes-Benz convertible. The money hemorrhaged out of their accounts at an alarming rate. In just 6 months, they had burned through over $700,000, 0 cents. They moved into high-end condos in Marina del Rey, flaunting their newfound freedom with reckless abandon. But while they were celebrating their new lives, the police were busy chasing a dead end. Investigators initially believed Jose Menendez's business dealings had made him a target. He was known for his ruthless and cutthroat style, making enemies in the entertainment world. The police considered the possibility of a mob hit. The staged kneecap shots made it look like an organized crime execution. But something didn't add up. If the mafia wanted Jose dead, why kill Kitty too? And why had nothing been stolen? As detectives struggled to find leads, Eric made a mistake that cracked the case wide open. Feeling guilty, overwhelmed, and unable to keep the secret buried, he confided in his psychologist, Dr. Jerome Oziel. He admitted everything: how they planned the murder, how they executed it, and how they covered it up. Dr. Oziel, bound by doctor-patient confidentiality, initially kept the confession secret. But here's where things took a wild turn. Oziel had a mistress, a woman named Judalon Smith. She knew about the confession, and in a moment of betrayal, she went to the police. Now, if you were the doctor's mistress at the time, what would you have done? According to her, she knew that Lyle and Eric were sexually abused, so if you knew that for a fact, would you still report it to the police? I want to hear your thoughts on this. At this point, Lyle and Eric were still oblivious. They truly believed they had pulled off the perfect crime. Lyle even went so far as to hire bodyguards for his shopping trips, parading around like a celebrity. Additionally, the two brothers had just established their own business called the Menendez Investment Enterprises. But law enforcement wasn't so easily fooled. With Judalon Smith's tip, they finally had the breakthrough they needed. The police were about to turn the tables on the Menendez brothers, and the downfall of Lyle and Eric was just beginning. They arrested Lyle first, since he was in California, and then Eric was taken into custody after he returned from playing in a tennis tournament in Israel. The case, however, was anything but simple. The legal battle was just beginning, and what followed was a courtroom drama filled with shocking twists and relentless maneuvering from both the prosecution and defense. The prosecution had what they believed to be a solid piece of evidence: the therapy session tapes. A judge ruled that these tapes could be used in court, but the brothers had hired a top-tier legal team, and they fought tooth and nail to suppress them for over a year. Every motion, every appeal, every legal loophole was explored. It was a fierce battle of legal expertise and strategy, stretching out the case and delaying the inevitable. First things first, let's talk about the person who first knew who killed the Menendez parents: Dr. Jerome Oziel. They started discussing what would happen, or how it would be, if the person who was a dominating force and a negative force and a very controlling person in their life wasn't there anymore. And at that point, it evolved into a discussion about killing the parents, most particularly the father. Basically, that the father had just been completely dominating and controlling, was impossible to please, had perfectionistic standards, that he was controlling of a lot of different aspects of Eric and Lyle's life in a very extreme way. They went up to the office where the infamous confession tape was recorded, a piece of evidence that would shake the entire case. But despite how damning the tape was, it didn't immediately lead to a guilty verdict. Instead, it played a major role in the Menendez brothers' defense. They claimed their father had abused them for years, physically, emotionally, and sexually, and they saw no other way out. In the tape, the brothers not only admitted to the murders, but also revealed something shocking. They had found their mother's suicide note before the killings, which deeply affected their decision. Eric described his mother's pain, how she discovered their father's long-term affair, and how it broke her. He recalled her struggling with alcohol and pills, telling him, "You don't understand how much stress I'm under. I take 13 pills a day and drink." The brothers believed that by killing her, they were actually doing her a favor, freeing her from misery. But there was also another terrifying thought. If she took her own life, they would be left alone with their father, and that was even worse. Eric later testified in court, revealing horrifying details about the abuse. He said that one night he finally told his older brother Lyle what had been happening. When asked why, Eric simply said, "I wanted it to stop." He described how their father forced him into oral sex and even used pins and tacks to hurt him during the assaults. He also shared that their father once threatened him with a knife, a jagged Rambo knife, to keep him silent. Lyle also took the stand and testified about the abuse he suffered between the ages of 6 and 8. To back up their claims, their defense team showed disturbing photographs as evidence, revealing the dark reality the brothers said they had endured. This is a proof sheet of the sequence of photographs from Eric's 6th birthday party. These photographs were found in an envelope with the handwriting of their mother. Among those photos was one that should have never existed, one of Lyle's nakedness, saved by his own mother. Lyle would later testify that his father, Jose Menendez, took photographs of them in their most vulnerable moments, bathing, changing, just being kids. Lyle said that he wouldn't ask, he wouldn't say anything. He would just come in, snap the photo, and leave. Lyle described in court how, after sports practice, his father would massage him. Then the touching began. It escalated, and Lyle was forced to touch back. After this, they would undress, and the nightmare played on repeat. 2 to 3 times a week, in his bedroom or the bathroom. Then there were the object sessions, a toothbrush, a shaving brush, a tube of Vaseline. This was his father's twisted routine, and when Lyle finally found the courage to tell his mother, her response was, "Stop exaggerating. Your father loves you. He's punishing you because you do things wrong." But the trauma didn't stop with Lyle. The abused become the abuser. Lyle admitted that he did the same to Eric. He took Eric to the woods. He used the same toothbrush, and in the courtroom, with the weight of his own guilt crushing him, he could only say one thing: "I'm sorry." Years later, Eric finally confided in Lyle. He revealed that their father had been abusing him too, and when Lyle confronted Jose about it, the fear set in. However, the prosecution had its own version of the story. They painted the Menendez brothers as cold-blooded killers who wiped their father's computer, erasing the will to cover up their crime. A computer expert testified that the data was gone, irretrievable. But here's the twist. Lyle's computer expert confirmed that he was hired not to recover the files, but to make sure they could never be recovered. So was it greed or was it fear? Back in the late 1980 CS and early 1990 CS, conversations around male sexual abuse were almost non-existent. It wasn't just a taboo topic, it was something that society outright dismissed or refused to acknowledge. Many people found it hard to believe that men, especially young men from wealthy, privileged backgrounds, could be victims of such horrific abuse. The concept of male vulnerability was often met with skepticism, mockery, or outright denial. And when Lyle and Eric Menendez stood trial for the brutal murder of their parents, Jose and Kitty Menendez, the nation was divided. The trial, broadcasted in real time across national television, turned into a media spectacle. While some people sympathized with the brothers and believed their accounts of long-term sexual and physical abuse at the hands of their father, others ridiculed them, especially for the way they broke down in tears on the stand. At one point, SNL even created a skit poking fun at the brothers during their trial. Their emotional testimonies were dissected, with critics accusing them of faking their distress to gain sympathy. Late-night talk shows made them the butt of jokes, and tabloid headlines painted them as greedy, spoiled rich kids who had killed out of a thirst for money and freedom. However, the trial took an unexpected turn when a forensic psychologist took the stand, presenting a crucial argument. The crime was not premeditated, according to the psychologist. Lyle and Eric's actions stemmed from years of abuse, fear, and trauma, rather than cold, calculated planning. For a moment, it seemed like the judge was leaning in their favor, acknowledging that the psychological impact of prolonged abuse could have led to a spontaneous, desperate act of violence, rather than an orchestrated murder for financial gain. But then, in a shocking twist, a key witness in the case, Lyle Menendez's best friend Donovan Goodrow, seemingly contradicted himself on the stand. Goodrow had previously provided a recorded statement in which he admitted that Lyle confided in him about years of sexual abuse at the hands of their father. However, in court, Goodrow shockingly denied ever hearing such things from Lyle. This contradiction sent shockwaves through the courtroom and was even aired on Prime 9 News. The revelation forced the trial into a temporary halt as the judge and attorneys debated the significance of the tape, which directly challenged Goodrow's testimony. At the heart of the case was a question that divided the nation. Were Lyle and Eric Menendez calculating killers who brutally executed their parents for inheritance money? Or were they lifelong victims who finally snapped after years of unspeakable torment? Brutal prosecution was completely focused on the idea that Eric and Lyle Menendez were greedy rich kids that had killed their parents because they were in a hurry to inherit their money. The jury struggled to reach a consensus. After weeks of deliberation, both juries, one for Lyle and one for Eric, ended up hopelessly deadlocked. On January 13, 1994, Eric's jury announced they were unable to reach a verdict, and just days later, Lyle's jury did the same. The mistrials left the nation in turmoil, with public opinion split. Some believed that the brothers' allegations of sexual abuse should have justified a lesser charge such as manslaughter. Others argued that no amount of trauma could excuse such a brutal and premeditated act of murder. The prosecution, meanwhile, remained steadfast in its stance that the Menendez brothers were driven by greed rather than fear. When their second trial began in August 1995, the media frenzy had died down significantly. Judge Stanley Weisberg, who had presided over the first trial, made a critical decision this time. No cameras were allowed in the courtroom. The lack of live television coverage meant the case no longer held the same level of public spectacle, and as a result, much of America lost interest in the proceedings. But behind closed doors, the defense faced major setbacks. Judge Weisberg significantly limited the testimony regarding the brothers' claims of sexual abuse, making it harder for the defense to argue that the killings were an act of desperation rather than cold-blooded murder. Additionally, unlike in the first trial, the jury was not given the option to convict the brothers of manslaughter instead of first-degree murder. Prosecutors dismissed the brothers' claims as nothing more than an abuse excuse and worked aggressively to dismantle their defense. Lyle, who had testified in the first trial, chose not to take the stand this time. On March 20, 1996, after just 4 days of deliberation, the jury found Lyle and Eric Menendez guilty of first-degree murder and conspiracy to commit murder. 3 weeks later, after 3 more days of deliberations, the jury sentenced them both to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The once prominent Menendez brothers, who had grown up in Beverly Hills luxury, were now locked away for life, their fate sealed. But despite their convictions, their story was far from over. Years later, new evidence surfaced that suggested the Menendez brothers had been telling the truth all along. In May 2023, the defense team filed a habeas petition citing newly discovered evidence that could potentially overturn their convictions. One of the most significant pieces of evidence was a letter Eric Menendez had written to his cousin Andy Cano in December 1988, 8 months before the murders. In the letter, Eric detailed the ongoing sexual abuse he was enduring at the hands of his father. He expressed his fear, his inability to escape, and his hesitancy to tell anyone, even his own brother, because of his father's threats. Despite this evidence, the prosecution had previously dismissed Cano's testimony during the original trials, branding him a liar. However, the letter written long before the murders suggested that Eric had indeed been desperate for help, contradicting the prosecution's claim that the abuse allegations were fabricated after the fact to justify the killings. But the revelations didn't stop there. In 2023, Roy Rossello, a former member of the Latin boy band Menudo, came forward with shocking allegations. Rossello claimed that Jose Menendez, who was an RCA Records executive at the time, had sexually assaulted him when he was just 14 or 15 years old. According to Rossello, Menendez had lured him to his home, drugged him, and raped him. He further alleged that he had suffered multiple assaults by Menendez, once before and once after a performance at Radio City Music Hall. His sworn affidavit was submitted as part of the Menendez brothers' legal appeal, lending further credibility to their claims of abuse. If their appeal is successful, the Menendez brothers could be retried under different charges, possibly reducing their convictions to manslaughter. Given that the maximum penalty for voluntary manslaughter in California is 11 years per count, and considering they have already served more than 34 years behind bars, a retrial could mean their release after decades. Lyle and Eric were kept in separate prisons, Lyle at Mule Creek State Prison, and Eric at Richard J. Donovan Correctional Facility. They were only allowed to communicate through daughters. But in 2018, after nearly 20 years apart, the California Department of Corrections granted their request to be housed together. The moment they were reunited was deeply emotional, with both brothers expressing relief and joy at finally being able to see each other again. Life behind bars has been drastically different for each brother. Eric married his longtime pen pal, Tammy Ruth Sackman, and has spent years painting and donating his artwork to charity. He even gifted a portrait to comedian Kathy Griffin. Lyle, on the other hand, has dedicated his time to inmate advocacy, serving as president of the inmate government at Mule Creek and working with support groups for survivors of sexual abuse. His first marriage ended in divorce after his wife discovered he had been writing letters to other women. Despite spending more than 3 decades in prison, the Menendez case has recently seen a resurgence in public interest, particularly among younger generations on social media platforms like TikTok. Many of these young activists argue that the Menendez brothers were victims who acted out of fear rather than greed. Thousands of supporters have written letters to California officials demanding clemency. Yet after all these years, one question remains. Will Lyle and Eric Menendez ever walk free? Or will they spend the rest of their lives behind bars? What do you think? Were they victims seeking justice, or were they cold-blooded killers? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. They say a successful family business can turn a couple into a powerful and thriving dynasty, but just as easily, it can become the catalyst for a high-profile breakup and courtroom battles. At first glance, building a business with your partner sounds like a dream. Complete trust, minimal risk of betrayal, and all the money stays in the family. But what happens when that modest venture suddenly grows into a multi-million or even multi-billion-dollar empire? Will it bring the couple closer together, or spark conflict, rivalry, and deep resentment? The case of Andreen McDonald was both complex and unsettling, even though from the start it seemed fairly clear who was responsible for the crime. She vanished from her own home without a trace, and almost no one believed she was still alive. Still without a body and with barely any solid evidence against the suspect, the situation was stuck. Months passed with no resolution, and the person responsible appeared to be on the verge of walking free. Then, just when hope was nearly lost, a local rancher made a chilling discovery that changed everything. Andre Martina MacDonald née Anderson was born on February 18, 1990, in the small coastal town of Port Antonio, Jamaica. She was the eldest of two daughters raised in a modest household by Maureen Smith and Desmond Anderson. From a young age, Andre was known for her outgoing personality, natural charm, and striking looks. She had plenty of friends and often drew admiration from those around her. While still in high school, Andreen became close with a young man named Andre McDonald. He was 10 years older than her, and like Andreen, was born and raised in Jamaica. Andre Austin McDonald was born on December 22, 1981. He was the only child shared between Marlena and Everton McDonald. His father had previously been married to a woman named Camilla, who passed away early, prompting Everton to remarry. Andre's parents eventually separated while he was still in school, and his father later moved to the United States, eventually settling down for a third time with a woman named Hannah Hamilton in the early 2000s. Andre relocated to Florida to live with his father. He was accepted into the International Technical University, where he earned a degree in engineering. However, instead of pursuing a career in that field, Andre chose a different path. He enrolled in military training, signed a contract, and went on to serve in the U.S. Armed Forces. Throughout his time in the military, Andre kept in close contact with Andreen. The two would talk often, message each other, and meet up whenever Andre returned to Jamaica to visit his mother. Over time, their bond deepened, turning into something meaningful and long-term. Eventually, they realized they couldn't imagine life apart. As soon as Andreen finished high school, she moved to the U.S. to be with Andre. About a year later, they had a small wedding, inviting only their closest loved ones. Shortly after tying the knot, Andre received new orders and was transferred from sunny Florida to Lackland Air Force Base in San Antonio, Texas. Andreen wasted no time building her future. She enrolled at the University of Texas, earning a degree in economics in 2013. The couple welcomed a daughter they named Elena. Around the same time, they ventured into the business world, opening their first assisted living facility. Their idea quickly gained traction. Before long, they launched a second facility in another city. Within just a few years, their growing network of care homes was bringing in a significant income. Andre was still committed to his military duties and frequently traveled across the country on assignments. Meanwhile, Andre took the lead in managing the day-to-day operations of their multi-million-dollar business. The couple purchased a beautiful home with a pool in a high-end neighborhood in Bexar County, owned multiple luxury vehicles, and had plans to expand their business into neighboring states. In 2016, following the passing of her father, Andreen brought her mother over from Jamaica. Her mom moved into the couple's home, helping around the house and looking after Elena when both parents were busy. A few years later, the couple purchased her a small but comfortable house nearby, along with a personal vehicle as a gift. By early 2019, 37-year-old Andreen, who held the rank of major in the U.S. Air Force, decided to transition into the reserves. He wanted to remain in San Antonio, spend more time with his family, and take a more active role in their growing business to ease the workload on Andreen. Their enterprise was booming. Their network of assisted living facilities had expanded across the state and was valued at close to $1 billion. From the outside, the McDonalds appeared to have it all. They were successful, wealthy, raising their bright and beloved daughter, and managing a thriving business. But behind the curtain of prosperity, tensions had been building, problems that most people had no idea about. On Friday, March 5, 2019, 29-year-old Andre didn't show up to work. Her phone was off, which was extremely out of character. Her assistant and best friend Caroline Gonar quickly became concerned. After several failed attempts to reach Andreen, Caroline and 2 other co-workers decided to go to the McDonald residence to make sure everything was okay. Caroline knocked on the door for a long time, but no one answered. Refusing to leave without answers, she decided to walk around the house to check the property. That's when she spotted something alarming in the backyard. A burnt area with a zipper partially visible in the ashes. It looked like someone had been burning clothes. But who would do that, and why? Nothing else seemed immediately suspicious from the outside. When Carolyn tugged on the back door, she found it unlocked and cautiously stepped inside. She called out loudly for both Andre and Andreen, but got no reply. The house was quiet, almost as if the couple had simply stepped out. But something didn't feel right. In the bathroom, she noticed strange streaks on the light switch that looked like dried blood. There were also a few dark stains on the floor that raised serious concerns. Caroline captured everything she saw on her phone and called local authorities to report what she had found. Officers quickly arrived and began searching the house. What they discovered only deepened their concerns. The carpet in the master bedroom had been thoroughly scrubbed with what seemed like a large amount of industrial-strength cleaner, the sharp chemical odor still lingering in the air. There were faint, cleaned-up blood spots on the floor and another smear on the doorframe. Detectives suspected the home could be the scene of a serious crime, but the limited traces of blood left room for hope that Andreen might still be alive. Andreen wasn't answering his phone, and no one knew where he was. The whereabouts of 6-year-old Elena were also unclear at first, but authorities soon confirmed she was safe, staying at her paternal grandmother's house. All 3 vehicles owned by the couple were accounted for. 2 were parked outside, and the third, a Chevrolet Malibu, was in the garage. It was this car that piqued the officers' interest. It was covered in dust, as if it had recently traveled along dirt roads, and small gravel particles were lodged in the tires. There were no obvious signs of damage or visible blood, but the vehicle's condition was suspicious. While investigators were still going over the house, the man of the house, Andre, suddenly showed up at the front door. He looked visibly anxious and shaken, seemingly confused about why law enforcement was on his property. When asked where he had been and what had happened, Andre claimed he had spent the entire night searching for his wife. He listed several hospitals he said he had visited to check if Andreen had been admitted. A follow-up confirmed that Andreen had indeed stopped by the medical facilities, but not until the following morning. Moreover, at one of the hospitals, when the front desk staff mentioned that someone with the last name McDonald had been checked in, Andreen reportedly turned pale, began stepping back, and quickly walked away without staying to find out that it was just someone with the same surname. From the start, his behavior raised concerns. Officers decided to bring him in for questioning to hear his version of events. Andre told them he and Andreen had gotten into a domestic dispute, after which he left the house to cool off. When he returned, she was gone. He said he tried calling her several times, and when he got no response, he took their daughter to his mother's home and continued searching for Andreen. Tracking his movements proved difficult. His phone had been switched off since the previous evening and remained off until his return. When questioned about why his phone was off, Andre suddenly changed his tone and said he wouldn't answer any more questions without a lawyer. By that point, it was clear to investigators that something wasn't adding up, but with no solid evidence yet, they had no choice but to release him. After the initial interview, he was issued a travel restriction order and placed under discreet surveillance along with his residents. Despite being under watch, Andre managed to slip away from authorities for nearly 12 hours. It was later discovered that earlier that same day, he had made a string of troubling purchases at various hardware stores. He paid in cash for items including a shovel, large heavy-duty trash bags, a small hatchet, work gloves, duct tape, and fire starter fluid. Andre appeared to be trying to avoid leaving a trail, keeping his phone off, and making purchases without using a credit card. Still, law enforcement was able to track him down via security camera footage from those stores. Meanwhile, forensic testing confirmed that the blood traces found in the home belonged to Andreen. With suspicions growing stronger, police decided to detain Andreen for further questioning and obtained a warrant to conduct a more thorough search of the home, including the seizure and review of all digital devices. During the time he had briefly vanished, Andre had returned home, but didn't stay long. He quickly left again, unaware that officers were now trailing him. He made a stop at a gun shop, where he purchased a large caliber handgun and a significant amount of ammunition. He paid in cash again, but just as unexpectedly, after completing the transaction, he turned around and walked out, leaving the firearm and ammunition sitting on the store counter. The man appeared completely detached, his eyes vacant, his movements erratic, as if he'd lost all grip on reality. But seasoned officers weren't convinced. To them, it looked more like an act, a calculated attempt to come off as mentally unstable, potentially laying the groundwork for a future defense. Former military officer Andre was arrested just as he exited the store. He didn't resist this time. Formal charges were filed against him, and during a physical inspection, investigators noticed fresh scratches on his hands and forearms, marks that looked like they had been made by fingernails. Andre failed to provide a clear explanation, though everyone present understood the likely cause: struggle. Nearly 48 hours had passed since Andreen was last seen. Given the growing body of circumstantial evidence, it was becoming increasingly difficult to believe she might still be alive. A massive search effort was launched, involving law enforcement volunteers and hundreds of concerned citizens. Teams combed through the surrounding areas in and around San Antonio, focusing especially on the rural regions of Bexar County, hoping to find anything that could help move the case forward. Unfortunately, nothing useful turned up. Not in the fields, not in the wooded areas, and not in the urban zones. Even a full review of the digital devices seized from the home, including a phone and tablet, yielded no promising leads. But when investigators conducted a second, more detailed search of the vehicles and garage, the case took a dramatic turn. First, they found newly purchased tools and supplies that matched items Andre had bought at various hardware stores. Then, inside the trunk of a Porsche Macan, Andre's car, they discovered an old hammer wrapped in plastic. It had strange dark stains on it, and several long strands of hair stuck to its head. Forensic analysis confirmed that the hammer bore blood and tissue matching Andre's DNA. The strands of hair were hers too. However, the handle had been wiped clean. No fingerprints. When confronted, Andre denied ever seeing the hammer before and claimed someone must have planted it in his car. Despite the mounting evidence, Andre posted bail, which had been set at $500,000. 0 cents, a sum he paid without delay, and was released shortly after. Once back home, he did not participate in the ongoing search efforts. Instead, he continued to assert the same version of events. The two had an argument, he left to cool down, and when he came back, Andre was gone. According to him, he had tried to reach her afterward, sending both voice and text messages. Some of those messages found on his phone included emotional pleas, telling her their daughter was crying and asking her to come home. All of them were sent around midnight. After that, the phone was turned off again. The next morning, Andre dropped Elena off at his mother's house and, by his account, began searching for Andreen. As the search for Andreen continued with no progress and investigators struggled to piece together what exactly had happened, detectives decided to dig deeper into the McDonald family's background. It didn't take long to uncover that the couple's picture-perfect image was just that, an image. Beneath the surface, their relationship was strained, and serious tension had been brewing for quite some time. Though they had built a thriving business together, one that was rapidly expanding and bringing in a substantial income, most of the day-to-day operations had been handled by Andre, especially while Andre was serving in the military. Back in 2016, when Andreen was stationed in Alabama for 6 months, The emotional distance between them grew. Just before he was set to return, Andre messaged him saying it would be better if they went their separate ways and that he didn't need to come back. Upon returning home, Andre learned that during his time away, Andreen had been in a relationship with a man named O'Brien, someone she had known since her early days in Jamaica. This man had a reputation as a dangerous figure in the local criminal underworld. The two reconnected during one of Andre's visits to the island, and their relationship reignited. He began traveling to Texas to visit her, and the two decided they wanted to be together. The couple filed for divorce. Under Texas law, their assets and business would have to be divided equally, a point of serious contention for both. Andreen believed she deserved a larger share since she had been the one managing the operations, while Andreen insisted everything was his, as he had funded the initial startup. About 6 months later, the divorce proceedings were paused. It seemed the couple had reconciled, choosing to give their marriage another try for the sake of their young daughter. But despite the outward signs of stability, tensions lingered. Caroline, Andreen's closest friend and the first to raise the alarm after her disappearance, told investigators that Andre had always been controlling and manipulative. He believed the business, the home, and even Andreen herself belonged to him, reasoning that he had brought her to the U.S., helped her obtain citizenship, paid for her college education, and financed the launch of their first care facility. Not long before she vanished, Andre confided in Caroline, saying, "If anything ever happens to me, just know it was Andre." Andre had long opposed Andreen's trips back to Jamaica, knowing she would meet with her former lover. This was a constant source of conflict between them, but Andreen continued to make her own choices. Then, just 2 weeks before she disappeared, Andre discovered that Andre had quietly registered a new company in her name and transferred part of their shared assets into it. That revelation likely felt like a betrayal and may have been the final spark that pushed everything over the edge. On July 11, 2019, 4.5 months after Andreen vanished, local farmer Clinton Clendy was walking through his large property on the outskirts of San Antonio. The land wasn't fully cultivated, and some areas had become overgrown. Clinton was surveying the grounds, preparing for future maintenance, when he suddenly caught a strong, unpleasant odor, something unmistakably linked to decomposition. Assuming it was a dead animal, he followed the scent, planning to bury or remove whatever he found in the tall grass. He first noticed a skull and bones that appeared to belong to a cow. Scattered branches were nearby, but beneath them he discovered the true source of the odor: a nearly fully decomposed human body. Clinton immediately contacted law enforcement. The remains were recovered and transported to the lab for analysis. The body was unclothed, and aside from confirming it was a woman, there wasn't much else investigators could initially determine. Still, given the timing and location, many suspected this was the missing Andreen McDonald. DNA testing soon confirmed those suspicions. However, due to the advanced state of decomposition, the medical examiner couldn't conclusively identify a cause of passing. Pathologists did note trauma to the jawbone and a fracture at the base of the skull, injuries consistent with being struck by the same hammer previously found in Andre's car. There was another disturbing detail. Much of the woman's hair was missing. At first, this raised eyebrows, but when examiners noticed partial burns on her right hand, they concluded someone had attempted to destroy the body by fire, likely to eliminate evidence. With this discovery, Andre was formally charged with the crime and taken back into custody. Interestingly, the area where the remains were found had already been searched multiple times by both law enforcement and volunteers, but the specific spot was located on private property, behind a fence about 60 feet from the road, off limits without a warrant, which is why it hadn't been searched earlier. When Andre was informed that Andreen's remains had been found and that the evidence suggested she had suffered blunt force trauma, he suddenly changed his approach. He told investigators he was ready to tell the full story in exchange for a lighter sentence. After consulting with his attorney, Andre presented a new narrative, portraying himself as a victim of circumstances. He spoke of his wife's infidelity, her efforts to take over their business and run it with her new partner, and, most importantly, his fear that she would take their daughter away from him in the event of a divorce. According to Andre had recently brought up the idea of ending their marriage again and had allegedly threatened to leave him with nothing and take Elena with her. That evening, they had a heated argument. He claimed that Andreen became aggressive and started hitting him, forcing him to defend himself. During the struggle, he said she sustained a minor cut. Andre admitted to pushing her, saying she fell and that he then kicked her multiple times and stepped on her chest to prevent her from getting back up. At that moment, Andre heard footsteps in the hallway and the voice of his daughter, Elena, calling out for her mom. Panicking, he rushed out of the room before Elena could enter, scooped her up, carried her back to her room, and told her that mom would come check on her later. Andre insisted that when he left the room, Andreen was still alive, lying on the floor and only slightly injured. However, when he returned, she was in the same spot, this time unresponsive. He believed that he may have unintentionally caused a fatal outcome by putting too much pressure on her chest during the struggle. Realizing the severity of what had happened, Andre said he panicked. He removed Andreen's clothing and burned it in the backyard. Then he transported her body outside the city and left it on private land behind a fence near the remains of a cow. Later, he returned home and sent multiple texts to Andreen's phone, pleading with her to come back, in an attempt to create the appearance that she had simply left after a disagreement. After that, he woke Elena and drove her to his mother's house, asking her to look after her granddaughter while he searched for his missing wife. To further sell the story, he visited several hospitals, pretending to look for Anne. At one point, he nearly fainted when he heard that a woman with the same last name had been admitted. By the time police brought him in for questioning the following morning, they still didn't have strong evidence linking him to a crime, so he was released. Once free, Andre began seriously contemplating how to make sure the body was never discovered. He even considered dismembering and burning it, then scattering the remains in different places. That's why he went out and bought a hatchet, a shovel, fire starter fluid, and heavy-duty plastic bags. The next day, he returned to where he had left Andreen, but when the time came, he couldn't bring himself to go through with his plan. Instead, he poured flammable liquid on the body and lit a fire, but it fizzled out quickly, only burning off the hair and partially charring one of her hands, according to Andre. The failure left him in a state of complete despair. In a fit of rage, he grabbed an old hammer from his car and began striking the body before coming to his senses and stopping. He then covered the remains with branches and cow bones. When questioned about why, he went to a gun store and bought a pistol and ammunition, only to abandon the items at the counter. Andre claimed he couldn't explain it. He said his mind was clouded, that he hadn't slept in nearly 2 days, and that he was no longer thinking clearly. The trial was delayed significantly due to the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, with hearings finally beginning in January 2023. The defense team focused on portraying Andre as someone trapped by the circumstances around him. His attorneys argued that Andreen and her romantic partner were allegedly conspiring to remove Andre from the picture entirely so they wouldn't have to split assets during the divorce. Andre McDonald's detailed account of what happened to his wife could never be fully verified due to the advanced state of decomposition in which her body was found. Forensic specialists were unable to determine an exact cause of death, or even confirm whether the injuries had been inflicted while Andreen was still alive, or if, as the defendant claimed, he had struck the body with a hammer after she had already passed. What was clear, however, was that for 5 months, Andre had remained silent, hoping to cover up the crime and avoid responsibility. In February 2023, to the shock of many, Andre McDonald was acquitted of first-degree charges. Instead, the jury found him guilty of manslaughter and evidence tampering. He was sentenced to 25 years in prison with the possibility of parole after 15. Full custody of Elena was awarded to her maternal grandmother. In a striking development, later that same year, Andre's father, Everton McDonald, was put on trial in Jamaica for the crime of his third wife, Hannah Hamilton. Even more disturbingly, this new investigation brought attention to the suspicious death of his first wife, Camilla, an incident that had long been brushed aside. Authorities now believe that Everton may have been involved in her passing as well. If convicted, he could face life behind bars. This chilling twist raised the possibility that Andre may not have been the first in his family to commit such a serious act, suggesting a legacy of violence that spanned generations. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon.